Insuficiencia dinámica, señor presidente. Porque hay un hecho muy serio, a mi juicio, que ha ocurrido y que caracteriza los últimos 12 años. Prácticamente toda la fuerza de trabajo que en la América Latina ha abandonado por una serie de razones la agricultura no ha sido absorbida sino en mínima parte, señor presidente, por las actividades productivas de las ciudades. Insuficiencia dinámica, señor presidente. Porque hay un hecho muy serio, a mi juicio, que ha ocurrido y que caracteriza los últimos 12 años. Prácticamente toda la fuerza de trabajo que en la América Latina ha abandonado por una serie de razones la agricultura no ha sido absorbida sino en mínima parte, señor presidente, por las actividades productivas de las ciudades.
Y señores, es un verdadero.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be with you today. My greetings from San Jose, Costa Rica, for all the virtual participants in these meetings. Warm greetings to the previous room at ECLAC's headquarters in Santiago, and also greetings to the Executive Secretary and great friend, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, and all the colleagues that are with her in the panel. Today, we start the last day of this 38th session after two very productive days, Monday and Tuesday, and according to a program now, according to the agenda we approved, today we have the presentation of the report on the activities carried out by the commissions, and to learn about the draft program of work of the ECLAC system 2022. I invite, thanking you for your presence and participation in the work of this day, I invite Mr. Raúl García Buchaca, Deputy Executive Secretary for Management and Program Analysis, to give both presentations. Mr. Buchaca, welcome, and you have the floor.
Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be here with you to submit the report on ECLAC's activities 2019 and the proposal for the working program from the Commission for 2022. As you can tell, it becomes evident that there's a temporal leap between the report and the working program. And that is because we're talking about the new cycle of programming and budget that used to be biennial. This is a change that occurred as a result of the reform in UN management. The work for 2021 that the member states of ECLAC have adopted in October last year in New York, at the same occasion, in the 5th Commission of General Assembly, this is being considered already now a program budget. Let me start out by mentioning the main accomplishments that ECLAC obtained last year, and you may find further detail in the document LC 68-7. I will start by recalling that ECLAC has as its main mandate to work as the think tank on the development of Latin America and the Caribbean with economic, social, and environmental ideas, and to become dialogue for regional consensus, as well as granting technical assistance to the countries in the region. In order to meet these goals, our main funding source is the ordinary budget from UN. In 2019, that was of about 80% of our total financing. To that, we added allocations from other budgetary items from UN, such as the ordinary program for technical assistance and the development account, as well as the mobilization of the budget resources that are submitted by partners to our budget. This allows us to multiply our operational capacity and response in view of the growing demands from member states. In 2019, we set new partnerships and we consolidated strategic existing partnerships. Amongst our main strategic partners on a bilateral basis, let me mention the governments from Latin America and the Caribbean that have contributed about 35% of the total resources mobilized, and the governments from Germany, Spain, Republic of Korea, Norway, and France. And now, multilaterally, European Union is still our most important partner. Voluntary contributions to ILPIs also were responsible for a big chunk. Amongst the UN systems, our main partners were Population Fund and Agricultural Development Fund, together with UNICEF, the International Labour Organization, the World Food FAO. In a very short summary of the main accomplishments for last year, undoubtedly, I must emphasize the third meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries for Sustainable Development. The forum works as a multi-player platform to follow up the implementation of 2030 Agenda as well as SDGs in the region. There, the governments have become protagonists, offering a new window for the exchange of experiences and learning between peers. Besides, it is a single venue for regional coordination between governments and UN system, civil society, business community, development banks, and academia, so as to bring in the voice of the region at the high-level forum to which we report. The landmark that marked its third edition of the forum was the first 4-year report on the progress and regional challenges in terms of 2030 agenda made by ECLAC and together with regional offices of the funds and programs from UN. This ended up in a full balance of the first cycle for the implementation of the 2030 agenda in the region in order to prepare the road into the decade for action. Another outstanding result was ECLAC's support to the countries from the northern triangle of Central America, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and the southern states in Mexico through the Comprehensive Development Plan. This is a proposal to create sustainable development and to achieve more integration between these four countries, having a comprehensive view of the migrating cycle, having in mind human safety. This plan contains 142 projects that were developed together with the maximum authorities from these four countries and with all organizations from UN system as coordinated by our executive secretariat. In 2019, ECLAC also continued deploying its Caribbean First strategy that was the motor to push forward the debt swap measures to mitigate the climate scourge and to bring in more resilience. Yesterday, we heard a great deal about these initiatives in the session that had to do with the Caribbean. And finally, we must bring forward the work of the 8 subsidiary organs and intergovernmental meetings from ECLAC, offering unique instances for the countries in the region to have dialogue on sectorial policies, regulatory development in view of the global challenges, as well as the building of consensus for public action in the region and in the countries. Things such as planning, science, technology, women's affairs, statistics, population and development, the special challenges of the Caribbean and South-South cooperation. An outstanding example last year was the adoption of the inclusive social development agenda at the 3rd regional meeting on social development. The adoption of this agenda is the end of a tremendous effort that took years to reach the commitment of the states to go forward in the eradication of all sorts of poverty and in the elimination of structural inequalities that are the true bottleneck on the way to development. This set the groundwork for development of national action plans. I also would like to mention some figures that show the magnitude of our work. Last year, 1,107 cooperation missions were held that benefited 35 countries. More than 200 publications were made and 150 cooperation programs were implemented. ECLAC was mentioned almost 38,000 times in the media, and about 7 million downloads of our publications were made. But I cannot but mention the challenges faced this year, 2020, because of the tremendous impact of the pandemic. We very quickly started redesigning our working program in order to adapt ourselves to the reality and demands we're facing, and to continue providing our services with efficiency on a timely basis, but now through virtual means. Thus, ECLAC developed the COVID-19 Observatory at the request of the pro tempore chair of the Latin American and Caribbean Community Organization, CELAC, that is under the hands of Mexico. And this puts to the public at large the response that have been implemented to face the socioeconomic environmental results of the pandemic with a regional view. 8 special reports have been published on the evolution and effects of the pandemic in our region, in things such as poverty, inequality, economic projections, production, health, economy, and digital gaps. We have changed all projects that have to do with development to adapt to this reality, and we're now participating in new initiatives to support countries in the immediate response plan to face the pandemic. We are also assigning new priorities in the resource calculation for technical cooperation assistance in order to help out in the recovery phase, so as to optimize opportunities to build back better, and giving a big thrust to sustainability and technological innovation with equality at the center. This readaptation of our activities is conducted with great care in spite of the tremendous limitations because of the lack of liquidity that affects the organization. This has brought in freezing of the vacant spots, as well as the partial centralization of budget. This has made things much more complicated for our operations. Thus, we have arrived to the submission of the working program draft for 2022. You can find the details in the document LC 38.8. This proposal is aligned with the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. It reflects the programmatic structure of the Commission as organized according to 5 dimensions: economic development, social development, environmentally sustainable in public policies, and sub-regional activities. From an economic standpoint, the pandemic has shown the fragility of the world supply chains and the dependency for the exchange of essential goods. This has made us all question the model of the hyper-globalization and going back to study the regional value chains. We are focusing our activities in providing deeper knowledge on the structural transformation of production systems as well as regional logistic systems as new opportunities. Key here will be to encourage diversification of exports in services, electronic commerce, and the products with low environmental fingerprint. In production, we have noticed the importance of connectivity and digital infrastructures as critically needed for the functioning of economy and our societies, as well as the need to tackle the closure of digital gaps as of public policy. The real economy has brought in new opportunities where the digital platforms are seen as mechanisms to bring in more integration. We can focus innovation productive diversification, and development and adoption of new technologies in the productive processes with low carbon emission, setting up new skills or strengthening new skills in digital technologies. As to macroeconomic policies, ECLAC's proposal will support countries in the preparation of fiscal policies that are counter-cyclic in order to push forward sustained growth, local resource mobilization, and monetary and financial policies that are innovative to protect our economies from external volatility, capital drain, and that will encourage financial inclusion. Now, as to the labor world, we will have a new generation of labor policies in order to face the fourth industrial revolution challenges that bring in the workers into a fair transition. Socially speaking, we are facing an increase in poverty levels and also extreme poverty in the regions as brought forward by the pandemic. This shows once more the weaknesses of the social protection systems and the constant social gaps and the inequality in the region. As an answer, the Commission proposes a comprehensive focus for the analytic work on inclusive social development in the several dimensions of inequality. Aside from promoting universal policies in social and labor spheres to contribute to the well-being of everyone as subjects of development with their rights involved. Undoubtedly, the pandemic has affected tremendously some special groups in the populations, especially women, but also youngsters, native peoples, Afrodescendants, and persons with disabilities. This is made even worse because inequality is cross-cutting. That is why ECLAC aims at leading the efforts of gender cross-cutting, concentrating for ourselves in the women's independence and always in order to reinforce the regional gender agenda. In talking about population and development, we must count on demographic and census data that are updated and disaggregated going forward in the use of other sources of information such as administrative records and big data in order to use evidence to assist in the integration of all of the population into the policies, programs, and efforts for recovery. Along these lines, the implementation of Montevideo Consensus will become an important benchmark to mobilize regional and national action. As to this environmental sustainability, ECLAC's work will tackle the growing demand for natural resources where the production's cycles lie, as well as the growing pressure to face our environmental in order to stem the degradation in times when climate crisis is becoming more serious and getting into a serious point. We must give encouragement to go into a new development level that will have sustainability in all three pillars with balance, with the solutions based on nature and the circular economy, creating new business opportunities and productive sectors that will include sustainable management of energy, renewable resources, biological, mineral, water, and soil resources. The current situation also confirms the relevance of planning and public policy in order to bring in more resiliency and to respond to this emergency. Through participative planning, looking at the mid and long term, ECLAC suggests continuing to support the alignment of planning and public investment, national budgets with the 2030 agenda. Pandemic has also brought in new challenges for the production of statistical official data. As never before, it becomes vital to encourage innovation, to systematize statistics for recovery. Our region has the statistical conferences of the America to respond to these challenges. We have a unique forum that encourages collaboration in terms of statistics between the countries in the region and coordination within UN under the technical leadership of ECLAC. The proposal is to continue to support the improvement of sources and statistical information and strengthening INEs, the production of data, and bring in new traditional methods such as geospatial information and macro data. Finally, when we talk about sub-region, the recent experience illustrates the constant presence of structural challenges in the economies and societies of Central America and the Caribbean, regions made up by countries that are facing tremendous challenges that are similar, such as high levels of vulnerability, the failings of social protection that is not universal, the vulnerability because of climate change, as well as natural disasters and high levels of indebtedness. This has been made even worse because of the pandemic, increasing risks and costs to go into sustainable development that requires a differentiated perspective from the international community. ECLAC's view for these subregions is aiming at developing and applying strategies with an innovative focus, mobilizing multilateralism as a solidarity means for more integration, bring in innovative solutions that will deal with funding for development, debt management, facilitation of tourism and goods and services trade, and public policy to have development with equality, but also catering for the peculiarities of development of each subregion. In closing, I'd like to express my appreciation for the support and commitment that as member states you have provided to ECLAC in the more than 7 decades of labor from and to the region. We are at your service in order to answer any questions you may have on our future labor. And we will very carefully listen to your ideas and suggestions on this proposal in order to improve them. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
I would like to congratulate you. We really appreciate the work that ECLAC carries out constantly, on a constant basis, throughout these decades, but also during these very challenging times where every output has been so important for our development and for the development of each of our countries. So I thank Mr. Raul Garcia Buchaca, and now I will offer the floor for an exchange of opinions between the delegations. The delegations that want to participate, I ask you to request the floor through the chat. We have a short list of speakers, and to allow everyone to participate, we would like to receive statements lasting 2 to 3 minutes. I have the delegate of Mexico, Mr. Efraín Guadarrama Pérez, General Director of American Bodies and Mechanisms Foreign Affairs Secretariat, who requests the floor. Welcome, dear friend Efraín. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Mexico congratulates ECLAC for the commitment it has demonstrated to comply with the activities that have been foreseen. In the report presented, we can see that the compliance with the commitments assumed by ECLAC in cooperation and dissemination have reach a high level of compliance despite the resource problems that the agency has. Mexico believes that the work of the Commission is a priority for the region because it has adapted its working programs and activities to the enormous changes and challenges that have taken place in the region with the pandemic. As pro tempore chair of ECLAC, Mexico thanks all the work done for the mechanism benefiting regional integration, and we thank for the commitment of the Executive Secretary to our activities. Also, Dr. Bárcena has helped the comprehensive plan, which has been a priority of our President towards the countries of the north of Central America, to help solve the problems of ordinary migration. And we can say that a lot of progress has been made during the short period in which this program has been implemented. We congratulate the Executive Secretary for the effort carried out for the budgets per program for 2021. Mexico considers the acceptance of this program for 2022, where we see that amongst the activities to be carried out, COVID-19 has been included. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you, Efraín, and thank you for the active participation of Mexico in the debates of the Commission. It is a pleasure to have you with us. I will now offer the floor to the delegation of Cuba. Vice Minister Deborah Rivas. Vice Minister, welcome. Good morning. Greetings from San Jose, Costa Rica. Good morning. It is a pleasure. I will take the floor on behalf of our Vice Minister. Honorable Mr. Cristian Miguel Fernandez, dear Raúl García Buchaga, Executive Secretary for Administration and Analysis of Mechanisms of ECLAC, we just wanted to thank the presentation of the report of activities carried out in 2019, which we believe shows the key aspects of the work undertaken by the Commission, and which our country accompanied as pro tempore presidency in the 37th session. 2019 was a year of big challenges. We had the second high-level conference of the United Nations on South-South cooperation as a continuity of the 40 years of the Buenos Aires Action Plan to promote technical cooperation between developing countries. This commission did a follow-up to the work of the South-South Committee, mainly the first cycle that continues the implementation of the 2030 agenda was carried out, and we had the high-level forum of the United Nations sponsored by the General Assembly, known as the Summit of the SDGs. We negotiated important adjustments in the context of the reform, the system of United Nations fostered by the Secretary General. Their conclusion shows the importance and pertinence of the regional environment and the approach that should lead us to innovating solutions, to the exchange of experiences, and to a solidary cooperation, a space where ECLAC plays a fundamental role. Also, we had the third meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, which was a framework, which was a hallmark in the history of this forum, and had the participation of over 1,200 patients, 153 delegations from 23 countries. For the system of the United Nations, regional organizations, representatives of the civil society and the private sector, amongst others, more than 50 parallel events, amongst them one focused to analyze the impact of climate change on the Caribbean. This sub-region had a high participation and visibility in the forum. Likewise, we implemented the portal, the SDG portal for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a tool, an efficient tool to manage knowledge with very specialized contents that allow us to respond to the national needs, to the 2030 agenda, and facilitate the statistical follow-up of the progress in the development of all the SDGs at regional and national level, and fosters the cooperation in all the United Nations systems globally and regionally. Finally, we would like to ratify our commitment and vocation towards sustainable development and international cooperation for development, and we reiterate our friendship to you and to the government of Costa Rica in its new pro tempore chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for giving us the message of the Vice Minister, and allow me to congratulate Cuba for the excellent work that it has carried out. We feel very proud to follow you, but we know that the standards are very high. We will try to reach them with the help of the Secretariat and all the members. I would like to express my appreciation for the excellent work carried out, and even in the pandemic, during the pandemic, if the forum couldn't take place, Costa Rica will be proud to work hand in hand with Cuba to be able to fulfill all the work necessary. I have in my list of speakers Suriname, but I don't know if Suriname has connected yet. Otherwise, I would like to offer the floor to Suriname.
Do you hear me?
Good day. I'm just a technician, just checking the voice. Is it okay? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay. Thank you. Can you give me 2 minutes, please?
Okay, if you allow me, I'm going to give the floor to El Salvador first, and then I go back to you. Okay? Si me lo permiten, veo que...
If you allow me, I see that El Salvador is requesting the floor. If you are ready, I would like to offer you the floor while the colleagues from Suriname get ready. El Salvador, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor. I thank the presentation of the report given by the Secretary. Beyond any doubt, the attainments and what has been achieved are an important contribution for the reflection of our region. I want to express the appreciation towards the Commission for all the work carried out, which helps us update constantly, and the push to position the region in important areas. We have our visions, and we move towards collective actions that bring us closer and closer to the compliance of our purposes vis-a-vis universal commitments like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and 17 goals. The role of ECLAC as a think tank in the region regarding the needs determined by the current situation is clear, and it is determined to undertake new initiatives, even in the sub-regional plan. So I take advantage of the opportunity to underscore the work carried out by the Commission in the comprehensive programs. We believe this is basic to help us develop, and the link with the perspectives on production, migration, and others. So I invite you to continue this effort through the continuity of the construction of synergies. since 2019, during the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, where El Salvador participated, the perspectives of the future for the country showed uncertainty in the economic and social scenarios. The health crisis has demonstrated that finding unity in uncertainty is the only way out to leave behind the problems we're experiencing, that ECLAC has detected and made explicit through the bulletins published in the last months. So we must maintain the 2030 agenda as our compass. The breadth of the agenda is such that we have a countback, and we still need to make more progress in parallel to the work done to solve the inequality of the region. We face challenges like violence against women and girls, and we have to potentiate the peculiarities of the region. It is a time to promote our actions at all levels and to have an impact upon the more vulnerable and displaced persons based on the Compact and the Declaration for Refugees and Migrants. Regarding the working program, the labor program, I would like to point out the relevance of each of the sub-programs and the coherence of its considerations and proposals in the environmental perspective. In the context of the pandemic in the region and the world, El Salvador wants to underscore particularly its program of macroeconomic policies and growth policies. With that, we welcome the commitment of the Commission to present the necessary support to the countries for the creation and operation of networks for the exchange of experiences and good practices, the future cooperations and fostering of capabilities to strengthen human capital in macroeconomic policies and others. And finally, and to conclude, I want to reiterate our call regarding the need for the Commission to provide us a technical vision and help the countries in their processes in order to help recover from the pandemic. We need an update, and we need differentiated approaches according to the peculiarities of each country. This is not only a critical element to move forward in the post-pandemic scenario, but a key factor to guarantee the compliance with more specific agendas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, El Salvador, for this participation and for all your contributions. Greetings to all the staff of the people of El Salvador. I hope that Suriname is ready now. I have Ambassador Johan Yahe, if I'm not mistaken.
You have the floor.
As a leading think tank of the United Nations, ECLAC has demonstrated it is committed again to the sustainable development of the countries of the region based on a tradition of innovative thoughts of issues challenging the region. ECLAC has provided the region with institutional support to particular issues, fulfilling a key role in the regional integration process. An integration that has again and so more COVID-19 as essential for the progress and development of the Latin America and Caribbean peoples. As a sixth member state with a low-lying coast, during this 38th session, it has been emphasized once again that Suriname is one of the most vulnerable countries with respect to the negative effects of sea level rise because of climate change. Despite this, Suriname has taken the lead
as the country with the highest forest cover and low deforestation rate, more than 90%. It is estimated that our standing forest stores about 12 gigatons of forest carbon per year, which is not a small contribution. Considering the experience of ECLAC via the Depth for Climate Adaptation SWAP initiative, Suriname counts on ECLAC support for the mobilization of financial resources for its mitigation and adaptation measures. We also welcome the further programming of ECLAC to address the economic, social, and environmental crisis the region faces, all of them worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the foreign policy of this government, containing the international principles of democracy, democratic institution, good governance, the rule of law, and human rights, Suriname will also take sustainable action to stimulate growth and reduce inequality. Suriname commits to participate and contribute at a greater level its involvement in the intergovernmental process ECLAC is accelerating in the region. We look forward to the continued advocacy to enable us building a new and better future for Suriname and the region. Thank you.
Is it the hope of all of us, a better future for Suriname and for all the region, madam. Thank you very much for your participation and welcome. Have a very good day.
Thank you very much for the participation of our colleagues from Suriname. For the time being, I don't have anybody else in the list, but if you allow me, after the presentation of the report by our dear friend Raul Garcia Buchaca, we have 5 minutes more, and I would like not only to thank, but also to congratulate how ECLAC during this challenging time has been able to find an opportunity, and how ECLAC is directing us with that project for the future, how it is guiding our strategic actions, especially based on innovation to strengthen multilateralism and with a paradigm of solidarity and integration. I think that that path is the path that unites us in this situation that our region is facing, such a challenging situation. But I would like to know if Madam Executive Secretary or Raul would like to comment this conclusion that you derive and how you look at innovation as one of the main tools to strengthen multilateralism and to achieve integration in our region. Just a few comments, and as we wait to see if another delegation would like to ask for the floor. Mrs. Alicia, Mr. Raul, good morning and thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the delegations that have participated so far and that have taken the floor, showing their support to the report on all the activities that we have carried out in 2019, and also how we have been adapting the working program during this year in 2020, and how we project a strategic vision towards 2022. Regarding that aspect presented by the delegation of Costa Rica regarding innovation, ECLAC really believes in technological innovation to use and to benefit the whole region with the fourth industrial and technological revolution, to make it benefit everyone in every aspect as a means in order to face the structural gaps and in order to produce a structural transformation of our economies and our societies, and especially to face the inequality gaps. We believe that that might be one of the paths, that might be one of the most important contributions for the region. And we believe that that can be an important contribution also for the integration. As we said in the presentation of the report for 2022, we see important opportunities in the region for the creation of value chains using all the benefits of technological innovation, of digitalization. Beyond any doubt, amidst this pandemic that has affected us all, one of the aspects that has been underlined the most is the digitalization as a means not only to create platforms enabling productive integration, but also how to allow telework, teleeducation for our boys, girls, and the young. And we see that really this can be one of the most important aspects for the future of the region. If we want to take that leap in terms of productivity, in terms of well-being for our region. I also wanted to thank the words of the delegation of Mexico. We are very much committed with the pro tempore Secretariat of Mexico, or CELAC, and we are going to provide all the support required from us. We have been supporting specific requests from the government of Mexico through the Observatory of COVID-19, and I hope that has helped those integration efforts and has helped enhance the perspective vis-a-vis the region to try to coordinate a way out of this health and socioeconomic crisis, which obviously has to take into account all the structural gaps that we drag. And we have to have that strategic perspective, how to face the problems of the past, but looking towards the future. I would also like to thank the delegation of Cuba for pointing out the South-South cooperation aspects and the achievements obtained. I think that the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation are very important modalities of cooperation that will help us in this joint efforts of the region in order to face not only the socio-economic crisis we have today, but also how to build back better, looking towards the future, taking the vision of a resilient reconstruction, having that point of view, including sustainability and equality in the center. Likewise, I would like to thank very much the words from the representative of El Salvador, who points out, together with Mexico, the progress made in the comprehensive development plan. This has been a big effort. We have taken the first steps. Now we have to move towards the implementation. I think it is very important to have an appropriation process by all the countries to be able to make progress. And of course, ECLAC will accompany the countries of the North Triangle and Mexico, and also mobilizing international cooperation so that these more than 140 projects can be really implemented to benefit the development and the integration of that sub-region. and basically face the problem of migration, or the issue of migration, from a human perspective. I would like to recognize and I would like to thank the words of the representative from Suriname who spoke on behalf of the SIDS, of the SIDS, and who speaks about the vulnerability of the Caribbean and of many of our economies with the climate change, and also supporting the initiative of the debt swap for climate actions and the creation of this resiliency fund to support sustainable development and to push sustainability, which is the main subject of our session. And finally, I would sincerely like to thank the delegation from Costa Rica for leading and presiding this session, and for proposing the subject of innovation and its relationship with multilateralism and regional integration. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, thank you, Raul. I don't know if Mrs. Alicia would like to share some thoughts with us. Thank you, Alicia. Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much, dear Christian Guillemet. It is an honor for me to take the floor. And what I would like to do is to thank Raul Garcia Buchaca and the team that has been very active behind them, and Sandra, Manuelito, Maria Liz, Vera, Gerardo Mendoza, and tell them that this is a very important outcome for us, because in times of pandemic, we have had to change the working modalities, of course. And here I would like to recognize Mario Cimoli, who has coordinated all the special reports on COVID-19, and say to our dear countries that these three interventions are guidelines for us. Beyond any doubt, we will support ECLAC's efforts, as has been pointed out by the delegation of Mexico. We are fully committed to continue ECLAC's work. Of course, the comprehensive development plan of the countries of the north of Central America and Mexico, and there I would like to thank Hugo Beteta and the team of the Sub-Regional Office of Mexico. And of course, we will be with you, with El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, working together. But I would also like to point out that we want to enhance this vision to all of Latin America. And we're working with the integration of Central America. Next year, we want to celebrate with SICA. We want this perspective of the future, and we want to articulate it with the PDI. It is a new stage, and I would like to say that in the Comprehensive Development Plan, we have incorporated the results of the development reform that you have adopted in the United Nations, where 21 agencies, funds and programs participated to build this plan. For the first time in our history, we have created a joint plan from all these agencies and the coordinators that have participated. So in this sense, I think that we are moving forward through collaboration, trying to avoid duplications, etc., as shown by the SDG Gateway, which is also an interagency result that we have made available to you. I think also that what the delegation of El Salvador has mentioned regarding middle-income countries, we will continue to work in that direction. And today, with the coordination, I think it is Guatemala who is the country that becomes a leader internationally with the Philippines. So the subject of middle-income countries initiated by Costa Rica, and also the Philippines, and now Guatemala. So you can count on us to continue to make progress in the classification criteria together with the European Union, who is a very important partner, and the OECD. I also thank Suriname, very important, and Cuba, of course, the role that Cuba has played, and now it will be your turn to represent our region in the high-level political forum in times of pandemic, of course. But I would like to congratulate all the countries that have presented their voluntary reports regarding the 2030 agenda and that have been incorporated in the SDGs platform that is available to you. Thanks to Cuba that has accompanied us in all this process, and El Salvador, as was said, of course, we are going to work on the middle income countries, and we will work on your proposal. Suriname, beyond any doubt, I think that we and with Raul we have spoken about this, and all the ECLAC we have spoken about this, and we stand with the Caribbean first, and we continue with that commitment regarding solidarity with the Caribbean. And finally, Mr. Chair, I would like to mention our dear permanent representatives in New York. I think that the permanent representatives in New York of our region have supported us on a constant basis, but really on a constant basis in many places, in many instances, in very critical moments, approval of the budget, in the presentation of our programs in the second commission, for instance. So I want to recognize the missions, the permanent missions in New York that also have worked hand in hand to come to where we're standing today. So that, Mr. Chair, I would just like to say that you can count on ECLAC. We are very much committed with 13 sub-programs and beyond, and especially today in these difficult moments that the agency is going through because of the liquidity crisis, which I hope will soon be overcome. So thank you to all the delegations.
Thank you, Alicia, and I join our colleagues in expressing our appreciation for everything that is conducted. The work of the Commission is making headway, and we may have not only this guide, but also the aid for the implementation. I think that innovation and the possibility to create synergies, as you well said, on the Northern Triangle and going down to Central America, and also synergies with the Caribbean first, is indeed a very interesting working path. Now, my last speaker on the list is Paul Ortiz from Nicaragua, my dear friend, personal secretary on foreign matters. You have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson. When there's fiscal constraint, we must try to do more with the same resource. This leads to the need to work in a comprehensive fashion. Duty-free area. That is a place where the same action may have to do with soil management, water, food production, improving nutrition, forestry, having a wind obstacle made of trees in order to protect the soils. And this has led to a program on school snacks, taking food for the lunch break for young children. This is giving assistance to fight malnutrition. that is a system that is being followed. Another example of integrality of a comprehensive strategy is the reforestation of degraded areas in Afrodescendent and indigenous lands. These programs are involved in mitigation. They also increase the resilience of ecosystems. In Central America, for example, we do know that a bare hill that has been deprived of trees is certainly very negative because it permits floods. It also does not allow for the protection that the trees offer. In 1998, more than 20,000 Central Americans perished, died, or were lost because of the runoffs. That was a result of the eruption of a volcano in Linoa. So reforestation is now bringing in more resilience to our ecosystems. And doing so is indeed a solution that is based on nature, where it becomes the best way to reach adaptation, more resiliency in our ecosystems. These forests may also bring in revenue and income for the population's livelihood. In Nicaragua, and there is a forest fund from the World Bank, and this consists in trees, bamboo, coffee, Robusta and Arabica, in cocoa, and why? This is what helps cater and care for the environment. In short, this is bringing in income to the farmers, to the small minorities, to Afro-descendants and indigenous peoples. We cannot wait for 20 years for our trees to grow, but with this project, the farmers may have another source of income. And it can be very important while we wait for the final solutions after deforestation brings in large and mature trees. We must also raise awareness in that while we are strengthening our public health systems, while we strengthen our capability to face the pandemic and providing all health services simultaneously. And that is true because there are many places that are caring for patients with COVID and with other kinds of illnesses. Unfortunately, some of the systems cannot care for all of these patients simultaneously. Many people are not even going to the hospitals because they are fearful of getting infected from COVID. So there are different health strategies in order to solve this problem. But the thing is that the investments in health do have a strong effect in the redistribution of better health services to the whole population. These are times when we must very seriously adopt redistribution measures. And why? Because the levels of inequality are tremendous and become an obstacle to reach true recovery. We must reach better levels of equality in the region. It's one of the most unequal regions in the world, as you all know.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Nicaragua for its contributions. Solutions based on nature through reforestation are an avenue that we have to study more carefully. The floor is requested by Peru. I will offer the floor to Ambassador Miguel Alamán, Director of Economic Negotiations of Peru. You have the floor. Welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Raúl García Buchaca, ladies and gentlemen delegates. In the first place, Peru thanks the presentation of the report on activities of the ECLAC system for year 2019. Amongst the actions carried out in the economic field, we would like to point out the following. The first elaboration of a matrix of input-output, the first one is in Latin America and the Caribbean as an instrument of planning to promote the integration in the interregional value chains, which allows to analyze the productive links in the region with all the programs that we have in Latin America today, like the CAN, Mercosur, Alianza del Pacífico, Mercado Común Centroamericano, and the potential trade in these regions. In the second place, the promotion of the single windows for trade, which allow a better access of SMEs to export markets to have a more inclusive and sustainable trade. As we all know, SMEs are a very important source of employment in our region. So it is important to point out the value that ECLAC grants to their promotion. In the third place, the research work on the new digital technologies, which allow to determine their effects in the labor market, promote the use of macro data for development, and advance in the analysis of issues related with cybernetic safety and privacy in entrepreneurial governance. Peru adopted policies devoted to increasing competitiveness through the incorporation of digital technology in its production processes, aligned with the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. Finally, we would also like to thank for the preparation of the labor program with which it guides its works towards the promotion of economic development, continuing the promotion of economic and social development and environmentally sustainable for Latin America and the Caribbean, taking as a starting point overcoming the crisis produced by the pandemic and the recovery of economic growth and the path of development in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Peru for your contributions, and we coincide regarding the need to strengthen our joint visions. And I think that in this sense, ECLAC has succeeded to sit in the same table to create convergence. We have concluded this first segment of the morning, of this morning's work, with a report on the activities of the Commission 2019 and the draft program of work of the ECLAC system 2022, and we will move on to the report on the activities of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC and the outcomes of other intergovernmental meetings organized by ECLAC since the 37th session. As you know, ECLAC has an intergovernmental architecture which is extraordinarily important for its work, and this is a way in which ECLAC relates with sectorial authorities of the member countries, especially through intergovernmental thematic meetings. so we can achieve a coherence in the institutional statements that ECLAC offers to its member countries. As is traditional, the representatives of the countries that preside the subsidiary bodies participate in the session to report on the activities that have been carried out during the last 2 years. So we will have a debate with those that preside over the subsidiary bodies and intergovernmental meetings. Before starting this report, I would like to offer the floor to the Executive Secretary, Mrs. Alicia, to invite us to these reflections. Mrs. Alicia, you have the floor. Welcome again.
Welcome to our home in the region, ECLAC. We are celebrating the 38th session of ECLAC. During the same year when UN holds the 75th anniversary, the session period is the most important event from ECLAC. And we come here every 2 years to render account on work done. One of the most important aspects and more satisfying ones are the intergovernmental meetings amongst our subsidiary organs. We have 7 subsidiary organs, and it is a pleasure for me to bring to you the report on activities that each one of these subsidiary bodies carried out in this couple of years.
First, and would like them to switch briefly to English in order to report on the tasks and endeavors of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, the CDCC. The CDCC was established in 1975 to promote and strengthen economic and social cooperation and integration among the countries of the Caribbean. Besides the 15 member states of the Caribbean, it also includes 14 associate member states, and it's probably the only intergovernmental body of the UN in which they have a voice and a seat at the table. In 2020, the 28th session of the CDCC was convened under the able chairmanship of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, represented by the Minister of Finance and Planning, Camilo Gonzalez. The CDCC is traditionally preceded by the Caribbean Development Roundtable, the CDR, and both of them, the CDCC and the CDR, were held virtually on September 10th, given the safety and travel restrictions imposed by COVID-19. Caribbean countries have contained and controlled the pandemics very efficiently. Our CDR and CDCC focused this year on the extent to which the multidimensional impact of the COVID-19 has magnified the scale of the vulnerability of small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, which are highly dependent on tourism and some of them on oil productions. Proposals were made for the creative exploration of opportunities with the reach of member states to secure urgent debt relief and access to concessional funding to pursue urgent socioeconomic and environmental solutions for the benefit of the Caribbean people. A concrete proposal was debated on debt for climate, which includes the creation of a resilience fund with an initial contribution of $7 billion, which represents 12.2% of the total public debt of the Caribbean countries. Consideration and support was provided to the work that ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean has undertaken in response to planning and resilience, industrial restructuring of service economies, disaster risk reduction, e-government, blue economy, and support on Caribbean censuses, population projections with gender mainstreaming. Quisiera referirme ahora al Comité de Cooperación.
I'd now like to talk about the South-South Cooperation Committee. In the 37th session of ECLAC in May 2018, a presiding officer was appointed, chaired by Cuba, and 730 resolution was passed with the network project for the implementation of 2030 agenda called SDG Network, and the follow-up of SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean. This in order to strengthen institutional and technical capabilities of governments in the region, especially those that have already or soon to have national mechanisms for the follow-up and implementation of SDGs. Since then, the 8th and the 9th meetings of the presiding officers were held in October 2018 and in April of the following year, both in Santiago. Also, we saw the first and second working meeting of the SDG Latin American Caribbean Network in Havana in May 2019. Afterwards, in Mexico, in November, that SDG network met once more. In following up the second high-level conference from UN on South-South cooperation held in Argentina, BAPA plus 48 studies were submitted on South-South cooperation experience in some special countries in the region in order to go forward in knowledge, allowing for a dialogue and regional decision-making. Let me now refer to the Science, Innovation and Technology Conference and also referring to ICTs. This responds to the need to create a permanent space for political and technical dialogue on high-level topics in order to coordinate actions, share experiences, and improve the quality and effectiveness of policies in the current knowledge society. We wish to strengthen the role of science, technology as a fundamental instrument for structural change, productive biodiversification, modernization, and competitiveness of our economies. The pandemic has shown the importance of science as a basis for decision making. So, under the Costa Rican chair and with high authorities from 15 countries in the region, in May 2020, we held the meeting to respond to the pandemic crisis as of science, technology, and innovation. From the agreements reached then, and after convening the presiding officers in June, the regional cooperation proposal was passed for that conference, strengthening the health and digital ecosystems sectors through articulation of efforts in R&D, the reduction of access gaps, and the use of digital platforms to include 40 million households that have no access to broadband, and to strengthen health system nationally and regionally. We're talking about granting the member states the capability to have better health and pharmaceutical independence through an industrial policy in manufacturing, in health, with strategic partnerships and networks with researchers and academia. I now go into the regional conference on population and development that is organized by ECLAC and UNFPA, the Population Fund. It is a pleasure to let you know that in August 2018, the third meeting was held in Lima, Peru, country that being chair of that subsidiary body. The goals of the meeting were to examine the first regional report on the implementation of Montevideo on population and development, as well as the progress in meeting that consensus by 25 countries. Afterwards, in October of 2019, the fourth meeting of the presiding officers was held there, ECLAC, and the Population Fund brought to the countries the report on the working group and indicators for the regional follow-up of Montevideo. In 2019, at the 52nd session of our Population Fund at global levels, that first regional report was submitted that had already been revised by the countries in the region on the progress vis-a-vis the action program on what was to happen with population and development post-COVID. Now, in October 2020, because of the pandemic, the presiding officers of the Population Conference decided to postpone the fourth meeting until 2021. Therefore, during this period of pandemic, virtual dialogues are being held together with UNFPA and naturally under Peruvian leadership in order to analyze the social demographic status of the countries in the region in view of COVID-19 and the possible impact amongst population groups and their vulnerability. And now take a look at the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am pleased to inform that this conference was created in 2014 with efforts by UNDP in order to improve national policies for social development and international cooperation in that field. In September last year, within the third regional conference that was held in Mexico, the countries approved the regional agenda for inclusive social development as a technical and political instrument, which, through its 4 pillars and more than 50 lines of action, aims at going forward in implementing the social dimension of the 2030 agenda in the region. The 4 pillars are key to eradicate poverty and to diminish inequality in the region are, first, social protection systems that are comprehensive, universal, then social labor policies, social institutionality that may be strengthened, and fourthly, how to go forward towards more regional cooperation and integration. In that third meeting, we also submitted the Social Development Observatory showing the critical nodes in the region. In the current year, with the support of Mexico as chair and the vice presidency from Barbados, Costa Rica, Ecuador, British Virgin Islands, Paraguay, and Uruguay, the conference has performed different activities to go forward in the implementation of the regional agenda towards inclusive development, as well as a discussion venue on the social impact of COVID in the region. This has been very timely, and this year 2 digital collaboration projects were installed. A website to share information on the virtual meetings I've already talked about that puts into the availability of everyone a series of informations in order to inform on what is happening in the implementation of the regional agenda. This year's work will end up with a meeting of the presiding officers scheduled by November next month, where this outcome is going to be submitted with all of the measures adopted by the countries in view of COVID. One of the oldest subsidiary bodies from ECLAC is the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean, created in 1977, and that has become the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The 14th version of the conference was held in Santiago in January of 2020, organized by ECLAC together with UN Women. The conference, chaired by the Chilean government, tackled the autonomy of women during changing scenarios and approved the Santiago Commitment, whereby all countries promised to adopt all necessary measures in order to speed up the effective implementation of Beijing and the regional gender agenda, strengthening architecture on gender, bringing this gender perspective to cross-cut all government levels. The Santiago Commitment shows concrete action to get rid of violence against women, to promote the care economy through designing and implementation of comprehensive systems with counter-cyclic policies with gender as part of it, facilitating the lives of women, reducing the wage gaps, and increasing the presence of women in decision making in order to have a true gender equality. In January, we saw the regional report on the progress of the implementation of Montevideo as a roadmap for the implementation of the regional agenda and SDGs. Now, in face of COVID, in April, ECLAC convened a meeting to inform all ministers and authorities on what was happening for the progress of women together with UN Women. There we saw the participation of 29 countries and a document was submitted called Pandemic COVID Deepening the Care System in the Region. Let me now talk about the Regional Planning Council from the ILPE's Latin American Caribbean Institute for Economic and Social Planning. The 17th meeting was held in Montevideo in August last year. A conference of ministers and heads of planning was held, and there it was concluded that planning needed to change its paradigm in terms of development model, strengthening multilateralism, aiming at the implementation of 2030 agenda. Special mention deserves risk planning. In that meeting, Uruguay became chair together with Argentina, Chile, Cuba, Jamaica, Panama, and Dominican Republic. 24 countries participated in that meeting, and ECLAC brought in a document planning for territorial development and sustainable development. It rendered account of the status of the countries in the region in terms of territories. We heard about this report that ILPE had been preparing for a couple of years, including progress in knowledge management, planning, and public management. The National Observatory on Planning was put at the disposal of all member states, and actually the barometer plan was also part of that meeting. I now go into the Statistical Conference of the America that contributes with the measurement activities in the region and statistical data collection, promoting international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between all national statistical institutes and the regional and national bodies. The 10th meeting was held in Santiago, November 2019. A new presiding officer was chosen, chaired by Colombia, approving the resolution number 11, encouraging all conferences to use the regional portal of SDGs, SDG Gateway, as a knowledge platform between agencies to show what was happening in terms of the 2030 agenda implementation. This gateway was developed by 21 countries in the region under the technical leadership of ECLAC, counting on the support of a supervising committee chaired by ECLAC and UNDP. We also saw the approval of the general law on official statistics for Latin America. This would be a regional model for the production of official statistical data and the functioning of NSAs. The conference started with the formation of 12 working groups for the next couple of years. Likewise, between March and July of the current year, 2020, the network for knowledge transmission of the conference held 14 virtual meetings. And finally, in August 2020, the 19th meeting of the presiding officers of the conference was held. There, the agencies that produce official data were encouraged to take a hold of the best practices in order to strengthen their own statistical operations and the quality of the data. And we warned on the importance that the member states should ensure the necessary resources for the continuity of statistical production, especially during times of pandemic. One of the landmarks of ECLAC has been the conference on aging and the rights of older persons. It was founded in 2012, and it's the only regional body that has to do with aging amongst the population and the rights of older persons. They meet every 5 years to assess the progress, to identify challenges, and to prepare recommendations and priorities in terms of aging. In June of 2017, the fourth regional conference was held in Asunción, organized by the Paraguayan government together with ECLAC. The goal was to examine progress reached in meeting the commitments reached by these countries at the San Jose Charter on the Rights of Older Persons in Latin America and the Caribbean. That charter was approved in the framework of the second cycle of assessment of the Madrid Action Plan. This had been approved in 2012. Thus, and in order to make headway in meeting the declaration between 2018 and 2020, the countries have held a series of meetings with experts for international seminars on aging and the rights of older persons within the framework of the 2030 Agenda, with policies related to the rights of the elderly and the impact that COVID may have precisely amongst that group of persons. All of these activities have allowed to strengthen the technical capability of the countries in view of the challenges brought by demographic change in the region and bringing in collaborative work between the agencies that are in charge of the older persons, as well as trying to strengthen their own protagonism in the implementation and follow-up of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights of Older Persons, the San Jose Charter, as well as other instruments, both international and regional. It's now 15 years since the first ministerial conference on the Information Society. It's a multi-player venue where the countries in the region build a common vision on the use of digital tools for development. During these years, the digital agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean has become a fundamental guideline. We're talking about ECLAC, a conference that was made as a unique space for the development of national policies as well as for regional collaboration. The sixth ministerial conference on the ICT in Latin America and the Caribbean was held in Cartagena in April 2018 with the presence of 23 countries from the region. On that meeting, the countries adopted the Cartagena de Indias Declaration and the Digital Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. Asia, it was ECLAC 2020 under the chair of Colombia. And a main pillar of that meeting was a digital market agenda in the region to expand the digital economy, to strengthen trade and the competitiveness of the region through more regulatory coherence, the integration of infrastructures, the development of digital platforms, cross-border data flow, and trade facilitation. This agreement is about to be concreted in different regional blocks. And in the last conference, ECLAC also brought a document entitled Data, Algorithms, and Policies, the Redefinition of the Digital World. In view of the pandemic, digital technology has proven to be essential tools for social and economic resilience. But in spite of the crisis, we have also seen how there are many pending challenges in terms of access, use, and prices. There are many gaps between the lower and higher quintiles and urban and rural areas in the region. Close to 40 million households don't have internet, and more than 32 million, 46% of boys and girls between 5 and 12 years of age don't have access to remote schooling. In the last few months, we have witnessed speeding up of digitalization and digital transformation. But so that it may be inclusive, the first requirement is to make broadband access to the whole of the population, promoting confidence and safety, strengthening regional digital cooperation, and a digital well-being state. These challenges were analyzed during the high-level meetings on digital technology during COVID that was held in June 2020. At the end of this year, we will hold the 6th ministerial meeting on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, and there we will revise the situation of the region in terms of digitalization, and we will also debate the main challenges and opportunities brought in the digital sector. I'd like now to talk about the progress in the so-called ESCASU agreement that was adopted in March 2018 under the title Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is called the ESCASU Agreement. The goal of this first environmental treaty that is binding in the region is to ensure the full effective implementation of rights of access to environmental information, to the public participation in decision making, and justice, access to justice in environmental matters, as well as the creation of capabilities and cooperation. This has contributed to the protection of the rights of each individual in the current and future generations to live in a healthy environment and towards sustainable development. This is an agreement that values regional multilateralism and shows the priorities and the peculiarities of our region. It is also an essential instrument for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Access rights, as consecrated under ESCASU, are at the heart of the 2030 Agenda, and it is manifest among all SDGs. ESCASU was open to the signature of the 33 member states in the region in September 2018 at UN offices in New York. It already has 22 signatory countries and 9 ratifications. It will enter into force once we reach 11 ratifications. The first meeting of the signatory countries of ESCASU agreement was held in Costa Rica, October 2019, and the second meeting will be held in December of this year under the auspices of Antigua and Barbuda. The Forum of Ministers and High Authorities in Housing and Urbanism in Latin America and the Caribbean, MINURVI, formed in 1992, is the main venue for political coordination and cooperation in topics related to housing and sustainable urban development in the region. In October of 2018, the 27th General Assembly of MINURVI was held in Buenos Aires, Argentina, counting on the participation of 26 member states. They participated in the dialogues on resilient cities, inclusive cities, and urban governance. The follow-up to the commitments adopted in Habitat 3, and in order to tackle the regional opportunities and challenges, we established as benchmark the regional action plan for the implementation of the new urban agenda in the region. At the same time, we saw the Urban Observatory for the training and identification of our methodologies and indicators in order to set concrete goals and to promote the cooperation of the different statistical institutes. Under the chair of Costa Rica, the 28th General Assembly was held in October 2019 in San Jose. The authorities agreed on a roadmap and a draft proposal on a possible declaration of principles on urban development for Latin America and the Caribbean in order to become groundwork for the preparation of public policies, legislations, and national regulation. With this, then, I have rendered account of the subsidiary bodies where ECLAC has the honor of acting as secretariat. All of these subsidiary bodies are the concrete expression of the very wealth of work deployed during this period. You, member states, have worked with us with sharing policies, experiences, contributing to collaborative work between countries, experts, and NGOs. This is nothing but a sample of the importance and value of the regional dimension for sustainable development. ECLAC agencies, funds, and programs are all at your service, the governments, and we wish for regional multilateralism to become a concrete cooperation entity. ECLAC has had the honor to serve as secretariat during these years, and this is an expression of the rich work being deployed during this period. And you, the member states, have worked with exchange of experiences and policies, and you contribute to collective action between all countries, NGOs, and agencies. This is proof of the importance and the value of the regional dimension for sustainable development, where ECLAC agencies, funds, and programs are at your disposal. The governments making regional multilateral action a concrete tool for cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena. Good morning to all. Now we will offer the floor to the representatives of the subsidiary bodies and the intergovernmental meetings, to whom we will offer the floor, allowing them to take 5 minutes each to make a presentation of their agenda and their achievements. We will begin with the Statistical Conference of the Americas. We will offer the floor now to Mr. Juan Daniel Oviedo, who is the Director of the Administrative National Department of Statistics DANE in Colombia. But first we will ask him some questions. If he could please let us know during his presentation which are the priority aspects for the countries of the region to have national statistical systems, more modern and more efficient ones. Also, from a critical perspective, we would like Mr. Daniel to let us know what could be done from the Statistical Conference of the Americas for us to make progress in the regional statistical strengthening and also to have a more effective follow-up of the SDGs. And finally, Mr. Daniel, if you could please let us know if some interaction between the Statistical Conference of the Americas could be improved so that through the different subsidiary bodies and intergovernmental meetings of ECLAC, so that we can in this way contribute to achieve these objectives. Now you have the floor. Well, good morning to all of you, and I would like in the first place send my greetings from Colombia and specifically from Manizales in the coffee area. We are participating as a National Statistics Office DANE as chairs of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would like to greet particularly the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, Rodolfo Solano, and all the team. And of course, greet very especially the honorable ministers that are with us and the honorable chiefs of delegation that participate in this important session. In the first place, we would like to underscore that the Statistical Conference of the Americas is conceived as a body to foster, to strengthen the capacities of our countries to generate statistical information, a statistical information that has quality, objectiveness, and that is rigorous. But in the framework of this session, this aspect of quality of the statistical production of a region so diverse and with so many inequalities, as has been pointed out so many times by ECLAC, this aspect of quality is not only based on rigorous work and the objectiveness of the statistical production, but also depending on whether it is pertinent or not. So in the Statistical Conference of the Americas, all the statistical offices are committed so that the improvement of our capacity helps us guide policies promoting equity in our countries and in the region, so that the public policies based on statistical information that we produce can be sensitive to the gender approach. Likewise, so that we can guarantee that public policies are inclusive and don't leave anyone behind, and also have statistical information helping public policies that can serve all the citizens in their countries, as is the purpose of the SDGs. In that scenario, the biennial program 2020-2021 of the Statistical Conference of the Americas has decided to turn the conference into a catalyzer for the development of innovative strategies where the statistical production is not only focused on the National Statistical Office, but on what we call national statistical systems, with a broad participation of the private sector and of the civil society, as has been mentioned in the ECLAC session. This joint work with the private sector and the civil society will help us have administrative records, and then we will be able to have, for instance, statistics on gender, integrate the big data for have a greater focus of our production of information, and also have satellite imaging to guarantee focalized statistics and disaggregated statistics that will allow us, as we said, to produce quality information and pertinent information. Amongst the priorities that we have in the conference, we want to promote the consolidation of the national statistical systems. We want them to be modern and updated, as we pointed out in the 10th conference, where all the member countries got ready to create 11 working groups with subjects that would allow us to interact with all the bodies, conferences, and commissions that that have been pointed out in the previous report by the Executive Secretary. Besides sharing experiences and fostering capabilities, we want to get ready to work on those 11 subjects. We want to focus in one outcome that will promote the cooperation with the Caribbean countries, and something that will allow us to close the statistical production gaps that we have. We want to be ready for future challenges of the production of data, like management of data, subjective measurements that will allow us to get ready to have a very robust set of informations to change the model discussed in the second session of this 38th session. We would like to say that in the framework of the 2030 agenda, the Statistical Conference of the Americas has become a fundamental tool to foster the development of the 2030 agenda and to promote an adequate monitoring of the SDGs. This means, as mentioned by Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, that the Statistical Conference of the Americas has had a very dynamic relationship with the other subsidiary bodies, not only of ECLAC, but of the United Nations system, to guarantee that we strengthen statistical production in legal frameworks that, as was pointed out already, in the 10th Statistical Conference of the Americas, we approved the generic statistical law, through which the national statistical offices not only coordinate national statistical information, but will recognize the legal existence and the independence of these offices in our countries. And this is the reason why in the 19th meeting of the Executive Committee of ECLAC, in the framework of the pandemic of COVID-19, we developed virtually with the leadership of Rolando Campo as chief of the Statistical Division of ECLAC, to whom we want to deeply thank him and his team for the organization of that meeting. We established the utilization of knowledge network as a platform for all the countries that will allow us not only to learn, but to innovate in the statistical production that our countries need. And as mentioned by Mrs. Alicia, to strengthen the use of the SDG Gateway as a means to foster for capacity enhancing, to decrease the gaps and to improve the results of the 2030 agenda. I apologize for taking more time, but we are committed to make the Statistical Conference of the Americas into a platform that will allow us to face the technological challenges, the human challenges implied by this important development agenda, like the one stated by the Executive Secretary in the framework of this session, something that will help us build a new future, a transformative recovery. And we are certain that the statistical information will be key to face the important challenges that the region of Latin America and the Caribbean face. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Juan Daniel Oviedo, as chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And very important, the use of, for example, satellite imaging. Thank you for your valuable intervention. We will continue. Now it's the turn of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, presided by Mrs. Antonina as Minister for Women and Vulnerable Populations of Peru. Madam Minister, if you allow me, we would like to ask you the following question to stimulate the discussion, in the sense of what would you improve from the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean? What would you improve to have a better impact upon the recovery, the reconstruction of the region and the achievement of the SDGs? Also, Madam Minister, how the regional follow-up of the Consensus of Montevideo on Population and Development could contribute in this sense? And finally, how can we promote a better interaction between the different subsidiary bodies and the intergovernmental meetings of ECLAC? Madam Minister, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, high authorities, ministers of the different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, members of the United Nations systems and intergovernmental bodies, distinguished representatives of the member states and associate states of ECLAC. In the first place, I bring the warm greetings of the President of the Republic. It is an honor for Peru as chair of the Regional Conference on Population of Latin America and the Caribbean to be a part of this 38th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations, and to share our strategic vision regarding our role from the chair of this conference in the middle of the crisis posed by challenge of the COVID-19. The Consensus of Montevideo is an intergovernmental agreement, the most important one, regarding the development of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is the basis of the action program for the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean after 2014. That instrument becomes very relevant in times like the current times, where we are facing this big challenge of the pandemic and the impact that this crisis have on vulnerable population. It is undeniable that the issue of violence against women, I am asked not to use the mask. I will make an exception to the discipline that we have in Peru regarding the use of mask, always to respect social distancing and to wash our hands. This is the reason why the crisis in Peru has shrunk a lot, and I'm taking off the mask just for a moment. Thank you to the discipline of our fellow citizens. Really, we feel that there has been an important reduction of contagions and death. Well, I was speaking about violence against women, which in all reality is a pandemic within another pandemic. This social confinement has forced victims to share with the aggressors most of the day. Maybe there are less feminicides in this vulnerable group, but there's been an enormous increase in violence because it is closer, the aggressor is closer to the victim. So we have to take into account also that children are another part of the vulnerable population, and they have been hurt too. Physical punishment has been enormous. The fourth meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development that should have taken place in October of this year, given the health crisis in our region, the presiding officers have decided to postpone it until 2021. But given the contingency, the conference has shown an immediate response with an innovative perspective to start virtual dialogues that are taking place currently with the support of our dear institution, ECLAC, playing its role as technical cooperation role, and UNFPA, the help of UNFPA. Which will be the impact for our population given the Montevideo Consensus and our purposes for this year? The compliance of the consensus measures of Montevideo becomes much more necessary because we have to strengthen the mechanisms of follow-up of the implementation. This should be a priority, not only to provide effective and timely responses to the difficult situation, but also because the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus is fundamental to reach the SDGs, to achieve the SDGs. And finally, it is fundamental to build what we all want here as we speak today, in this virtual session. What do we want? To build societies that are more equal, more inclusive, that are more resilient vis-a-vis pandemics. We want to be able to overcome this difficult situation. We want to overcome the climate change and so many challenges we are facing today. The structural causes that have left behind many in this crisis have to be approached without delay if we want to recover quickly and better. This is why the Montevideo Consensus is a tool that is very powerful to facilitate joint work with other regional agencies so as to reach deeper changes. The Regional Conference on Population and Development has been working in this direction and has been consolidating throughout this year spaces of joint work, spaces for different subjects, and working together with other subsidiary bodies of ECLAC. We can see this in the synergies that we have, the Montevideo Consensus and Strategy for the Implementation of the Gender Agenda, or with the Statistical Conference of the Americas to strengthen technical assistance to the National Statistical Institutes, for instance, regarding censuses and vital statistics. These synergies between subsidiary bodies should be intensified even further in the future, given the complexities of this scenario, socio-demographic scenario of the region, now that we have the health crisis. Certainly, joining efforts in the implementation of the different regional and global agendas is fundamental to create a network of international commitments, institutional commitments, and multilateral also, that will allow us to make progress constantly in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, and let us try to avoid, and I think in that way we will be able to achieve this. Let's try not to go backwards. We are aware of the challenge of the pandemic for the well-being, the rights, the health of everyone, but I would like to stress the participation of women in this pandemic. Historically speaking, when we have had complex problems regarding food, for instance, women organizations have been there to solve the crisis. In Peru, we have had in crisis situations, for instance, breakfasts, milk classes. And today, in every corner of our more vulnerable regions, we have spontaneously groups of women organized in what they call these popular kitchens. They cooked without wood, with the consequences that has in these situations. We are fighting so that every one of these kitchens has better conditions to be able to provide the food that our children and women need. We are working in cooking to help solve the crisis. So we have to turn this crisis into new opportunities that will allow us to pave the path towards recovery, but now not to a recovery towards a deeply unequal society. Let us recover equality, because inequality has something that has struck us further with the pandemic, and now there's more evidence of the enormous gaps. Let us build societies that guarantee human rights, that protect the dignity of all persons. And I will conclude by hoping that we continue to work in a harmonic way to take care of our fellow citizens, I would like to express the will of our government, the Peruvian government, to continue to bet for the Montevideo Consensus in the framework of a 2030 agenda for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
A usted, señora.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Minister, first of all, for this inspiring and powerful message. We must continue to support the Montevideo Agreement in order to empower women and to reach true equality. I am now honored to offer the floor to Harold Robinson, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Population Fund from UN, and he is sharing the organization of this conference. Allow me to give the floor then to Mr. Harold Robinson.
Dándole la bienvenida.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to greet you. I also greet Ms. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, our dear Alicia, representatives of member states, the chair of UN Population Fund, and representatives from civil society. It is indeed a pleasure to greet you and on behalf of UN's Population Fund. And I thank you for this brief presentation that I am allowed to bring here on this 38th session of ECLAC. I wish to congratulate you, the organizers and the presiding officers for what is here conducted. I think this has been a very, very fruitful meeting. We are following carefully the work conducted as our mandate says so. The agreements that have been held in the framework of UNFPA are part of the work we usually conduct, and therefore the Montevideo Consensus has now strategic importance, and it will directly contribute to the new development project in the region that aims at reactivation with equality and justice. This is still the most advanced intergovernmental agreement in the world, and we're very proud of it in terms of population and development. And its manual is indeed excellent in assisting the preparation and drafting of public policy in view of the pandemic. The pandemic has shown the tremendous inequality in the region, as well as the culture of privilege. Women, indigenous peoples, Afrodescendants, migrants, people with disabilities have all suffered even more from the blow of inequality during the pandemic. We have the informal economy, so people have lost their jobs. Many, I'd say millions, have gone into poverty. We see with deep concern these backstepping events, especially in things where we had already made headway. For example, maternal mortality. We are concerned about the health, sexual reproduction rights that have been suffering. We have also seen the expansion of HIV and other transmissible diseases. But this is really a very serious problem. We are now encouraging the governments in the region to protect the most vulnerable sectors, boys, girls, adolescents, youngsters, granting funds to the programs that protect that group of population. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Harold. It is indeed a pleasure to have you amongst us. I know that you held dear affinity with this country, and I know that you're in Panama, but we're very proud to have you here with us. Thank you. I thank Mr. Harold, General Director of UNFPA for Latin America and the Caribbean, and for your comments and contribution, bringing us the very important work being conducted. I was drawn to something mentioned, which is a triste, a sad reality of what's happening with our young girls in the region. Indeed, it's something that our countries must pay heed to, because there are social and economic consequences that are tremendously serious, especially for the well-being of the next generation. I now will give the floor to the Development Committee from the Caribbean. Andrew Foy is at the head of that. He is the Prime Minister on Finances from the British Virgin Islands. We had wanted to reflect on the role of that committee, and that it receive the aid and resources that they may need, and they will be hearing about the progress in view of pandemic. Prime Minister, you have the floor. Welcome.
Honorable Christian Newman Fernandez, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, Ms. Alicia Orsina, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to address this segment in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee of ECLAC. This constructive discussion on the respective roles of the subsidiary bodies of the Commission in supporting the recovery of the region and in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals is taking place at a pivotal moment when the United Nations is celebrating its 75th year promoting peace, development, and human rights across the world. When we in the sub-region are commemorating the 45th anniversary of the establishment of the CDCC, a forum uniquely Caribbean within the ECLAC family. The committee was established in 1975 to strengthen economic and social cooperation and integration among the other countries of the Caribbean and with the wider Latin America, to facilitate the sharing of information and experiences among its membership, to support the shaping of common positions and strategies on economic and social issues among Caribbean nations, to enhance Caribbean relations with third countries, and to create opportunities for the countries of the sub-region to jointly present their interests and concerns to key international forums. These fundamental objectives remain more relevant than ever if we are to succeed together in achieving transformative recovery and development in the Caribbean. Cooperation, integration, and solidarity among nations of the Caribbean and Latin America are the key to finding our way forward. Over the last 4.5 decades, the CDCC has contributed to the sub-region's monitoring and review of implementation of vitally important development platforms, notably the 2030 Agenda and the Program of Action on the Sustainable Development of Small Island Developing States. It has also served as a forum for the consideration of issues of pressing concern to Caribbean countries, such as promoting growth and economic diversification, addressing the public debt burden, promoting disaster risk management, and financing resilience in the face of the increased frequency and intensity of hurricanes, on strengthening social protection and building technological capacity for increased innovation, and on pursuing sustainable development with a people-centered approach giving due attention to the needs of vulnerable groups, including older persons and persons with disabilities. The CDCC also celebrates the rich diversity and plurality of its membership, which encompasses the 16 member states and 14 associate members of the English, French, Spanish, and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. The committee uses its convening power to prepare the countries of the sub-region for participation in broader regional dialogue in such areas as gender, statistics, population, and sustainable development, ensuring that there is always a unique Caribbean perspective in the decisions and outcomes of important regional forums. In this, the committee's engagement at the sub-regional level fosters the participation of other intergovernmental regional organizations in the Caribbean, including the Caribbean Community, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Association of Caribbean States and the agencies, funds and programs of the United Nations system in the sub-region, as well as representatives from academia and civil society. This year, considering the multi-dimensional impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean. The member countries of CDCC have met virtually since April to urgently address the specific needs of the sub-region, share experiences while identifying common solutions through a series of ministerial dialogues with ministers of finance, planning, and social development, as well as those responsible for gender and women's rights. More recently, the 28th session of the CDCC held in September of this year gave focused attention to the session of the CDCC held in September, gave focused attention to the impact of COVID-19 on the sub-region. Leaders and senior decision makers across the Caribbean addressed again the urgent need to advocate for a new international financial architecture that provides access to concessional funding, including debt relief, to support our highly vulnerable, heavily indebted country, or middle income status notwithstanding. As was so well articulated during the Caribbean session yesterday, urgent intervention is needed to ensure that the liquidity crisis the sub-region currently faces does not become one of solvency as countries manage the fallout from this unprecedented event. We will also need the solidarity of our neighbors and international partners to support economic recovery post-COVID-19, to implement new strategies to strengthen our resilience to negative external shocks by investing in resilient health systems and diversifying our tourism products, by promoting greater equality in access to education at all levels through expanded ICT infrastructure. The British Virgin Islands is honored to serve the sub-region as a member of the Bureau of the CDCC during these challenging times. Under the leadership of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the chair of the committee, the British Virgin Islands joins Dominica and Cuba as vice chairs, ready to play an active role in advocating for international and regional support to advance the recovery of the Caribbean post-COVID-19 and to re-energize progress towards implementation of the SDGs and the Samoa pathway. I use this opportunity to call on the leadership of a wider Latin America to join us in true solidarity, to bolster our efforts at recovery, even as we explore opportunities for meaningful cooperation and integration among the countries of our region. During our tenure, therefore, we will seek active engagement with the international community through follow-up on the initiative of the Financing for Development in the Era of COVID-19 and Beyond, jointly convened by Canada and Jamaica and the Secretary General of the United Nations. We will lend our political weight, giving life and voice to the proposals championed by the Executive Secretary for the benefit of the Caribbean. In this regard, the establishment of the Caribbean Resilience Fund to secure low-cost, long-term financing to facilitate investment in adaptation projects and green industry for resilience building is especially urgent. We also strongly support the establishment of a new sovereign debt restructuring architecture, which would allow middle-income countries in the sub-region facing financial distress or approaching default because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce and renegotiate their outstanding debts with creditors so as to ease liquidity constraints. The inclusion of hurricane and pandemic clauses as part of new borrowing arrangements for Caribbean countries, whether with private and public creditors or with international development partners, is also vitally important. It is our hope that the CDCC will become increasingly a voice that conveys the collective interests and needs of the entire Caribbean through closer collaboration with other intergovernmental organizations of the sub-region and through more active engagement with the other subsidiary bodies of the Commission. For example, we look forward to further strengthening partnership between the CARICOM Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians and the Statistical Conference of the Americas, so as to enhance data capacity in the sub-region. The Caribbean continues to face challenges in this area, and there is much that we could do together to strengthen statistical infrastructure. Now more than ever, our sub-region will need robust data to guide evidence-based decision-making as we chart our path to recovery post-COVID-19. The committee also looks forward to continued strong engagement with a forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development, which has already contributed significantly towards providing a framework for the Caribbean's monitoring and assessment of implementation of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, we welcome the collaborative support of ECLAC and the wider UN system with voluntary national reporting on the part of individual Caribbean member states. We also look forward to advancing implementation of the recently adopted CDCC decision on the SIDS mechanism for sustainable development, which will support the Caribbean's participation in and reporting to the forum, while fostering strong linkages with other sub-regional bodies and development partners in order to facilitate the sharing of lessons learned, best practices, including through SIDS, South and triangular cooperation to promote recovery, resilience building, and sustainable development in the Caribbean. Finally, the British Virgin Islands, on behalf of the associate members, wishes to express our appreciation for the demonstrated commitment shown by the CDCC towards ensuring a space for the active participation of associate members in the work of the committee. We face the same constraints for sustainable developments as the member states of the sub-region. The CDCC therefore will be more inclusive and effective in its regional response to Caribbean development challenges when it maintains practical and meaningful engagement with the associate members, advocating similarly for us in the other subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, so that no country is left behind. For this, we are truly grateful. The Caribbean needs to make its voice heard. Let it be one clear voice. The CDC will continue to do its part. Chair, I thank you, and it has been my pleasure.
Watch the camera. You're going to take a picture.
Much, Premier, but more than that for your report, but more than that for your leadership on your chairmanship of this committee. I fully agree with you that more than we need in our region is to strengthen the synergies among all the subregions and bodies And thank you very much for your work and your words. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir. And I now continue with the presentations on the regional conference on Latin American and Caribbean women chaired by Chile. And this will be provided by Ms. Elizabeth Gomez from Argentina, Minister of Women, Gender and Diversity from Argentina. You have the floor. It's a pleasure to host this meeting with your presence. I'm sorry, but there is a problem with the audio. She is expressing her greetings, but the audio is showing too much trouble.
Chile para el fortalecimiento de la democracia que también nos hace.
I will still try. The speaker is saying that as elsewhere, they are also facing the pandemic. We are trying to jointly study the status of different countries, and then we can already start thinking about a situation after the pandemic. I would like to show my appreciation for everything that is being done by ECLAC. In all of these fora, we can see a tremendous consensus in terms of the recovery of our countries with sustainability. In this document, we see the tremendous impact of pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean. Indeed, this is the worst economic and social crisis in the last few years, showing or making evidence of the structural gaps that we have and gaps in inequality. A critical reflection on the strategy to leave this crisis must make us all see this pandemic not as an isolated event, but something that has hit all of us, the whole world. We need public policy that will truly face these challenges. And ECLAC has shown the differentiated impact of the pandemic and how this attacks women more than any other group of our population. So our states must adopt different policies to face these challenges. We see the recommendation of a comprehensive care system that is led by the government and by the states. We see that what has also been shown is the great weakness of the care system in the region. Bold measures are needed in order to improve social protection. Undoubtedly, this is one of the top priorities we're facing. The dialogue of foreign ministers and all of the panels have been talking about the recovery from COVID. They have also made the same diagnosis, underscoring the need for policies in order to face the impact of pandemic with a new paradigm, so as to go forward with the structural reforms towards a more inclusive and more just societies. We should not use the crisis as an excuse for what we have not done, but to see it as an opportunity for new transforming strategies and actions so that we may see all persons exercising their rights, especially the rights of women and girls. The consensus reached in the Regional Conference of Women make it evident that a roadmap is needed to have new laws on substantial gender equality. We know that the Montevideo strategy was approved. It aims at the implementation of administrative, judicial, legislative change in order to ensure the human rights and autonomy of women in our region. This is indeed an ambitious document with precise information on the obstacles we face to reach that goal. And then there are concrete actions that our states may adopt in order to close the gender gap in our countries. In the 14th conference, held a few months ago, the region agreed that we must return to the strategy in facing modern challenges. Unfortunately, some of these challenges have been made more serious because of the pandemic. We have received many questions on the building back of the region and building forward the region. We do have recommendations that were submitted by the ECLAC's document in terms of actions to be adopted in helping the recovery. Now, what did we agree in Santiago at the beginning of the year? To promote free access to health, including sexual and reproductive health service that is easily accessed and available to all women in their own diversities. We also wish to encourage more representation of women at all levels of decision making. Measures to be adopted also to ensure gender equality on the job and access to all fields and all sectors. And naturally, in terms of labor equality, the wage gap is another issue that must be solved. We must also consider the job that is conducted by women on homes, household care made by women. We must take a look at the gender perspective with human rights focus. We know that state, market, family must all be involved in these endeavors. We must have universal quality utilities and services that will be of the same standing for men and women. We must also take a look at what's happening with migration, because women, migrants, are suffering a great deal. We must take a look at all of these commitments taken up by our countries in solving the gender gap. I know that the measures are ambitious, but we still must promote them and take them to fruition. And this leads us to a second element that also has to do with the work of that commission. The commitments taken on in Santiago must be implemented by different institutions. There ain't the challenge to have more articulation and international cooperation. Now, in the current crisis, we must foster dialogue between different specialized fora. We cannot work isolatedly and in compartments. No, we must deal with all of the fora, all of the instances where policy is decided on. This is indeed a very complicated crisis. Regionally, we must reinforce the ongoings of the Commission, and we must also reach a full integration and cooperation. The commitment we took up 25 years ago in Beijing, having to do with gender, is now become even more important and firmer. Gender equality is indeed a must. I invite you all to continue working together. And once more, I thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel.
Muchísimas gracias, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that report, but especially for that inspiring message and also with the strategic guidelines regarding what we have to do. I fully coincide that an agenda of gender equality and empowerment of women has to be ambitious per se, because otherwise it doesn't help us. We have to be ambitious to continue to make progress, to continue with a positive spirit to face the challenges and to improve the situation. Thank you very much. I would like now to move to our next comments. From the Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women, and I would like to welcome Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much for being with us and welcome. Thank you very much. It is an honor for me to be with you today with my dear friend Alicia Bárcena, con Elizabeth, and with all of you to speak some moments about the importance of gender equality and the importance of the Regional Conference on Women, which has been a hallmark this year. I think it was the last big conference that was in person, enjoying at ECLAC and having all the governments together, the civil society, the private sector, and holding those wonderful meetings that we used to have that seem to lag behind. The commitment of Santiago is a fundamental instrument, that tool that we will discuss again in March, where our region stresses again that modern vision, that systematic vision, and that progressist vision of how we have to move forward with gender equality. We believe that COVID-19 that came after the regional conference inspires us, as Alicia said, to work and to double our efforts, because this pandemic has had enormous consequences for women, affecting them in a disproportionate way, evidencing the lack of opportunity, the differences that women have in our region. Therefore, we invite the governments to take the commitment of Santiago as a guideline, and also the document it presented in the regional conference, which precisely at ECLAC we spoke about changing economic scenarios, and all these scenarios have changed for women in this region due to COVID. So I would like to invite you to turn this commitment into a life commitment, to go to the global meeting in New York with the flag of equality and non-discrimination, and placing women in the center of economic recovery. So in that way, to make progress regarding how women can join the labor market and in order to support the economic recovery. And finally, I would like to point out a document that we have produced together with ECLAC on care. We believe with Mrs. Alicia and our technical teams that the big obstacle that the Latin American women have to work is a lack of national care systems. Therefore, it is important to promote them. It is important to realize that this is a small investment of the GDP that has a return with a threefold dividend for families, for the community, and for the country as a whole, because it allows women to have the possibility of working, and also it allows to create jobs for those who care for. Thank you very much. I know I have a very short time, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you very much, Maria Noel, for your words and for your report. And truly, it is inspiring, but inspiring your work and the message that you give us from the pandemic. We won't come out alone. We have to come out of it together. But overcoming it requires the participation of women, of course. And these are the avenues that we have to pursue. Thank you for your commitment and your work. And now we will go on to the report of the Committee on South-South Cooperation. The introduction will be done by Ambassador and dear friend Rita Hernandez Bolaños, Director of International Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. And we wanted to ask Ambassador Hernandez which are the contributions suggested by the committee to have an impact upon the reconstruction of the region and the achievement of the SDGs. We already had an interesting meeting of the South-South Committee, but we would like to hear these perspectives from the Ambassador Hernandez. So I welcome you, and you have the floor. Welcome.
¿Se me escucha, señor viceministro?
Can you hear me? Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here. You have the floor. Can you hear me? Okay. I would like to thank Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. We thank Cuba, and we thank the countries, the different countries. We thank for the contribution and the ideas of all, and as new chair, we will take them into account. We assume with commitment the work of the committee for the next 2 years. Also, we want to recognize Argentina, Cuba, Mexico, Jamaica, and Peru for the disposition and willingness to work hand in hand with us in this challenge. The resolution of the South-South Committee mandates the committee to hold an extraordinary meeting to try to improve its work, including structural changes. This reflection shows the relevance of the South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we need to enhance our scope of action. The COVID-19 pandemic worsens the gaps and deepens the challenges our countries face and affects the more vulnerable populations. Today, more than ever, it is necessary to continue to look for more comprehensive models for development, taking into account its multidimensional aspect, to have grounds to measure development. This should allow us to reach more resources. We need to reestablish our priorities to undertake the new path of cooperation. We need to go beyond what is traditional, taking into account how heterogeneous our region is. It should allow the reconstruction of a region with equality and inclusion, a recovery process based on environmental sustainability, strengthening of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and promoting the digitalization for the transformation of the productive and governmental sectors of the region. In the path of the conference, a hallmark that allowed us to establish the pertinence of the triangular and South-South cooperation, and through the possibility of improving our technical capacities, I would like to point out some ideas that are included as urgent actions to approach the problems of the region. We need to be together to check the graduation, to reflect the inequalities and structural gaps. We need to take advantage of the crisis to develop green economy, circular economy, and digital economy. We need to strengthen regional public goods concept to foster the possibility of discussing the different options and points of view regarding the priorities of the region and establish common strategies in order to face the regional problems, to consolidate a partner's position and to learn from each other, to create mechanisms for access to cooperation plus new systems of horizontality in addition to North-South cooperation, and also reflect about the implementation of triangular cooperation, to have flexible tools and to reestablish priorities, to foster initiatives to, if possible, eliminate graduation in times of pandemic. We will continue with the initiatives of the Cuba chair, facilitating the exchange of knowledge regarding the priorities of the region. This cooperation allows to take advantage of comparative advantages that each partner involved can contribute with, given the inherent characteristics, so all the parties will benefit from this through exchange, through a horizontal exchange of good practices. The South-South cooperation allows to learn and share learning with countries that have similar development challenges and adapt those solutions of a problem to the conditions of the other country in an efficient and sustainable way. At the same time, it is an effective means to comply with the SDGs. It is necessary to continue to work on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are establishing national mechanisms for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the achievement of the goals. The work was started by Mexico and was continued by Cuba, and we will continue to work along those lines. Based on the premise that development has a social component, economic and environmental component, we shall foster coordination and a dialogue with other regional bodies, with the different regions of the world, and with the subsidiary bodies of CEPAL, of ECLAC. The synergies in this reality are fundamental. As we have already expressed regarding our vision of the presidency, we want it to be transformative. So all the progress made will be very helpful to us. We know we are not starting from scratch. Efforts have begun, and we will continue with them from our chair, and we will strengthen their benefits. We hope to create paths allowing innovation and actions to respond to the needs of our countries. We also believe that in all the subjects that we will approach, our joint position is essential to attain the goals. And also, we want this forum to have a broader margin of action. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rita Hernandez. We would like to offer the floor to the Regional Council for Planning of the Latin American Caribbean Institute for Economic and Social Planning, ILPES, by Mr. ECLAC Alfred, Director of the Planning and Budget Office of the Presidency of Uruguay. Welcome, please. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. Good morning to all. I would like to send my greetings to the different delegations of the member countries and participants of the 38th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and especially my greetings to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena. In the first place, allow me to congratulate Costa Rica for assuming the presidency of the chair of ECLAC in the next 2 years of the sessions. I will use this time to present some ideas that have been discussed already in the Council, and I believe it is pertinent for the difficult moment we're living due to the pandemic, and it is our duty to move towards a recovery once this health problem begins to disappear. We have an intergovernmental action to carry out. We have mandates, the Regional Council. From the Regional Council, the authorities should be able to exchange, amongst other subjects, and basically the challenges of planning, how to strengthen the quality of public management, and how to strengthen the initiatives of triangular cooperation and other cooperations. The subsidiary bodies generate the space to strengthen multilateralism and cooperation, and also amongst regions. And between, for instance, us and Europe and Asia, Latin America and the Caribbean needs cooperation, needs to respond to national challenges, and at the same time, it needs to integrate public goods at national and regional level to provide an adequate answer to the complexity of the world in which we live, more evident today after the appearance of COVID-19. In that sense, the Regional Council of Cooperation must remain as an active forum where we can openly discuss the challenges of planning and coordination of action for the post-COVID recovery, strengthening the coherence of the public policies that aim at growth, policies that must reduce the poverty gap that has existed for decades in the region, and allowing to reduce on a permanent basis and sustainable basis the enormous levels of inequality that exist. This needs sustainable policies in time from a financial point of view, but also policies that focus on the roots of the problem, basically education and health, and not merely the symptoms that we can alleviate through monetary transfers. We need a long-term vision, and both things are fundamental. Monetary help for vulnerable persons conceived basically as not as a solution, but as a palliative action. And in the long-term vision, we need to see how to solve the roots of the problem. We need the involvement of the civil society as well, that proposes solutions and many times knows better, or in general knows better than all of us, the circumstances, experience, and how to solve the problems. Planning is an opportunity for interaction of the social agents and the governments. At level of government, we need an exchange of experiences, and we need to improve management, like results-oriented management, and we need to assess the policies. We need cycles of policy formulation. All these aspects are fundamental to strengthen the capabilities of the governments in public management to approach the new challenges of development as structural gaps and the ones that appear constantly due to world changes. How to face a better physical integration and cultural integration in one country, how to generate a transfer system aiming at development, how can we provide public services so that they reach every corner of the countries and the region, make them accessible, how to allow enterprises to flourish. There are many tasks that we have to embrace. Finally, I believe it is important to strengthen this regional platform, to have instruments that facilitate exchange of knowledge and to exchange our planning efforts. We need the planning observatory and the planning network for public investment. November 12th, we will hold the 28th meeting of the presiding officers of the regional council on a virtual basis, of course, and during that day, we shall discuss in greater depth the experiences of the countries, their visions on the effect of the pandemic and the implementation of the 2030 agenda, as well as the recovery, or what should be the role of planning and policies of territory in the 2030 agenda and in the recovery from this post-pandemic phenomena. We need to discuss about institutions, for instance, we have to check whether the capacity of response to the crisis was adequate or not. Probably it was never adequate. We need to see what we have done to better respond, to recognize what we have done, what was done well, what not. This is an essential part of the continuous learning process that we must have. The effects of this pandemic of COVID-19 on Latin America and the world not only have evidenced weaknesses in our response capabilities, but also we need to adapt protocols to the different situations. No one could foresee how to cover emergency infrastructure or how we design some systems that have been needed. And this has cost lives and has been painful and will continue to cost it because the economic cost of the paralysis that we have had will continue to pay it in the future. It is also true that the world has responded in a record time, and we have faced the logistic challenge of distributing material inputs. We have to become aware of our weaknesses, and we have to be able to respond efficiently to the needs and in a comprehensive way to the social needs, and we need to do that immediately. The response must always be flexible. It has to be pertinent. It has to be adapted to the different situations beyond the transparency that we all need to have in the way in which we allocate the resources. This will be implemented through plans and programs that will be created in a very detailed way because the region will be facing a very important challenge We have a limited fiscal capacity due to the high levels of indebtedness, and this restricts the capacity to obtain new credits. And so we do not have endless resources that we would need, actually, given the circumstances. We need instruments that approach mechanisms to attract private investment in a world with excess liquidity and a region that has growth potential. We need to take advantage of our productive capabilities, and we need a more equitable development between countries, within countries, and between the countries of the region. We need transparent budgeting aimed at results that will be evaluated periodically and without prejudices. This will improve the efficiency of our economies. We need to measure the results and not only the total expenditure. This is a task that should always be a goal for us. We need to do our budgeting facing the challenges of today. We have little possibilities of obtaining resources. As I mentioned before, this is why it is difficult. The 33 countries of the 33 countries of
Muy buenos días a
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To all of you who are joining us from San Jose, welcome, San Jose, Costa Rica, and good afternoon to those of you who are joining us from New York. We are joining you as well from Santiago de Chile and other countries. It's an honor for me to welcome you to this high-level event to present to you the study entitled Afrodescendents and the Matrix of Social Inequalities in Latin America, Challenges for Inclusion. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Epsi Campbell. Good morning, Epsi Campbell, the Vice President of Costa Rica, Alicia Bárcena, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have been working closely all week long. Ms. Natalia Canham, the Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. She will be joining us via pre-recorded message. Harold Robinson, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Population Fund. And Ms. Rocio Muñoz Mayo, who will also be joining us. She is a member of the group entitled Presencia y Palabra, Afro-Peruvian Women. And greetings to all of you who are joining us here in the conference hall and to the rest of you who are joining us remotely through a variety of different virtual platforms. We are very pleased that you could all join us today. In recent decades, we have seen progress with regard to the Afro-descendant population, primarily with regard to the processes of increased democratization in Latin America in the 80s and 90s. Of course, this has been impossible to a certain extent thanks to the mobilization of groups of Afro-descendants. Moreover, these organizations have been able to put their perspective and demands on the public agenda and have also worked closely with actions of governments and international organizations, and we know that the normative frameworks have played a key role as well. However, wide gaps continue to persist in terms of guaranteeing the rights and levels of well-being of the Afro-descendant population. And this study that we are presenting today has been drafted by ECLAC and the UNFPA, and it has provided us with an overview of this population and their rights. And now I would like to give the floor to Alicia Barcena so that she can illuminate us with the results and with more updated information on the current status of Afro-descendants. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you far and wide. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm very pleased, Ms. Epsi Campbell, to see you, and I send you a warm embrace through the remote platform. And you have been such a support. And Adriana Murillo as well, thank you, the ambassador of the Republic of Costa Rica to Chile. So this is a dream that we are seeing come true. I recall perfectly when we met back in San Jose and you did us the favor of requesting that ECLAC prepare this document in order to make visible the situation with regard to Afro-descendant populations in Latin America and everything we know about them. So it's quite an honor for me to thank you for the encouragement and the drive for us to go forward with this. And so this is an excellent perspective with regard to what's going on in Latin America, and it's nice to be providing you with this at the 30th session of ECLAC. So thank you very much. And I would like to briefly speak out on behalf of my team here. We have Paulo Sat, the director of CELADE for the Latin American Center of Demography, and Fabiana Papopolo from the same division, Simone Cecchini, the director of the Social Development Division, and I am very pleased to welcome Isa Bravo as well. She was our director of Social Development, and she is one of the key masterminds of this proposal, this initiative that we are subjecting to you for your consideration today, dear Vice President, Honorable Vice President. I would like to mention today that clearly one of the issues that this study addresses, well, there are 7 key aspects that are addressed under the study. And it's a very comprehensive study. You have it before you, and it's very detailed, in fact, with regard to the information that, of course, is available. And 7 key issues are addressed. First is the regulatory framework for the rights, for the protection of the rights of Afro-descendants, the importance of Afro-descendant movements, organization, and participation. There's information on the demographic context, where this population resides and how many are in this population group, and how visible the issues have been with regard to them. And thirdly, we have information on the access to income, services, and basic infrastructure, and of course, information on inequalities in terms of rights to health, education, and work, and the situation of persons with disabilities, and then the various forms of violence that affect the Afro-descendant population, specifically racism and migration, which have worsened the situation. And of course, we also address the institutional framework and the policies drawn up to fight racism and foster racial equality. And then finally, conclusions, pertinent conclusions and recommendations. One moment. Without a doubt, we have seen that this study, first of all, addresses a key premise, and that is that racism is at the core of the culture of privilege. And we have said this at a variety of different fora, and we will say this once again today, loud and clear, because without a doubt, ethnic and racial inequalities have an impact on all of the rights across the board. And so as a result, this translates into a higher incidence of poverty, greater vulnerability for this population, more discrimination with regard to access to adequate housing, water, sanitation, electricity, and internet, which is a public good today, which it should be, and especially in rural areas. And we know that this group is also more affected in terms of rates of infant and maternal mortality. And of course, Madam Vice President, we know that the rates with regard to adolescent pregnancy are higher than other groups within the region. And today we are facing an interesting dilemma. We have seen that there is increased access to the education system, and this has expanded the years of schooling, but there are still significant lags with regard to education and school dropout rates at the primary and secondary levels for women and young people in this group, and therefore they're worsening inequalities at the tertiary level. There are higher levels of unemployment, specifically for women and young people with lower labor income, and we know that despite this, women and, in addition to that, we see despite the lower employment rates, women and young people have higher education levels, and there are various forms of violence as well. And then racism and xenophobia are further deepening the social and labor exclusion of migrants. And this, of course, has worsened, as we mentioned, because of the pandemic. And what we need in order to address the situation and overcome inequalities are universal policies and affirmative action policies that are sensitive to differences. Now, in the region, of course, we know that there has been recognition that's very important. There has been recognition and there has been significant progress, but nonetheless, we still have many challenges with regard to recognizing and making visible and guaranteeing the rights of this population. And these aspects are key to the democracies in the 21st century. We know that discrimination is part of the legacy of exclusion deriving from the centuries-old practice of slavery, and this persists today. And this has obscured the Afro-descendants' contribution to development. And this relentless struggle and resistance of Afro-descendants has resulted in their historical demands being placed on the public agenda. So thanks to the organizations and the movements of Afro-descendants, it has been possible for the groups to play a fundamental role in adopting regulatory frameworks that recognize and protect their rights. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the International Decade for the People of African Descent clearly provide an opportunity. And that's how we view this as well. We believe this is an opportunity to drive and accelerate the implementation of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, because it's time. It's actually time now to settle this historic debt. Now, we, in fact, in this document, in this report, have documented the policies, regulatory frameworks, and instruments that have been implemented to protect and guarantee the rights of Afro-descendants and to combat racism. And the main international, regional, and sub-regional instruments and agreements have already been ratified by most Latin American countries. In fact, the constitutions of 13 countries already include these and condemn racial discrimination, and 5 actually specifically refer to Afro-descendants, and 3 include the recognition of Afro-descendants as peoples. And this is key. 16 countries have laws against racial discrimination and categorize these as a crime. And it's also key to mention that there has been progress with regard to recognizing the collective ownership of ancestral lands, which is a key element of the demands of these communities. And now we see that this, although slowly, has been gradually incorporated into many national regulatory frameworks, but there's still much to do in this regard. Now, there's something quite interesting that we have to show you, and that is that there's greater inclusion in terms of the self-identification of Afro-descendants on population housing censuses, but still gaps remain in various sources of information for national statistical systems. And here we would like for the Conference of the Statistics of the Americas under the chair of Costa Rica, right? You are the chair of this conference. That's fine. And in any event, we have seen that there are household surveys that actually have included these statistics, at least in 6 countries: Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Peru, and Uruguay. And the report actually refers to this evolution. Evolution in terms of including these statistics and the self-identification. We have seen that there has been significant change and evolution since 1980 to 2020 with regard to including statistics in statistical systems. Today, there are 18 countries up from 2 in 1980. And so that's a significant jump forward. And we expect to have an additional 14 countries adding this type of information to their statistics systems soon. Now, let's talk about demographic information. This provides us with a glimpse into where the Afro-descendants reside. We, for example, are talking about 134 million individuals in Latin America alone. This is quite significant. In fact, 21% of the population. And there's a great deal of demographic heterogeneity in terms of volume and relative weighting among the Afro-descendant population. Most of these individuals reside in urban regions, but still there's a significant proportion in the rural regions. And some municipalities have a significant presence of Afro-descendants. And what is very key is that we have seen that there are historic settlements. So we are showing you here the percentage of the Afro-descendant population in Latin America and what the population estimates are in terms of thousands. I think this is the first time, in fact, that we have seen such a detailed map illustrating where the Afro-descendant population exists. And so what are the problems that this dear population is facing? Well, first of all, poverty and extreme poverty are even more prevalent among Afro-descendants, and the gaps continue to persist even in countries with low poverty levels. Now let's quickly glimpse at this figure. You can see what's going on in Brazil. Here we compare the Afro-descendant population to the non-Afro-descendant population, and we can clearly see that in all of these countries on the figure, there are 6 of them, and those countries are the countries for which we have detailed information. We can see that all of these countries, most of the Afro-descendants have higher rates of poverty and extreme poverty, except for Panama. Panama is the only country where the prevalence of poverty is actually lower among Afro-descendants. And then we see a very emblematic case, which is Uruguay. Now, Uruguay, despite the fact that it's a country with the lowest poverty levels in all of the region, we say that the percentage of Afro-descendants living in poverty is triple in Uruguay than that of non-Afro-descendants. So, and then in Brazil, the rate is 2.2 times higher, in Colombia 1.5 times higher. So clearly this is an issue that we need to address. And then secondly, we have femininity indices of poverty, and they are higher for Afro-descendant households. Here this figure shows once again a comparison of Afro-descendant women in orange with non-Afro-descendant in green. Or the other way around, rather. We see that the femininity index of poverty for women, Afro-descendant women in Brazil, shows that there's higher poverty for women than men. And you can see the figures here with regard to the differences. And this is a problem that persists in the 6 countries for which we have information. We see that there are significant differences in the feminine aspect of poverty for Afro-descendant and non-Afro-descendant households. We can see that the figures are best for Panama, but quite alarming for Ecuador. Now, 1/3 of the Afro-descendant population is vulnerable, very vulnerable to poverty. Now, we here at ECLAC, distinguished vice president, have conducted a very interesting study, in my opinion. Now, we don't really call these the middle class, but rather we call these the middle layers, the middle income layers. In other words, you can see how these income status has evolved in the region, and in these 6 countries, in fact, we have classified these as poor, low income, non-poor, those who are just leaving the poverty behind, and then we have lower middle income, These are populations who remain vulnerable. And then we have intermediate, middle income, upper middle income, and high income. So what are we concerned with? Well, of course, we are concerned with how the first column in each country shows the situation of Afro-descendants and how their situation is worse than non-Afro-descendants. The situation is quite clear in Brazil. 25.6% of the Afro-descendant population lives in poverty. In pink, we have the low-income non-poor, those who are on the threshold, and then lower middle income are also relatively high. So the main gaps as well, we can see these. We see once again 30% of the population is in the low income non-poor group, except for Panama. In other words, so their per capita income is 1.8 times that of the poverty line. In any event, this is a situation that's also verified in Uruguay, where we can see the Afro-descendant population is twice as poor as the non-Afro-descendant. Now here we have information with regard to water access, and this is in basic sanitation. This is key. We have seen, in fact, during the pandemic that the Afro-descendant groups, and primarily those in rural regions, actually both, I would have to say, Afro-descendants and non-Afro-descendants in rural regions have problems. But of course, there's no doubt that the most noticeable gap is located in the urban groups, and that's where we need to have better access to better water, better quality water, because this is one of the key challenges that the region has faced. And with the pandemic, we have seen that it is, in fact, more pertinent. We know that we all need to have access to good quality water for hand washing measures, and clearly we need to make progress in this regard. We have also seen that in rural areas, there are problems faced by the entire population across the board, but we see that the Afro-descendants stand out. Now let's talk about access to racial, ethnic inequalities and internet access. We know that this is a key aspect for social inclusion. For example, 44 million households do not have access to internet in the region, and the gaps are quite significant, specific when we talk about Afro-descendants versus non-Afro-descendants. Let's look at Brazil. We can see that the population age 15 and older with access to internet at home, we see that it's 56% of non-Afro-descendants have access, 35% of Afro-descendants have access. So the gap there is enormous. And in fact, 11.5 points is the difference, 11.5 to 21 percentage points in Ecuador and Brazil, respectively. In Uruguay, more than half the Afro-descendant population has internet access at home. So the gap is quite alarming and needs to be addressed without a doubt, because this allows us to offer remote school or telework, working from home. Let's now refer to the right to health. We see that there are gaps in terms of the exercise of the right to health, and we measure this on the basis of infant mortality and the percentage of adolescents ages 15 to 19 who are pregnant, young teenage women who are pregnant. And here we can see grave disparities between the Afro-descendants and the non-Afro-descendants in green and orange, respectively. Here we can see that the proportion of mortality among the Afro-descendants is significantly higher in all of the countries, Madam Vice President. With the slight exception of Costa Rica, there's much lower rates of infant mortality in Costa Rica, and much lower than the rest of the region. And this is significantly attributed to how Costa Rica has significant access, better access to health. And with regard to teenage pregnancies for women, young women ages 15 to 19, we can see that the percentage of Afro-descendants is much higher. Ecuador actually stands out without a doubt, but in other countries the situation occurs. Perhaps with the exception of Nicaragua or Honduras, where in Panama, where the Afro-descendant population has lower teenage pregnancy rates. However, this is still an issue of major concern to all of us. We have also seen in the report that there's key information, because this is the first time, in fact, ECLAC has been measuring what is going on with the disabled Afro-descendant population in the region. And here we have information on that specific subgroup. We can see that there is a significant gap, and we see that the situation is worse for individuals 60 years and older. Here we can see that there is a higher prevalence of disability among women than there is among men, and they are excluded, generally speaking. Individuals with disabilities are generally excluded, and this refers to Afro-descendants as well. We have seen that there has been success to a certain degree with regard to expanding access to education. There has been a rise in the average years of schooling, and we have seen that the Afro-descendants have fewer years of schooling than the rest of the population. There are a few exceptions. Once again, Panama stands out as an exception, at least from 30 to 64 years of age. We can see that among young people, young Afro-descendants have fewer years of schooling than non-Afro-descendants in Peru, and 1 year gap in Brazil, Ecuador, and Uruguay, and less than 1 year gap in Colombia and Panama. But the problem is that secondary school completion rate is lower among Afro-descendants. Now, we have talked about that on previous occasions. We have talked about the need to overcome this hurdle and make more progress. And here, once again, we can see how, without a doubt, Afro-descendant women in orange, the orange bar, and this is another interesting situation because here we see that they have more years of schooling than Afro-descendant men. Now that's very fascinating. Women have more years in schooling and more access to secondary education. But when we look at access to the labor market, there continue to be significant inequalities, and we see intersecting inequalities here, where young people and women face significant difficulties, more difficulties, in fact, in terms of gaining access to the labor market and in terms of greater income. And this is closely tied with the greater burden of domestic and unpaid care work. Here, the gaps are outrageous. You can see green bar refers to Afro-descendant women, and the orange bar refers to non-Afro-descendant men. So the disparity here is quite significant. And unpaid care work is one of the first steps for young women to poor paid work and work that's not well valued from a social perspective. And we see that there are 15-year-old women working as unpaid domestic workers, and they have significant disadvantages, much more than the Afro-descendant population. Here we have, once again, the intersecting inequalities on this graph, and here specifically, despite the higher education levels of women, there continues to be a gap in terms of access to labor market and low income. And we see that female Afro-descendants have on average much lower income than non-Afro-descendant women and men. So they have the lowest income levels than everyone. And this is key because they, as a result, do not have the necessary economic independence that others have. And also we see that women also have less access or less rates of affiliation to pension systems. And this is yet another expression of the racial inequalities that are structural. Here you can see the information on the affiliates to the pension systems broken down by the 4 different countries and disaggregate in terms of Afro-descendant men, women, and non-Afro descendants. Major violence as well, significant violence with a profound impact on their lives and development is a significant issue here. We can see in Brazil that the homicides of young men aged 15 to 29 by ethno-racial status is 4 times that of non-Afro descendants. In fact, in Brazil, there are violent deaths every 2 hours of Afro-descendants. And here we have more information on misogyny and racism and the link here. We see that domestic violence is key in Colombia and Honduras, and women tend to suffer most from this type of problem. Migration, another issue that we are very much interested in. We know that this is something that exacerbates racism and xenophobia. We have seen that Afro-descendants are migrating to new places. We've seen this in Chile, and as a result of Venezuela, we have seen that Haitians and other Afro-descendants have migrated to different locations, and this is something that is significantly exacerbated, and we have the institutional and the normative frameworks that refer to Afro-descendants as individuals who have rights. That's progress, but we still need to progress more. Now let's refer to the gender perspective that has been incorporated into migration legislation in a dozen countries. We know that you here are an attorney and you're very much involved in this, in advocating for better rights under migration legislation, not just under normative regulations, but institutions as well. Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Uruguay have incorporated an ethno-racial perspective into migration regulations, although there are still well-being gaps between Afro-descendants and non-Afro-descendant migrants, and also when compared to local population, racism and xenophobia render the social and labor inclusion of Afro-descendant migrants more difficult, and this has tended to exacerbate in the context of COVID. Here we have information on institutional frameworks and public policies of the 14 countries that actually have government mechanisms for fostering racial equality or for Afro-descendant affairs. Here we can see that prior to the Durban conference, there were only 3 countries rather, and then once the Durban conference was underway, Nicaragua joined the group, and then after the Durban conference, the total is 14 countries. So this shows that the UN conferences do serve a purpose. So what are we looking for? What are we trying to do? Well, ending racism is a task that corresponds to all of us, and it's central to building fairer, more democratic, and egalitarian societies. So creating government mechanisms is one of the issues that we are very much concerned with and interested in, hopefully to continue working with you hand in hand with Costa Rica, of course, because we are arm in arm. We've been moving forward in this regard, and we think that this is, Madam Ambassador, we have forged a fabulous marriage of efforts. And now we know that civil society organizations have played a key role in terms of advocacy work. And let me provide an example here. When we met back in the 90s, you were a very well-known youth leader of Afro-descendant groups. I will never forget that. And actually think since that point, we have made significant progress with regard to expanding anti-racism policies, affirmative action, community consultations. I will never forget those times, that period, specifically after the 92 Rio conference. And we will never forget how racism continues to be an aspect of the culture of privilege, and we need to move toward more universal policies, or policies that are at least sensitive to differences. And we must address this aspect of the culture of privilege. So thank you very much, Madam President. A warm embrace for you. You are a fabulous leader who has brought us all here together. Thank you very much.
Cosas internacionales y tratando de mejorar el mundo en el que vivimos. Y creo que eso es el mandato de Costa Rica, de ser un punto de apoyo para mejorar.
To improve the conditions of everybody, of course, in our country and elsewhere in the world. Adriana Murillo, the ambassador, thank you, ambassador, for the commitment, not only with this administration and with the human rights and with that very inclusive perspective, and for the work you are doing from Santiago, not only in your bilateral activities, but also in the coordination with ECLAC. Natalia Kanem, from the Population Fund. I'd like to thank you because of your commitment with these topics, and you have made a significant contribution to the region and the millions of Afrodescendants that live here. The High Commissioner of the Human Rights, Mrs. Michelle Bachelet, I'd like to say that with these women, these great women who have done extraordinary things from the institutions they lead, Mrs. Bachelet, thank you very much. She's going to connect through video, but I'd like to highlight her support. Harold Robinson, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, also a national from Costa Rica. He's also an Afro-descendant. This is the regional direction of an agency such as the Population Fund is present, and also as co-authors of this report. And Rocio Munoz, whom I've known for so many years. First, I'd like to thank you and congratulate ECLAC and Alicia. And I want to thank you for the commitment from the time when we were here at my office. We discussed about this possibility and also about materializing something that is wonderful, which is the alliance with the Population Fund. And Alicia said it from the very beginning with the Population Fund. Of course, we will have to be able to go progress, and we will have them as allies, and that happened. So through this message, I'd like to thank them deeply, thank the Population Fund, and please thank Natalia and the work that you have done, Mr. Robinson. I don't think I'm wrong when I say that this document that we've signed is the most robust and serious document on Afro-descendant populations in the region and in the world, because this is the place where Afro-descendants come from in terms of history and in terms of numbers. It is wonderful to read a serious document with accurate information, with analytical perspective, and with a technical background and rationale that can act as the basis for public policy making. But I'd like to say something that you have said it, but of course I'm going to underscore in my role of Vice President of the Republic to thank you on behalf of this administration, President Carlos Alvarado, the country that is actually responsible for the organization. This information we have with this population of more than 120 million people accounts for the available information. You recognize that in the study, but we know that we have a number of challenges that you've also included in the study about collecting more and better information to make it even more accurate forecast about the Afro-descendant population in this region. So this is what we're talking about, the data. I'd like to say a few things very quickly. First, the main pillar of racism as part of the privileged culture, the culture of privilege that goes against human rights of dozens of millions of people, and specifically Afro-descendants, because it's not that the culture of privilege is just one thing. It actually ends the possibility of significant majorities that actually have a guarantee of their rights. Topics that are also at the core. Inequality gaps, they grow with pandemic, and they were historical gaps in the past. The need to drive universal policies, but with a diversity perspective, how they specifically affect the reality for Afro-descendant women. Afro-descendant women, it doesn't apply the fact that whether they study more, they will have a job. No, discrimination and the structure and racism have shown the opposite. These are iron ceilings that you cannot go through to actually be able to break through and progress. Affirmative action as part of this universal policies and the diversity perspective, but with affirmative policies that address problems. And of course, the opportunity of the 2030 agenda of that decade of Durban and the decade of the Afro-descendant populations in terms of poverty and exclusion. We will not end poverty and exclusion in Latin America if we do not look at the reality of Afro-descendant peoples. Of course, we're talking about indigenous populations and other groups that are excluded as well. And finally, genocide and violence. You are providing us with a wealth in this document to work on public policy to turn, well, this is just the presentation, the introduction. There will be enough time, dear Alicia, to go deeper into the analysis, the healthcare challenges, who is doing it better. And I would also like to highlight the fact that the data that we have collected sometimes have a number of biases that may lead us to conclusions that we need to look at very carefully. There are some cases in which populations, Afro-descendant populations, are doing a little bit better, but definitely there may be important under recording. Thank you very much. I believe this is a possibility for us to work seriously with international organizations, with social organizations that have been key, just as you put it, with Afro-descendant women in the transformation what we want this decade of the SDGs. It's either we take the development topics seriously and we do the most profound transformations that are required, or history will not forgive us. Let's do it for the present and future generations. And let's thank the fact that today we have tools like this, which is not only about political discourse, but it is true and serious information and robust analysis of what is driving us to make decisions today, now, for millions of Afro-descendants and Afro-descendant women and young people as part of that very diverse world that we find in Latin America, where we need to see who are the individuals who are really lagging behind to have them hasten that walk, and so that they can actually avoid having societies marked by that impact. But thank you very much. Okay, just one thing. I'd like to say something, and I'd like to thank Harold Robinson and Natalia Kanim, because this is joint work, and I forgot out of nervousness, but excuse me, I didn't mention it before. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President, for the inspiration, Ms. Campbell, for your inspiration to keep on working on this, for this call to fight inequalities. As Ms. Barcena said, it's part of the culture of privilege that normalize these discriminations, and really for sustainable development, we must fight that culture of privilege. Now, we're going to see a video from Natalia Kanem from UNFPA.
Su Excelencia, Epsi Campbell, Vicepresidenta de Costa Rica.
Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell, dear Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, His Excellency Adriana Murillo, Ambassador of Costa Rica in Chile, representatives of the governments of the region, representatives of international organizations and of civil society, colleagues of the United Nations, Afro-Latin American women, all of you. It is an honor and it's a pleasure for me to take part in this 38th period of sessions of ECLAC. COVID-19 reached the region, and just like in the rest of the world, it forces us to resort to new ways of communication and participation, allowing us to stay connected and make progress towards the achievement of the commitments we've acquired. So please receive my warmest recognition and greetings for the work that has been advanced during this periods of session.
UNFPA, UNFPA, to support the efforts of governments in the region to confront the current crisis while we chart the course ahead to build back better and greener and bluer. This requires redoubling our efforts towards a post-COVID-19 recovery. It should be guided by the principles of inclusive development, of equality, and sustainability. We at UNFPA recently met Lourdes, a young immigrant, at a clinic that UNFPA supports on the Colombia-Venezuela border. She told us about the dangers she faces. She fears becoming pregnant because COVID-19 has put her under acute pressure just to survive. And in the face of all of this, she said something that I would like us to remember. In this pandemic, we must unite to know just how strong we are. I couldn't agree more. The pandemic is revealing a stark truth that our human fates are intertwined, that our common fabric remains alarmingly fragile. It has exposed deepened ethnic, economic, social, and gender inequalities. Latin America, and the Caribbean, remaining the most unequal region in the world. Indigenous peoples, people of African descent, persons with disabilities, and migrants experience the deep and persistent exclusion and deprivation among these groups, including children and adolescents, and young people and women, mean that they typically fare worse. And that is why a year ago in San Jose and in Nairobi, we asked, how do we accelerate global action to fulfill the rights of people of African descent who too often are among those left furthest behind in our region? Today, in response to the request of the government of Costa Rica, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and UNFPA, are pleased to present the study Afrodescendents and the Matrix of Social Inequality in Latin America, Afrodescendientes y la matriz de la desigualdad social en América Latina, retos para la inclusión. The study presents solid data, evidence, and policy recommendations to strengthen national capacities, to promote the exchange of experiences in order to advance the recognition, the protection, and the guarantee of the rights of people of African descent. It is our hope that this study will contribute to reinforcing the commitment of states, national and international organizations, civil society, and the general public to fight against racism, to fight against inequality, and to end discrimination. The intersection of gender and race compounds the challenges for women and girls of African descent. They face inequalities in access to health care, invisibility in data collection, and a disproportionate incidence of violence against them. These and other challenges hamper their empowerment, participation, and the full realization and exercise of their rights. Today, we stand at the midpoint of the International Decade for People of African Descent. So together, let us take this opportunity. Let us recommit to focused, concerted, and accelerated action to end racism and racial discrimination. Let us continue our march together towards justice, towards gender and racial equality, and towards the fulfillment and enjoyment of human rights by everyone. Gracias.
Bueno, y después de este mensaje,
Thank you. After this message from the UNFPA, which has talked about the inequalities in the region, we see that the context regarding the pandemic has also changed and changed the situation. We have seen that worsened inequalities exist, and gender inequalities, Afro-descendant inequalities, and inequalities of those disabled. Now we will hear from civil society. As we have mentioned, a great deal of the progress that has made thus far with regard to the rights of the individuals from Afro-descendant groups have been the result of civil society movements and organizations led by Afro-descendants. So we have here today with us Rocio Munoz. Is she with us? So that we can give her the floor. She's a member of the group Presencia y Palabra, Afro-Peruvian Women. You have the floor, Rocio. Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Excellent, thank you. I would like to express my profound appreciation to ECLAC and the UN Population Fund for inviting me to take part in the presentation of this study, which is clearly a significant, relevant, essential contribution that allows us to continue moving forward with regard to the evidence of the situation relative to Afro-descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean. Once again, thank you to the UNFPA and ECLAC for this fabulous contribution, and of course to all of the individuals who have contributed to this publication. I would like to extend a special Regards to the Vice President of Costa Rica, Ms. Epsi Campbell. We have known each other for many years. Alicia Bárcena, the Executive Secretary, the Economic Commission of Latin America for Latin America and the Caribbean. Adriana Murillo, the Ambassador of the Republic of Costa Rica to Chile, Natalia Canem, the Executive Director of UNFPA, Harold Robertson, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNFPA. Once again, thank you for recognizing these significant efforts. Now, without a doubt, two of the key demands of the Afro-descendant organizations and movements in Latin America have been focused on coming up, fostering public policy that will have a positive impact on this population, either specifically or by ensuring that existing policies are appropriately cross-cut and are mainstreamed among other public policies. We know that that is essential in order to identify, map out, and recognize the situation of exclusion and poverty that has an impact on Afro-descendant women and men. And also, we also realize that it's key to include statistics information on these groups for public policy drafting. We believe that there has been significant progress, but it's not enough. A significant number of the countries actually do have regulatory frameworks for addressing inequalities, and many of these have also made progress with regard to institutionalizing aspects relative to the benefits for Afro-descendants. However, mainstreaming continues to be a major issue. We see that many of the mainstreaming these aspects is key, is a basic step that will allow us to foster better rights and the protection of the rights of Afro-descendant women and others. And so that's why we believe it's essential to improve statistics and harmonize these statistic systems and further focus on administrative records. As shown in the study, inequality and poverty continue to mark the experience of women and men, and they differentiate the experience of women and men in the region. Now, in 5 countries for which we do have information, the poverty levels of Afro-descendants actually exceed that of non-Afro-descendants. Now, in that context, women are the poorest. This is extremely serious and really should be something that jumps out at us with regard to the inequality at a policy level. We see that there's no neutral situation in terms of the states, and that's why it's necessary to best understand and mainstream gender and intercultural approaches so that we can make substantial progress with regard to meeting the needs of Afro-descendant peoples, specifically women and children. Now, the study also refers to education data, and the study refers to secondary completion rates, how these are higher among non-Afro-descendants. In that regard, allow me to point out that in the recent census on housing and households in my country in 2017, 11.5% of the Afro-descendant population in Peru has a university education, 11 points less than the white or mestiza population. Now, these data reveal the existence of structural racism as so poignantly pointed out in the report. And in Peru, for example, it's important to mention that the first national survey on perceptions and perspectives with regard to cultural and ethnic diversity conducted by the Ministry of Culture in 2018 points out that 70% of the individuals surveyed believe that the Peruvian population is discriminated. Now, what is the cause? Skin color, physical attributes, and how these are related to crime. Now, the survey also shows that 53% of those surveyed believe that Peruvians are racist and or very racist, but only 8% consider themselves to be racist or very racist. Now, on the one hand, we are pointing out the existence of negative perceptions related to the Afro-descendant population, and this is based on a series of beliefs and prejudices. But also, we have seen that there's recognition of racism, but clear denial of racial discrimination policies, which makes the context even more complex. Now, denying racism and making this normal is something that really needs to be pointed out and questioned. And as a result of this study, we have seen that, well, the study takes on more relevance in this regard. Now, it's also key to mention that in Peru, it is essential to make progress with regard to boosting the regulatory framework to address racism and specifically structural racism. There are two chapters in the study that provide key information from and regarding the civil society. It's necessary to continue following up on the commitments taken on by our states. Moreover, this study is key input for decision makers, male and female alike, with regard to the actions that are implemented specifically in the context resulting from the pandemic and the health crisis that has in fact worsened the gaps, social gaps. We cannot abide by well, we recognize that there is existing information, such as the information provided by the study, and as a result, we realize it's important to continue holding a debate with regard to privilege and power and resources as mentioned under the report. This is the International Decade of Afro-Descendants, and so as a result, this is a context that calls for a series of measures. This is the ripe time. As a result, information is essential for decision makers so that they may make progress with regard to eradicating and bringing down poverty rates that primarily have an impact on the men and women we are addressing here today. We know that there have been commitments stated under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, specifically with regard to leave no one behind. This cannot just remain on paper. This needs to be made a reality and recognize individuals, real people, and their experiences. Black Lives Matter, and this is essential. And this study, as a result, needs to be a considerable key input for male and female decision makers at the state level in our region. Thank you.
Que nos ha recordado.
Thank you, Rocio, who reminded us some of the very important civil society demands, the statistical visibilization, something that has been on the table a few times already in this discussion. Of course, it would be very important to question the denial of racism, as Rocio put it, and also reminding us that even with the needs that we have, this cannot be a pretense to be developed public policies that are sensitive to ethnicity, but also sensitive to gender and the intercultural nature of our peoples. Thank you very much for those reminders. And now we'll offer the floor to Mr. Harold Robinson from UNFPA. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ambassador Murillo. Also to greet Ms. Epsi Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, Secretary of ECLAC. When you speak, you represent me. It doesn't even matter if you mention my name or not. Ms. Flores and representatives of the governments in the region that are taking part in this session period, colleagues from the United Nations system participating in this event, and the members of civil society. Well, first, I'd like to thank ECLAC and for the Costa Rican government and the Vice President herself, and to thank you for the initiative that we were happily invited, because undoubtedly this is a historical event. We believe this report is a report that truly will set a before and after, is a turning point because it's a report that is not a snapshot, but it also tells the story of what's happening to Afro-descendant people in Latin America and the Caribbean. One of the puts inequalities in their historical context uh, with the development of the independent states, and it also identifies the ideological conceptualization of racism, the culture of privilege, and the vindication of indigenous populations and of descendants. Although data are incomplete, and maybe that is the main conclusion. The privilege culture is also resulting the and therefore we need to work more in generating data. The other about women and are the ones who suffer most because of the multiple exclusions that they are subject to. Of course, of course, what are some of the aspects of the report first, because information is key to make the situation visible and to design policies. However, we cannot, we need to care for the quality of those, and we need a more commitment of the governments and the other actors and people from the civil society to generate a corpus of data that will enable us to better assess the situation as well as designing better policy. Second aspect is that there is a framework of, at UNFPA, the regional expression, which is the Montevideo Consensus, the 2030 agenda, and the whole set of international instruments on human rights against racism and all kinds of discrimination. And they should be our roadmap now that we are truly in a situation in which we need to reinvent how we can build our societies. And let me clarify that that has helped us because it has put in this format for Latin America that in order to build better after this pandemic. I think the other key aspect of the publication is that it shows the capability of the political organization of the Afro-descendant population, and because they've been an actor that has put the subject on international agendas and also the national agendas, and how this capability needs to be strengthened. And in terms of what we can do, and it's quite clear. This is around 2020. The COVID gives us some period because progress has been made in data collection about ethnicity and race, but it talks about the need to make more progress and to go beyond and to deal with administrative records in health care and education and these kinds of statistics. This lack of information is also a manifestation of racism because it creates invisibility and it feeds denial. The second item, in terms of poverty and the need to adopt affirmative action to make sure that there's focus on these populations. And that's something that had not been done before, which is to show it is hard to pronounce this the demographics of the population and the inequalities related to in the different territories. That is showing in the end that women are at the base of this pyramid in the region. From the point of view of the UNFPA, we see these topics with concern, but with responsibility because it's the subject that we are committed to in dealing with the countries from this information of continuing. And the last one is the issue of participation of women, men, and all Afro-descendant groups to be part of the policies that through universality or specificity that can address this scourge. I'd like to congratulate the team. I'm not going to mention anybody in particular because you're all wonderful. Thank you, Alicia, for this partnering with UNFPA and ECLAC, and the Vice President for her leadership in this task. Thank you, thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, don, por sus palabras.
Thank you very much for your remarks, and thank you for reminding us that we need to work further on the existing regulatory frameworks, and that the next final years of this decade need to truly mark the difference. Also, we know that the next round of censuses will allow us to take specific concrete actions in this regard. And also thank you for reminding us of the importance of this study and how it addresses the diversity and heterogeneity of the Afro-descendant population. This is something that we need to remember and bear in mind with regard to the actions we take. So thank you to all of you for your remarks and your participation. Now I would like to give the floor once again to Alicia Bárcena for some closing remarks. You first or me first? That's up to you. No, I am waiting for you to decide. If you are on your turf. Thank you. I would like to state, Madam Vice President, that I am extremely honored to be present here today with you, with Rocio Muñoz, with Harold Robinson, and everyone else. We are joining efforts, holding hands and moving forward together. And we have done this with the fabulous team here at ECLAC and the Center for Latin American Demography, CELADE, and the Gender Affairs Division. I cannot leave our dear colleagues from that division behind, as well as the Division of Social Development. Thanks to all of you. I would also like to remind you that we need to make an appeal to everyone to ensure that we include the rights and the protection to rights of the Afro-descendants and in regulatory frameworks. And this is the decade of Afro-descendants, so we must urge all of you to take this into consideration. And it's essential to ensure that the inequalities pointed out under this document are made more visible, the problems and the significant major disparities affecting Afro-descendants, and of course to encourage actions, propose actions, including all this in the institutional regulatory framework calls for taking action. We need for women and young people from Afro-descendant groups to directly take part in designing public policies. I believe it is essential and crucial for these policies against structural racism and institutional racism and discriminatory practices and violence to be addressed. And I believe that jointly with the UNFPA, we and led by Harold in our region and joined by the fabulous leadership of Costa Rica, together we can come up with a roadmap, a chart forward for the next 2 years. And let's do away with this iron ceiling that the Vice President mentioned. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. Those of us who will continue moving down this path are here, and we need to provide data, information, more ideas so that all of this can become a reality. So hopefully we will be able to encourage actors, more actors from civil society and elsewhere to join us in this struggle. So thank you very much, Madam Vice President. This would not have been possible without Costa Rica or the UNFPA. Impossible, in fact, it would have been. So we are here to continue working alongside you all. Well, the key goal or topics of the 38th session is rebuilding with equality and sustainably. And thank you for joining us at this high-level event. Let us now give the floor back to the Madam Vice President. Thank you. We know that this is occurred because there are people who are truly committed and institutions with clarity and individuals with knowledge and understanding, and that's the way to really change the world and make a difference. I would like for us to think about the following. A baby of a young teenage Afro-descendant woman, a girl baby who is coming into this world under major distress and difficulty only because her mother is a young 15-year-old who has already made history. So I'm thinking about that baby and her young mother. And specifically thinking about the sibling that baby will have in 2 years' time. We need to make a commitment to those individuals so that those children will not have to face genocide, so that that will not be their fate. In Brazil, for example, we've seen the data, and so that that young child will have the opportunity to choose what she wants to do at age 16, 17, if she wants to be an engineer or an artist, and so that she will not have to replicate the story of her mother, a story of discrimination and suffering. So we, all of us, have to do everything within our reach to ensure that we change their story, their history, and we need to conjure up NGOs, government agencies, private industry, etc. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Adriana. We are all here to ensure that we can actually guarantee that we will provide a much better world for all Afro-descendants coming up behind us, male and female alike. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is all essential for us to make a quantum leap forward in the upcoming years with regard to boosting the conditions and improving the rights for Afro-descendants, for women and girls, but for all Afro-descendants across the board and everyone else who is excluded and marginalized in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for joining us. This event has officially been convened. Thank you.
Leave the event.
Inclusive hay procesos de lo que se llama ahora la longevización de las personas mayores. Es decir, estamos transitando porque sus necesidades van cambiando en la trayectoria de vida. Probablemente vamos a necesitar políticas más elaboradas, más desagregadas en términos de las personas mayores. Pero hoy tenemos de frente la necesidad de hacer una transición institucional, normativa y de políticas muy relevante. Hemos subrayado en la CEPAL que la pandemia puso sobre la mesa las fracturas, las fragilidades de nuestros sistemas de protección social. Y hemos incluso postulado la necesidad de un nuevo régimen de bienestar. El documento que hoy estamos presentando es muy amplio en esta dimensión. Obliga a verse al espejo de la sociedad, no simplemente a evaluar en términos fríos, coberturas, accesos, políticas. Hay un elemento de qué tipo de sociedad queremos detrás de estos debates y consideraciones. Hay un elemento que también me parece de muchísima relevancia, y es que el documento pone el acento en tres aspectos que deben entenderse como prioridades, pero no como una lista cerrada de los requerimientos que las políticas en términos de personas mayores requieren. Uno es sistemas de salud, y entendido no solo como la atención en el momento en que se requiere ir a un hospital. Yo creo que esto pone el acento en que la salud se construye a lo largo de la vida. Y lo que la OPS ha señalado con mucha insistencia sobre los determinantes sociales de la salud cobra una relevancia mucho mayor. Es decir, la mayor vulnerabilidad en términos a la afectación por parte del COVID-19 en las poblaciones de mayor edad tiene que ver también con el hecho de que ha habido un proceso acumulativo de deterioro de las condiciones de salud de la población que terminan cobrando un precio muy alto a la hora de una crisis. O sea, para nadie es un secreto que los procesos derivados de la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión, son procesos que se construyen en procesos largos de la vida y que si no hay una atención adecuada a estos determinantes sociales de la salud, en algún momento no son cobrados. Pero al mismo tiempo encontramos desigualdades de acceso muy grandes a la salud. Tenemos sistemas, Costa Rica es una excepción en este sentido porque tiene uno de los sistemas más universales de la región y un sistema público potente, pero no es necesariamente la regla en el conjunto de la región y de la subregión. Encontramos sistemas muy fragmentados, sistemas muy jerarquizados y una tendencia a la mercantilización que convierte en el bolsillo, en el mecanismo de acceso o no a la salud, lo cual constituye una desigualdad verdaderamente gigante. Por eso la discusión sobre los sistemas de salud que requeriremos una vez pasada la pandemia es fundamental, porque no queremos que el mundo pospandémico sea el prepandémico. No queremos volver al punto donde estábamos y simplemente considerar que este ha sido un terrible accidente o un nefasto paréntesis. No, tiene que ser también, como la Carta de San José, un punto de inflexión. Y es por eso que desde CEPAL estamos planteando los sistemas universales, públicos, desmercantilizados para garantizar el acceso a la salud a todas las personas en todas las edades. Nos parece que esta es una de las lecciones más importantes. Dos más. Uno, la importancia de construir sistemas potentes de seguridad económica para las personas mayores, esto que se llaman las pensiones no contributivas. En el documento se recomienda que estas sean universales. México ya tiene una pensión universal de adultos mayores a partir de los 68 años, la cual está reconocida en la Constitución y tiene carácter no solo universal, sino no condicionado, individual y vitalicio. Hay otras experiencias en la región importantes, como la renta de dignidad en Bolivia, pero es obvio que viene también una discusión sobre la seguridad económica que merecen todas las personas. Y el otro es la crisis del sistema de cuidados. Costa Rica tiene avances importantes en la reflexión sobre el cuidado, en particular cuidado infantil, pero si algo reveló esta pandemia también es la fragilidad y la precariedad de los sistemas de cuidados, que además descansan sobre las familias, y cuando digo las familias es que descansan sobre las mujeres y no en pocos casos sobre las niñas, y por ende la necesidad de construir este nuevo estado de bienestar incorporando la dimensión de los cuidados. Una de las lecciones más graves que ha habido de la pandemia es que los espacios dedicados al cuidado de las personas mayores fueron también en varios países los espacios en donde más personas mayores fallecieron, un asunto sobre el cual hay que reflexionar. Entonces, construir todo esto sobre el enfoque de derechos y en ese sentido resaltar la importancia de que la región cuente con un instrumento que costó mucho esfuerzo conformar, que es la Convención Interamericana para la Protección de los Derechos de las Personas Mayores. Este, sin lugar a dudas, constituye el marco normativo más importante de la región, construido en torno a los derechos de las personas mayores. A la fecha ha sido ratificado por 7 países y nos parece que la pandemia, sus lecciones, sus impactos diferenciados sobre las personas mayores debieran ser un acelerador del proceso de ratificación de este importante instrumento y de su efectiva implementación. No es casual que Costa Rica haya pedido organizar una actividad sobre adultos mayores y sus derechos en el marco de del periodo de sesiones. Tiene que ver con una tradición institucional de este país en este tema crucial y nos parece que si no modificamos radicalmente las instituciones, las políticas, la prioridad de nuevas políticas hacia adultos mayores, no habremos sacado todas las lecciones que la pandemia nos ha puesto enfrente. Muchas gracias y felicitaciones nuevamente a Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias a señor Pablo Llanes, coordinador de investigaciones de la sede subregional de la CEPAL en México, por la presentación del documento titulado COVID-19 y sus impactos en los derechos y la protección social de las personas mayores en la subregión. Seguidamente vamos a escuchar al comentario del señor Christian Curtis, asesor de Género y Derechos de la Mujer de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos en Nueva York. Adelante, don Christian.
Muchísimas gracias. Agradezco en nombre de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos la invitación de CEPAL y el gobierno de Costa Rica para participar de este panel que es pertinentísima importancia. Me preguntaron si podía comentar el documento y me gustaría por lo menos compartir algunos puntos de vista. Gran parte de las cosas ya las han dicho Pablo y Mario, pero bueno, quisiera aportar algunas otras cosas desde el punto de vista de los derechos humanos. Yo diría, mi primer comentario sobre el documento es, me parece un documento muy interesante desde el punto de vista de una mirada interdisciplinaria, porque integra información empírica, una base normativa que incluye tanto una base jurídica, menciones directas a documentos internacionales de derechos humanos relacionados con personas mayores y compromisos políticos como los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Y tercero, la idea sobre esa base de información empírica y una base normativa compartida por los países de la región, recomendaciones de política pública pertinentes. Me parece que esto va un poco en línea de otras respuestas que ha dado el Sistema de Naciones Unidas. El secretario general ha producido varios policy briefs o documentos de guía respecto de temas distintos, los que se ha buscado la voz de saberes diferentes en la organización, y me parece que esto debe que Naciones Unidas aparezca con una voz única, o por lo menos con recomendaciones de política pública coherentes con el propio marco que se da, son sumamente importantes. Así que felicitaciones por esto a CEPAL, es un documento que integra estos distintos elementos. Yo diría, un segundo punto está vinculado con un subrayado particular que hace el documento, que es que la situación de desigualdad de las personas adultas mayores no es una casualidad, no está vinculada solamente con factores de carácter demográfico. El documento es sólido en utilizar los datos que tenemos al respecto del envejecimiento en la región y del hecho de que el envejecimiento se ha producido de un modo veloz en nuestra región en comparación con las transiciones demográficas de Europa y de países en desarrollo. Así que el dato de la mayor esperanza de vida y el dato de la caída de las tasas de fecundidad, entre otros factores, explica el hecho de que en nuestra región va a haber más personas, y va a haber más personas adultas mayores en nuestras poblaciones, y como bien lo decía Pablo, y además esto incluye una diversificación en ese colectivo de personas. Pero además de esto, el documento parte de la idea de que la situación de desigualdad, de discriminación estructural, de desventaja de las personas adultas mayores se deben también a la forma en que hemos diseñado instituciones sociales, partiendo de ciertos presupuestos que hoy en día han demostrado ser erróneos. Así que, primero, una cierta inercia al respecto de pensar que nuestras sociedades iban a permanecer demográficamente como lo habían sido en los años 40, 50 o 60, digamos, con la idea de que iba a dar un cierto crecimiento lineal, y bueno, los datos demográficos nos están dando claras evidencias al respecto de que esto no era así. Pero segundo, yo creo que en términos a la forma de diseñar instituciones y políticas, el documento da pautas interesantes, muchas veces a través de citar bibliografía secundaria, pero es interesante en términos, por lo menos, de marcar la idea de que no podemos seguir trabajando sobre las mismas hipótesis relacionadas con el diseño de un sistema de protección social, particularmente un sistema que sigue siendo prioritariamente un sistema de seguridad social contributiva, con el agregado de un conjunto fragmentario de políticas de asistencia social no contributiva. Esto estaba basado, pensado en una idea también de crecimiento lineal o progresivo de un mercado de trabajo que iba a integrar al mercado formal a la mayoría de los trabajadores, y esta hipótesis, bueno, ha demostrado no ser, ni siquiera en los países más ricos de la región, no haber dado resultados ciertos. Así que la segunda pata es la estructura de nuestros mercados de trabajo y la idea de que en gran medida nuestros mercados de trabajo son mercados de trabajo que se caracterizan por un porcentaje importante de informalidad, y aún dentro del mercado de trabajo formal, en los últimos 10 o 15 años, por la precarización de ese mercado de trabajo formal, que casi analoga a los trabajadores que están en situación de empleo formal, pero en regímenes precarios de protección social menor, de garantía de estabilidad menor, etcétera, etcétera. Y el tercero, me parece importante, es la modificación de los roles de la familia. Las políticas tradicionales vinculadas con adultos mayores partían de la idea de que eran pocos en la sociedad. Y segundo, que la primera institución de atención de los adultos mayores era la familia extendida. Bueno, muchos procesos en América Latina, la urbanización, los cambios de los roles, de la forma de estructuración de las familias, ha desmentido la idea de que uno podía confiar eternamente en el espacio de la familia como espacio de protección de los adultos mayores. Así que, digamos, si mantenemos una serie de políticas que están estructuradas sobre la base de nuestro diagnóstico social de los años 40, 50, 60, claramente estamos errando en el destino y en el blanco de nuestras políticas públicas. Y esto, digamos, en esto el documento me parece que es un llamado importante a pensar cómo juegan en conjunto estos factores. Entonces, el tercer punto que quería plantear es, el COVID no viene a aterrizar en una situación de neutralidad en relación con la situación de los adultos mayores, sino más bien viene a agravar una situación que el documento demuestra de marginación, incidencia importante de pobreza, incidencia importante de falta de acceso a servicios de salud, protección social, etcétera, en la región. Así que, digamos, no es casual que las cifras de morbilidad y mortalidad sobre los adultos mayores sean particularmente alarmantes, porque, digamos, no existiendo condiciones vinculadas con el acceso a estos pilares de la inclusión social, bueno, nada casual es el hecho de que haya especial impacto sobre estos grupos. Un punto interesante del documento también, que también refleja una mirada incluida en la Convención Interamericana que mencionaba Pablo, es el hecho de la interseccionalidad en factores de vulnerabilidad. Así que en América Latina además de la edad, hay otros factores que son predictores de pobreza y cuando se suman algunos de esos factores, digamos, casi predictores absolutos de pobreza. Así que género es el primero, la pobreza está particularmente feminizada. Segundo, la pertenencia a grupos étnicos indígenas y afrodescendientes. Tercero, la diferencia entre población rural y población urbana. Cuarto, la coincidencia entre mayor edad y discapacidad. Estos casi son factores predictores de exclusión social y marginalidad y de pobreza en nuestras regiones. Así que ese punto me parece importante y digamos, marca la idea de que las políticas públicas adoptadas actualmente deben tener por lo menos una mirada de corto plazo vinculada con tratar de al menos neutralizar esos factores en el corto plazo, y segundo, como lo planteaba Pablo, la idea de cómo fundar instituciones y políticas públicas basadas en derechos que miren a largo plazo para cambiar ese panorama, cambiar ese diagnóstico errado frente al que nos estamos situando. Y cuarta cuestión que me parece importante, que digamos, enlaza con las cosas que viene diciendo Pablo, tenemos un marco normativo adecuado en esta materia. Nuestra región es pionera, no hay una convención universal sobre los derechos de las personas adultas mayores. Nuestra región fue la primera que se lanzó a pensar este tema. Hay un proceso en Naciones Unidas de discusión de un posible instrumento universal, pero entre otras cosas el COVID lo ha frenado, así que este año no hubo reunión de ese grupo de trabajo, y la propuesta de este grupo de trabajo y los países que son los impulsores principales son los países de América Latina, y hay mayor resistencia particularmente por parte de los países desarrollados que tienen una cierta fatiga en nuestros nuevos instrumentos de derechos humanos y no quieren avanzar sobre el tema. Así que en la región tenemos un instrumento pionero en esta materia, y no solo pionero por el nombre, sino pionero por su contenido. Yo diría, enlazando con cosas que decían Pablo y Mario antes, lo primero es la convención, parte del pilar de la prohibición de la discriminación por razones de edad, y este es el factor, yo diría, este es el prima de lectura principal de la convención, además del reconocimiento de algunos derechos que tienen particularmente que ver con las problemáticas propias de las personas adultas mayores y que no estaban estructurados o no estaban diseñados de ese mismo modo o con ese mismo lenguaje en otros instrumentos de derechos humanos como la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos o el Pacto o el Protocolo de San Salvador que también mencionaba Pablo. Así que el derecho a una vida autónoma e independiente, por ejemplo, no aparecía claramente estructurado en ningún instrumento anterior. Y algunas áreas, por ejemplo la de los cuidados a largo plazo, son áreas novedosas en el lenguaje de los derechos humanos en este instrumento. Teníamos antes algunos instrumentos de soft law o de política pública, pero no un instrumento de carácter obligatorio que estableciera que hay un derecho a la vida autónoma e independiente de las personas adultas mayores o que hay un derecho a los cuidados a largo plazo. Así que desde el punto de vista normativo me parece que esta es una novedad importante. Como decía Pablo, de la región solo hay 2 países, la subregión solo hay 2 países que lo han ratificado, que son Costa Rica y El Salvador, y esto debería ser una invitación para las autoridades que, sí, como dicen los gringos, que pongan la plata donde ponen la boca, y esto significa que, bueno, es importante que haya, además de un proceso de discusión de estos temas, de ratificación y de adhesión a estos instrumentos, para que estos instrumentos se incorporen como guía de políticas públicas en nuestros países, y para demostrar que la región va en el mismo sentido en estas materias. Sobre discriminación y COVID, me parece que, digamos, Mario ya planteó ahí algún tema interesante. Yo diría, si uno lee la prohibición de discriminación como una norma general en materia de derechos humanos, la prohibición de discriminación significa básicamente 2 cosas. Uno, no incurrir en discriminación, es decir, la prohibición al Estado y a través de las políticas de regulación del Estado al sector privado de no incurrir en discriminación. En el caso del COVID se han dado varios casos en los que este es un tema que ha aparecido. El primero, que ya lo plantearon Mario y Pablo, es si la edad puede constituir un factor de acceso o no acceso a cuidados intensivos y a ventiladores. Este es un tema que muy interesantemente ha planteado discusiones en el mundo de la bioética y en varios países de Europa, en Suiza, en España, en Italia, en Estados Unidos y en varios países de América Latina. Esto ha formado parte de una discusión pública interesante, así que En México ha habido una discusión pública al respecto de un protocolo y una discusión al respecto de si este protocolo era discriminatorio o no. En Chile había una discusión similar, en Argentina hubo una discusión similar, en Colombia una discusión similar. La cuestión interesante en el caso es que algunos criterios vinculados con una concepción tradicional de la bioética incluyen sesgos de edad sobre la base de una concepción productivista de quién merece y quién no merece acceso a servicios de salud. Así que hubo un debate interesante al respecto de desnudar esos sesgos y la idea de que el criterio automático de edad como criterio para merecer o no merecer un tratamiento implica una valoración de la vida sobre la base de un pronóstico bastante vago al respecto de posibilidades futuras de vida o sobre la idea de que vale más la vida de alguien que tiene más posibilidades de vivir más años que alguien que tiene posibilidad de vivir menos años. Centralmente, ese es un criterio centralmente utilitarista que está detrás de estas discusiones. Así que, muy interesantemente, en algunos países de la región, esto se hizo explícito en México, formó parte del debate público en Argentina, se ha dicho, es discriminatorio usar la edad como factor de acceso primero y aún de priorización en caso de escasez de estos tratamientos de urgencia. Así que esto me parece que es interesante porque significa que no solo uno enuncia el principio de no discriminación por razones de edad, sino también lo convierte en una guía práctica para decisiones en casos concretos. Había un segundo tema interesante en varios países de la región, que es que algunos países de la región establecieron medidas de restricción en materia de libertad de circulación focalizado en personas adultas mayores. Así que prohibición de salida o mantenimiento de una cuarentena estricta solo para personas adultas mayores. Y en dos países de la región, que son Colombia y Argentina, hubo medidas judiciales, hubo acciones judiciales contra estas medidas, sobre la base de que estas medidas son discriminatorias, en el sentido de que son sobreinclusivas, porque suponen que todas las personas adultas mayores no tienen capacidad de decisión, en la idea de que son desproporcionadas, y en la idea de que tienen un sesgo paternalista al respecto de las personas adultas mayores. Así que en los dos países, en Colombia y en Argentina, los jueces han decidido que esas medidas constituyen una discriminación por razón de edad y los jueces en los dos países han decretado que esas medidas son insostenibles. Así que otro tema interesante. Tercer tema que está en discusión hoy en día y que también marca una diferencia en el enfoque de OPS, de la Organización Mundial de la Salud en este tema, es el de acceso a vacunas. Interesantemente, ya aparecen en las directrices, en las guías de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, el criterio de la necesidad de priorización de las personas adultas mayores en términos de acceso a la vacuna cuando la vacuna esté fabricada, validada y disponible. Así que ahí hay un tercer tema interesante. Y yo creo que un cuarto que plantea el documento es el tema vinculado con la falta de fiscalización de los lugares de internación y residencia de adultos mayores, sobre la justificación de que son lugares riesgosos o hay poco personal para hacer esto, etcétera, etcétera, con el efecto de que, como decía Pablo, esto ha generado que justamente sean lugares en los que viven en hogares de ancianos o lugares en los que viven personas adultas mayores, lugares en los que se han producido contagios y en los que ha habido menor prevención en términos de impedir las muertes o acceder a servicios o tratamientos de salud. Así que ahí me parece que hay una serie interesante de manifestaciones de cómo el principio de no discriminación por razones de edad juega en situaciones concretas. Segundo conjunto de cuestiones está vinculado con esta idea de prevenir la discriminación y erradicar la discriminación. Así que en esto me parece que uno puede distinguir entre las medidas a corto plazo y las medidas a mediano y largo plazo. Me parece que las medidas a corto plazo requieren urgencia en considerar cómo juegan estos factores que mencionabas previamente. Si gran parte de las personas adultas mayores son pobres y trabajan en el mercado informal, y las restricciones a la circulación, las restricciones económicas, hacen que no puedan acceder ni siquiera a su forma de ingreso más básica. Los sistemas de protección social son sistemas que centralmente pensaban en formas contributivas o con formas de asignación sobre la base de la incorporación al mercado formal de trabajo. Bueno, estamos frente a una situación en la que hay urgencia para conseguir que las personas mantengan al menos un ingreso, y esto significa el diseño de formas de asistencia social o de formas de garantía de ingreso, por lo menos, digamos, hasta que pensemos en rearmar nuestro sistema de protección social, por lo menos que logren paliar la situación de crisis o la situación de urgencia, si uno no quiere que haya un impacto diferenciado negativo sobre las personas adultas mayores. especialmente las personas adultas mayores en las que coinciden todos estos factores, pobreza de ingreso, género y algunas otras. Así que me parece que ahí hay un factor interesante. El documento muy inteligentemente dice, estas no son las políticas de transferencia de ingresos, no son las únicas políticas, pero me parece que son unas importantísimas en momentos de crisis económica, en momentos de retracción de la economía. Así que sin esa medida, digamos, confiar en que las personas adultas mayores van a seguir saliendo a un mercado de trabajo informal, van a seguir siendo sostenidas por sus familias, digamos, es una invitación al precipicio. Lo mismo en términos de sistema de salud, de nuevo, el incluir en los protocolos la idea de que las personas adultas mayores requieren priorización, no requieren ser dejadas de lado, implica, bueno, un establecimiento claro de criterios al respecto de el tipo de acceso a servicios de salud y las particularidades que requiere la atención de las personas adultas mayores en los servicios de salud. Y yo diría, el tercer gran tema es el tema de qué lección sacamos de esto y cómo pensamos hacia el futuro. Así que esta es una gran alarma al respecto de las cosas que no hicimos en su momento y que deberíamos hacer. Y en esto yo creo que hay una coincidencia entre Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible, contenido de los instrumentos internacionales de derechos humanos que, aunque no tengan especificidad en esta materia, uno puede extraer algunos de estos principios, y coincidencia con instrumentos regionales que sí son específicos, como lo decía Pablo antes, esa sucesión de Protocolo de San Salvador, Carta de San José, que no era un instrumento vinculante obligatorio, porque sembró la vía para la adopción de un instrumento obligatorio, y la Convención Interamericana. Ahí tenemos los instrumentos que son útiles. A veces uno parece escuchar el argumento de que estos instrumentos son para momentos de normalidad y no para momentos de crisis. Yo diría que exactamente al revés. Estos instrumentos sirven particularmente para momentos de crisis. Los derechos sociales nacen en momentos de crisis, no en momentos de bienestar o de bonomía. Así que, sin guiar nuestras políticas públicas, sobre la base de nuestros compromisos internacionales y sobre la base de esa visión que hay detrás, una visión que es una visión ambiciosa que hay detrás de la Convención Interamericana, bueno, estamos condenados a políticas cortoplacistas o a políticas que tengan poco impacto. Así que me parece que esta es una lección importante a pensar hacia el futuro. Cómo integrar, y tenemos, digamos, algunas otras fuentes al respecto de esto. Me parece que esto va en la línea de la recomendación 202 de la OIT en materia de piso de protección social, el lenguaje de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible van en el mismo sentido, es decir, de pensar las formas en las que estructuramos sistemas de protección social que no pueden seguir pensadas sobre la base de cómo era la realidad económica y social en los años 40, 50 o 60. Así que algunos países de la región, como Costa Rica y otros, han avanzado un poco en ese sentido, en otros todavía falta bastante, y me parece que esto es un buen llamado, una buena campana, un buen llamado de alerta al respecto de cómo queremos que sean nuestras sociedades, que es una sociedad justa en términos de quien accede al menos a bienes básicos. Con esto les agradezco la paciencia y cedo la palabra a los otros compañeros. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, don Cristian Curtis, por sus aportes al documento. Y vamos a escuchar el mensaje final de este evento del señor Marvin Rodríguez Cordero, segundo vicepresidente de la República de Costa Rica. Adelante, don Marvin.
En nombre del Gobierno de Costa Rica, externo mi más caluroso saludo a todas las personas que se han unido y nos acompañan en este evento denominado Personas Mayores, Derechos Humanos y Protección Social en el marco de la pandemia por COVID-19. Un saludo cordial y respetuoso a la señora y los señores. Don Mario Simoni, secretario ejecutivo adjunto de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL. Al señor Cristian Curtis, asesor de Género y Derechos de la Mujer de la Oficina de Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos de Nueva York. Al señor Pablo Llanes, coordinador de investigaciones de la sede subregional de la CEPAL en México. A la señora Emiliana Rivera, directora ejecutiva del Consejo Nacional de la Persona Adulta Mayor, CONAPAN, de Costa Rica. Aprovecho para agradecer a la sede subregional de la CEPAL en México por el compromiso asumido y sus valiosos aportes en la elaboración del documento titulado COVID-19 y sus impactos en los derechos y la protección social de las personas mayores en la subregión. Asimismo, resaltar el gran apoyo que siempre ha brindado en estos procesos y que nos permite compartir experiencias nacionales sobre las respuestas integrales ante las situaciones de las personas adultas mayores, respuestas que en ocasiones se tornan complejas, pero que resultan gratificantes para quienes las reciben. Todos los países, en mayor o menor grado, estamos enfrentando una de las mayores crisis humanitarias de la historia, provocada por la pandemia COVID-19, la que ha puesto a prueba nuestros sistemas de salud, económicos, políticos, de bienestar social y cuyos efectos aún no se han cuantificado con claridad. Sin embargo, somos conscientes de que si realizamos acciones efectivas y eficaces, inexorablemente esta pandemia nos dejará cicatrices profundas. Como se ha mencionado, los resultados de esta pandemia retratan y describen con mucha severidad la desigualdad de la población con menores condiciones de acceso o que enfrentan situaciones más desfavorables, mismas que ya se habían expuesto y evidenciado en otro tiempo, pero que se acrecentan en las circunstancias actuales. El acuerdo 23 de la resolución de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas titulada Respuesta Integral y Coordinada a la Pandemia por Coronavirus exhorta a los Estados miembros y a otras instancias a que prevengan, vigilen y aborden los efectos desproporcionados de la pandemia en las personas de edad, incluidos los riesgos particulares que afrontan en el acceso a los servicios de protección social y de salud, y a que velen porque las decisiones en materia de atención de la salud respeten la dignidad y promuevan derechos humanos de las personas mayores. Dado que la respuesta a las necesidades humanitarias están superando cada vez más nuestra capacidad de gestión, necesitamos tomar medidas ya, medidas decisivas y colectivas a partir de la experiencia de todos y todas, incluidos el gobierno, la sociedad civil, las organizaciones humanitarias, el sector privado, las personas afectadas, así como quienes satisfacen las necesidades de estas, de tal manera que permitan brindar soluciones efectivas y eficaces para salvar vidas y proteger a las personas en los tiempos de más necesidad. La experiencia de los últimos meses debe llevarnos a reflexionar por un momento sobre la enorme responsabilidad que esto significa y que hemos asumido, ya que somos depositarios de un valor único y trascendental como lo es el conocimiento, que permite la verdadera evolución social que todas y todos añoramos para construir un mundo mejor. En mi calidad de vicepresidente de la República, se me ha designado políticamente para colaborar al lado de
todos y para mí es un enorme placer estar esta tarde aquí con ustedes porque esta es una tarde de fiesta para mí, en el sentido de que este libro que hoy se lanza, La tragedia ambiental de América Latina y el Caribe, representa un sueño cumplido. Es el resultado de una convocatoria que hicimos desde CEPAL con el inestimable apoyo de Nicolo Gligo, de José Luis Samaniego y de Aníbal Severino. Yo quiero decirles que este es un sueño muy especial porque reúne a este grupo que le hemos denominado de pensadores fundacionales del tema ambiental, de la ecología, que representan maestros míos, colegas, mi mentor, Osvaldo Zunkel, y este era uno de los grandes desafíos que nos propusimos llevar adelante. Esta iniciativa de convocar a los pensadores fundacionales se materializó el 18 de octubre del 2019, un día memorable, porque fue el día, los que nos acompañaron aquí en Santiago recordarán que ese día en Chile se dio lugar el estallido social. Fue un viernes 18 de octubre, para ser más exactos. Ese movimiento que movilizó a millones de personas en la Plaza de la Dignidad y que concitó el plebiscito que se aprobó este domingo. Y este movimiento social es una clara muestra del descontento que recorre nuestra región por un modelo de desarrollo desigual, extractivo, que deteriora el medio ambiente, que afecta nuestro patrimonio natural y que niega bienes públicos a la mayoría. Emocionante, debo decir. Y hoy estamos aquí, otra vez, en esta fecha emblemática, en donde se cumplió un año después de ese movimiento social. El domingo se aprueba, se hace el gran plebiscito aquí en Chile, y hoy estamos celebrando nuestro 38º periodo de sesiones en la CEPAL, en donde hemos presentado un documento que se llama Construir un nuevo futuro, una recuperación transformadora con igualdad y sostenibilidad, que toma muchísimas de los elementos que se han planteado en este libro, extraordinariamente preparado bajo la coordinación de Nicolo Gligo, a quien yo quiero agradecer. Pero no puedo no dejar de nombrarlos a todos, y perdónenme que me tome unos minutos, moderador, pero tengo que nombrar a Gisela Alonso, a David Barkin, a Antonio Brailovsky, a Francisco Bersovich, a Julio Carrizosa, a Hernán Durán, a Patricio Fernández, a Gilberto Galopín, a José Leal, a Margarita Marino de Botero, a César Morales, a Fernando Ortiz Monasterio, a Daniel Panario, a Walter Pengue, a Manuel Rodríguez Becerra, a Alejandro Rothman, a René Sá, a Héctor Segenovich, a Osvaldo Zunkel y a José Villamil, que son todos los que conformaron o los que conforman ese grupo de fundadores, de pensadores. Yo quiero en particular decirles que para mí este libro me representa, y me representa porque refleja claramente la problemática que estamos viviendo en América Latina y el Caribe, y que nosotros, ustedes, todos colectivamente, hemos enfrentado por muchos años, hemos visto cómo se han deteriorado nuestros recursos naturales. Muchos de nosotros, o yo misma, empecé en la biología, en la ecología, en las zonas indígenas de mi país, en la zona maya, recopilando el conocimiento tradicional de los pueblos indígenas y su cosmovisión, tan distinta cosmovisión a la del sistema económico imperante, que se aproxima al buen vivir de los pueblos andinos, por supuesto, como bien lo relata el documento. Es un documento extraordinario que nos hace nuevamente volver a la tierra, volver a la reflexión profunda de ese daño, de esa enfermedad que vive nuestro planeta, que somos nosotros mismos los causantes, y que creo que debemos avanzar en un pensamiento que nos permita proteger la integridad de los ecosistemas, de nuestro patrimonio natural, como muchas veces nos corrigió Nicolo aquí en CEPAL, de no hablar de capital, sino de patrimonio, y tienes toda la razón, Nicolo. Lo hemos corregido en todos los documentos que hemos hecho desde entonces en la CEPAL, porque en verdad no es un capital intercambiable, es un capital que no tiene forma de ser reemplazado si no es por sí mismo, y por lo tanto Queremos de verdad decirte, creo, y lanzar un gran testimonio de homenaje a todos ustedes, porque en este libro que presenta realmente la problemática dura que nos vas a presentar en un momento, por supuesto, yo quiero decirles que creo que las interrogantes que se plantean aquí, yo diría conceptos como la interciencia, como esa valoración profunda de nuestros ecosistemas terrestres, marinos, del conocimiento tradicional, de cómo traducir esto en políticas explícitas para que no nos dejemos avasallar por las políticas implícitas que están destruyendo nuestro futuro en realidad. Con José Luis hemos sido autores de un libro que es también muy importante y que se llama La emergencia del cambio climático en América Latina y el Caribe. Y todo esto ha servido para que la CEPAL, toda la institución, reflexione sobre las 3 dimensiones del desarrollo. Y partiendo por la ambiental, quiero yo decir, porque lo ambiental y lo ecológico es la infraestructura básica. Eso es lo que también Osvaldo Zunkel muchas veces nos dijo, la capacidad de respuesta, de carga de un sistema de hoy y de mañana. Así es de que la CEPAL hoy está justamente presentando una propuesta que tiene las 3 dimensiones incorporadas y que maneja claramente y que afirma que sin una política que reconozca la importancia de lo ecológico, la tragedia ambiental de nuestro continente y cómo recuperarnos, cómo buscar una salida. Que nada, yo solamente quiero, José Luis Samaniego, agradecerte a ti muy especialmente porque fue con tu liderazgo que se pudo hacer este esfuerzo. Quiero agradecer la presencia de Lenin Corrales, presidente del Consejo Científico de Cambio Climático de Costa Rica, y que Costa Rica preside nuestro periodo de sesiones y estará presidiendo por 2 años más. Así es que, y sé que Costa Rica es un país que tiene un compromiso profundo con el tema ambiental, con el tema del cambio climático, así es que estamos en muy buenas manos. And I want to thank Maureen Hyman Payne from Antigua and Barbuda. Why? Because Antigua and Barbuda.
Quiero agradecer a Maureen, porque Antigua y Barbuda
Reunión de países signatarios del Acuerdo de Escazú, que también está en este libro, porque el Acuerdo de Escazú es el instrumento ciudadano para que los defensores de la naturaleza, aquellos que dan la vida por la vida, esa es la verdad, los que dan la vida por la vida, sean reconocidos en sus derechos y protegidos en su integridad física y humana. Así es que nada, José Luis, un hecho muy emocionante para mí, muy contenta, la verdad. Ojalá y nos podamos reunir nuevamente los pensadores fundacionales y los pensadores del futuro para enlazar nuestras experiencias y nuestras manos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alicia, por esas palabras. Efectivamente, ha sido un esfuerzo colectivo muy interesante. Creo que ha alimentado en muchas dimensiones el propio documento que se presentó en este evento, el 38º periodo de sesiones. Nos propone Nicolò poner el medio ambiente al centro político y es lo que estamos justamente tratando de hacer en esta ocasión. Nicolò, para presentarnos el libro, tienes la palabra, por favor.
Presentar a los 21 autores ya nombrados, denominados pensadores fundacionales, provenientes de distintos países de la región. En nombre de ellos, quiero agradecer a la CEPAL a través de su secretaria ejecutiva Alicia Bárcena, al director José Luis Samaniego, por la invitación a reflexionar sobre la dimensión ambiental y el desarrollo. Y además tengo que agradecer por su apoyo a Aníbal Severino, que fue muy importante. Fue muy arduo y difícil el trabajo para recabar la larga experiencia de los autores, y en particular para poder consensuar los planteamientos de este libro. Autores provenientes de distintas regiones, con distintas posiciones, con distintas vivencias. Fue muy difícil realmente ir aproximando para dar este libro, pero llegamos a algo bastante bien elaborado y encuentro yo muy bien consensuado. Dado el tiempo disponible, quisiera recabar determinados aspectos, ¿no?, que creo que serán complementados muy adecuadamente por Manuel Rodríguez Becerra, que también forma parte y ha formado parte de este grupo y ha sido un importante contribuidor. El libro parte exponiendo la encrucijada actual del mundo y América Latina de esta época, que se ha denominado ya antropoceno por la transformación. Por primera vez en la historia de la civilización de la Tierra, se está dando a escala mundial el acoplamiento de dos grandes megaproyectos muy contradictorios. Por una parte, un proceso de globalización económica, cultural, cuya racionalidad es la maximización económica, y por otra parte, el cambio ambiental global, cuya lógica es una lógica ecológica. Es indiscutible que el deterioro ambiental a nivel planetario es dramático. Y este deterioro está siendo acelerado en forma relevante por el cambio climático. Hay una declinación notoria, sin precedente, y eso lo señalamos, de la naturaleza y de los servicios ecosistémicos. No quiero redundar en las impactantes cifras de pérdida de bosque, de erosión, desertificación de los suelos, pérdida de la biodiversidad tanto terrestre como marítima, de contaminación de la atmósfera con dióxido de carbono, de lluvias ácidas, de contaminantes de agua dulce y del mar, de todo tipo de residuos. Nuestro libro profundiza así la situación de América Latina y el Caribe, planteando que esta región está sometida a un estilo de desarrollo de capitalismo globalizado e inmersa en un proceso de modernidad desatada, que muestra cómo la única salida que se da para estos países es esta. Pero esta modalidad de desarrollo, que ha penetrado con tanta fuerza para nosotros, los latinoamericanos y los caribeños, es extremadamente perjudicial, dado que, sobre la base del predominio del sector primario en la economía y el consecuente rol de la región en la división internacional del trabajo, el crecimiento económico se ha realizado explotando y sobreexplotando los recursos naturales. En otras palabras, nuestra base fundamental de desarrollo, que es la riqueza de nuestro patrimonio natural, la hemos estado consumiendo. Esta característica nos hace muy diferente a los países desarrollados. Ellos están preocupados del medio ambiente por su calidad de vida y obviamente por los efectos del cambio climático. Nosotros estamos preocupados en primer lugar y en el corto plazo por la vida misma, por nuestra sobrevivencia. Seamos realistas, tenemos desafíos de sobrevivencia a corto plazo, pues sin este corto plazo no habrá largo plazo. Esa diferenciación es fundamental para entender la diferencia que hay entre los países desarrollados y nosotros. Los autores del libro planteamos claramente que la única salida posible es el fin de esta modalidad de desarrollo. Mantener el estilo actual sería suicida, aun considerando que en este momento, como el presente, este estilo de desarrollo es compartido por la gran mayoría de los países del mundo. Planteamos la necesidad urgente de búsqueda de una salida alternativa, en especial con un cambio estructural significativo. Ello nos ha llevado a exponer en este libro algunos planteamientos que consideramos relevantes, siguiendo, sí, una lógica de realismo político y rechazando utopías inalcanzables. Premisa fundamental es la necesidad de establecer un desarrollo mucho más armónico, erradicando el hambre, la pobreza, mejorando la distribución del ingreso, asegurando mejor salud, educación, pensión, etc. Ello es intrínseco al medio ambiente. No hay medio ambiente adecuado con seres humanos en condiciones de pobreza, no lo hay. Esto nos lleva como autores a plantear que el esfuerzo fundamental debe estar centrado en hacer del medio ambiente un sujeto político por excelencia, sacándolo de su marginalidad actual y despegándolo de su posición de estar al servicio del crecimiento económico. Al contrario, debemos poner la economía al servicio del bienestar y de un ambiente sano. La apropiación de la naturaleza es un tema político por excelencia, que lleva impresa las características del poder de quien lo ejerce. Si no conseguimos que sea un sujeto político, el medio ambiente seguirá siendo marginal, pues será pospuesto frente a otros problemas. Condición básica, analizada en nuestro libro, es el planteamiento que no se podrá convertir la dimensión ambiental en un sujeto político si no existe una opinión ciudadana que posea canales de participación y que sean vinculantes. Esa participación ciudadana tiene que ser soberana para determinar los usos de los territorios y la forma de organización social para manejarlos, y debe cimentarse en las comunidades de bases campesinas, urbanas, indígenas, ojalá con tradición e identidad. Nuestro planteamiento, lo que decimos en el libro, es que la única y viable forma de enfrentar el problema ambiental es modificando las condicionantes y determinantes de la forma de uso de nuestros recursos. Debemos profundizar la racionalidad de los distintos actores sociales, especialmente los productivos, para entender la desarmonía, las agresiones, los abusos, los sobreabusos, etc. Concordamos con los autores que hemos estado sometidos a un constante bombardeo sobre la forma de enfrentar nuestra problemática ambiental. Los grandes y espectaculares adelantos científicos y tecnológicos que crecen en forma exponencial podrían hacernos creer que la problemática ambiental se soluciona a través de tecnologías y que ya son suficientes para hacer una gestión ambientalmente sustentable. Estamos convencidos que ello no es así. La solución no es tecnológica ni científica, aunque requerimos de mucha ciencia y de mucha tecnología. La solución no es ni tecnológica ni científica. Sabemos desde hace muchísimos años cómo no cortar y quemar los bosques nativos, pero lo seguimos haciendo. Sabemos cómo no contaminar las aguas, pero las seguimos contaminando. Sabemos cómo no sobreexplotar los recursos marinos, pero los seguimos cosechando. Sabemos cómo no erosionar los suelos, pero los seguimos perdiendo. En consecuencia, el problema fundamental es político y de gestión. Planteamos en este libro entonces que, además de la búsqueda de formas nuevas para desarrollarnos, además de la búsqueda de un buen vivir, además de entender nuestras especificidades y nuestra ubicación en el mundo, necesitamos mejorar sustancialmente nuestros sistemas nacionales de gestión ambiental para que el medio ambiente esté en todas las esferas nacionales. En las denominadas políticas explícitas, muchas de ellas reactivas y otras marginales, establecidas en los medio ambientes, pero debemos estar sobre todo en las llamadas políticas ambientales implícitas, que están en otros sectores como obras públicas, agricultura, pesca, desarrollo humano, minería, energía, etc. Allí debemos centrar nuestros esfuerzos. Como autores, planteamos con preocupación que las prioridades de los países desarrollados copan la agenda ambiental de muchos de nuestros países. Ello de alguna manera es razonable cuando se enfrenta mundialmente el cambio climático, pero no puede dejar en la sombra el problema ambiental fundamental de la región, que es la conservación de sus recursos naturales, que es la base de sustentación de nuestro futuro. Esa es nuestra prioridad, no otra. Disminuir el carbono en la atmósfera, dejando a un lado la utopía del carbono neutro, solo debería ser una consecuencia del buen manejo del patrimonio natural. Este libro quiere ser un llamado de atención de nuestra dramática situación y de una búsqueda urgente y equilibrada, realista, de nuevos caminos hacia otras formas más armónicas y otras formas posibles de desarrollo que sean ambientalmente sustentables. En nombre de los 21 autores, los invito a leerlos. Muchas gracias.
Es un llamado potente. Invitamos a todos, reiteramos esta invitación a que lean este libro. Y subrayo el llamamiento que haces tú a construir de abajo arriba. Nosotros muchas veces en la CEPAL nos hemos referido a la economía del 1%, para el 1%, al servicio del 1%, En fechas recientes hemos visto esa proporción entre 80-20, pero ciertamente vale la pena entender que hay que hacer un trabajo de abajo hacia arriba con la mayor parte de la sociedad. Para podernos profundizar un poquito más en los mensajes del libro, tiene la palabra Manuel Rodríguez Becerra, fundador y profesor del Centro de los ODS y profesor emérito de la Universidad de los Andes de Colombia. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias. En primer término, pues un saludo a los asistentes a esta asamblea y también a mis colegas del grupo de pensadores fundacionales del desarrollo sostenible. Así nos llamó muy generosamente Alicia Bárcena, que es ella, que siendo ella misma una de las pioneras de la protección ambiental en América Latina y el Caribe. Nicolás Gligo señaló muy bien que América Latina tiene unas especificidades en el tema de la tragedia ambiental. Y esas especificidades se manifiestan muy claramente en algunas de las transgresiones de los límites del planeta. Tomemos la primera y la más grave, el cambio climático. Lo que es específico a América Latina es que la mayor parte de emisión de los gases de efecto invernadero proceden de la agricultura y de la deforestación. Y ahí entonces una de las principales agendas que conlleva, entre otras cosas, algunos cambios importantes en el modelo de desarrollo es justamente la agrícola y la de detener la deforestación. Se requiere una transformación agrícola desde el punto de vista del cambio climático en dos sentidos: para mitigar el cambio climático y para adaptar la agricultura a los embates del cambio climático, como son los inviernos muy acusados, las sequías extremas, las lluvias torrenciales. Simultáneamente, con esa agenda podemos enfrentar otras dos crisis: la crisis del agua y la crisis del agotamiento de los suelos. En la agenda agrícola está en buena parte hacer mejor uso de los suelos, restaurarlos y hacer mejor uso del agua. Naturalmente, en la misma agenda está generar una agricultura de alta productividad en la agricultura campesina y en la agricultura y la gran agricultura. Y esa gran productividad tiene que estar naturalmente orientada a insertar a América Latina en otra forma en la economía mundial, en la cual tengamos una agroindustria de valor agregado y sea por consiguiente un sistema de transición hacia una economía que depende menos de la muy volátil economía que significa estar metidos en el extractivismo del petróleo, del carbón, del gas, el cual a su vez genera unas economías muy volátiles. Y obviamente en la agenda de la transformación agrícola está también un tema de justicia social, porque tenemos necesariamente en algunos países como Colombia resolver el problema de los campesinos sin tierra. Y no solamente son los campesinos sin tierra, sino que al darles acceso a la tierra, tenemos la obligación de generar la asistencia técnica para colocar esa economía campesina en una economía de alta productividad. Entonces ahí tiene América Latina una gran oportunidad. Pero he mencionado también que otra agenda muy relacionada con esta es la deforestación. Ese es el mayor problema ambiental de América Latina en el campo. Esa deforestación que además está fundamentalmente vinculada a abrir grandes extensiones para la ganadería. Hay que anotar que hoy en día la deforestación, el 70% de la deforestación de América Latina es para la ganadería extensiva. Es un despilfarro de la naturaleza y esa ganadería extensiva, hay que decirlo, representa muy poco en términos del Producto Bruto de estos países. Entonces, tenemos ahí una de las grandes oportunidades para ir a un tipo de modelo de desarrollo en el cual se convierta América Latina en un gran productor de alimentos cuya producción debe duplicarse en las próximas 40 décadas, en las próximas 4 décadas, y por consiguiente, tenemos una gran oportunidad para la exportación y naturalmente para la seguridad alimentaria. Al lado de todo esto tenemos que hacer un énfasis muy central, o hacemos un énfasis muy central en el tema de las ciudades. Hay que recordar que las ciudades del mundo, en las ciudades vive el 55% de la población y que en las ciudades las ciudades del mundo representan el 80% del Producto Bruto Mundial. Basta para decir eso, para entender cuál es el impacto de las ciudades en el tema ambiental. Entonces, obviamente, parte de la descarbonización de la economía está en las ciudades, en forma absolutamente clara. Y en el caso de América Latina, las ciudades tienen una peculiaridad, o tienen una especificidad, y es que América Latina fue la primera región del mundo en desarrollo que se urbanizó rápidamente, al punto que hoy nuestra urbanización es semejante a la de los países desarrollados e incluso mayor en muchos casos. Pero esa urbanización tiene una característica y es que cientos de miles de personas viven en zonas ambientalmente vulnerables. Son la gente pobre, buena parte de los pobres y de la gente en la miseria de América Latina vive en esas áreas que simplemente expresan la gran injusticia social y la gran injusticia ambiental de América Latina. Allá hay una agenda por cumplir que tiene que ver justamente con la equidad. En las ciudades, también hay que decirlo, están las posibilidades de ir generando nuevas aproximaciones al buen vivir, que es una de las cuestiones que se plantea muy claramente en el libro que hoy entregamos. Y en las ciudades también hay unos temas ambientales fundamentales que todas comparten, como es el caso de la contaminación del aire, que significa cientos de miles de muertos al año, como es el caso de la falta de acceso a agua potable a amplios grupos de la población urbana, que también es un tema con el sector rural, y también tenemos problemas de saneamiento básico, llámese disposición de aguas domésticas o llámese disposición de las basuras. Se plantean una serie de aproximaciones para resolver estos problemas, pero sin duda una de las principales aproximaciones una de las principales prioridades para América Latina es también lo que hemos denominado generar unas ciudades en la cual la frontera con el campo no sea tan brutal y por el contrario, las ciudades se hagan responsables de proteger los ecosistemas que proveen los servicios como el agua y que son fundamentales para la supervivencia. Al lado de esto, debo mencionar que tenemos también, en el caso de las ciudades, el gran reto de, como ha dicho Nicolò Grigo, convertir lo ambiental en un tema sustancial de lo político. Y eso se juega principalmente en las ciudades. Porque el medio ambiente, todo el tema del medio ambiente se ha banalizado. La palabra desarrollo sostenible, sostenibilidad, conservación, se han banalizado en forma extraordinaria. Se han banalizado tanto que recientemente hicimos un monitoreo del Centro de los Objetivos del Desarrollo Sostenible para América Latina y el Caribe, del cual soy uno de los fundadores, y encontramos que en América Latina hay un gran retraso en el cumplimiento de los Objetivos del Desarrollo Sostenible. Y lo más preocupante es que el mayor atraso tiene que ver con las dimensiones ambientales del desarrollo sostenible. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que estamos tomando los ODS como un asunto de retórica, porque si no se están tomando en cuenta, o no se está dando una alta prioridad a lo ambiental, pues simplemente no se está utilizando la concepción del desarrollo sostenible, puesto que lo ambiental es la entrada para ello. Finalmente, yo quiero recordar que en este grupo de fundadores del pensamiento del desarrollo sostenible de América Latina, hay quienes desde muy tempranamente señalaron que era necesario cambiar el modelo de desarrollo. Estoy hablando de hace 30, 40 años, cuando la crisis ambiental era tanto menor. Y señalaron que para cambiar el modelo de desarrollo era fundamental una nueva visión de la relación sociedad-naturaleza. En otras palabras, plantearon que se requería una nueva ética a esa relación sociedad-naturaleza. Y esa nueva ética la expresó extraordinariamente bien uno de los fundadores del ambientalismo en América Latina, Leonardo Boff, cuando acuñó esa extraordinaria frase de que debemos escuchar el grito de los pobres y el grito de la naturaleza. Y con ese clamor se sintetiza de alguna manera los grandes retos del desarrollo sostenible que tiene América Latina, y esperamos que este libro contribuya a este gran debate que es necesario adelantar para incorporar lo ambiental en lo político en forma sustantiva. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. Por cierto, Manuel ya era ministro de Medio Ambiente en Colombia cuando yo entraba apenas al campo ambiental. Hay que cuadrarse. Tiene la palabra don Lenin Corrales, presidente del Consejo Científico Ciudadano de Cambio Climático de Costa Rica. Adelante, tiene la palabra.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación y realmente, pues, leer un libro de esta envergadura. Primero tengo que confesarles que cuando vi el título y vi la palabra tragedia, fue lo primero que realmente me impactó, porque yo creí que yo no iba a ver esa palabra en mi vida, ya en términos de tragedia ambiental, digamos, de América Latina. Entonces, realmente al leer el libro, definitivamente me convenció que estamos frente a una tragedia, ¿verdad? Porque hemos estado usando mucho la palabra crisis, pero realmente la palabra tragedia es sumamente importante. Quiero en este breve lapso también, el documento nos habla de los grandes recursos que tiene la región, mucha biodiversidad, agua, pero también quiero recordar en este momento que también ocupamos el primer lugar en la muerte de ambientalistas asesinados en el mundo, ¿verdad? Y eso es importante, digamos, en el 2018, 83 latinoamericanos murieron por defender el medio ambiente, y en el 2019, 141, ¿verdad? Entonces, es importante también ver que este tema también es una tragedia para la gente que realmente lucha por tener una mejor América Latina. Y también tengo que decir que el documento, la publicación llega en un momento muy, muy apropiado, porque la palabra extractivismo nos empieza a surgir como la principal bandera para salir de la crisis provocada por el COVID-19. Aún no hemos terminado la pandemia y todavía hay incertidumbre de cómo vamos a terminar, pero escuchamos fuertes presiones de grupos sociales de que la salida a lo que la pandemia nos va a heredar es justamente atacar el tema ambiental, digamos, desde una perspectiva de muchísimo extractivismo. Entonces me parece sumamente valioso que está saliendo en un momento que ojalá los que andan con estas banderas en América Latina lo lean. Hay varias cosas también importantes, digamos, que sobresalen, y una de las cosas que sobresalen es el tema de que realmente en América Latina empecemos a preocuparnos, a tener una visión más ecosistémica, ¿verdad? América Latina, en temas ambientales, sigue teniendo todavía una visión muy enfocada a especies, muy trasladada a veces desde el norte, de que hay que proteger estas especies o esta otra, cuando en realidad tenemos que mirar los ecosistemas por completo, porque estamos perdiendo ecosistemas y ya hemos perdido ecosistemas completos, y yo creo que el libro en ese sentido deja un gran mensaje de que tenemos que preocuparnos por el tema de los ecosistemas como parte de esos bienes y servicios que nos brindan. Y eso me lleva también desde la perspectiva, digamos, de ver el tema de ecosistemas, ver que también estamos por la crisis o la tragedia en que estamos metidos, nos vivimos inventando conceptos, ¿verdad? Y entonces hablamos, ahora que se mencionaba, por ejemplo, de ciudades, entonces nos aparecen las ciudades verdes, las ciudades resilientes, las ciudades sostenibles, y una infinidad, digamos, de conceptos, ¿no? Estoy poniendo de ejemplo, digamos, el tema, digamos, de las ciudades, pero sucede en otro, lo cual yo pienso que nos da también una dispersión en realmente los mensajes que debemos de tener para enfocarnos en la problemática, digamos, de América Latina. Y yo a eso lo llamo de que estamos construyendo una torre de Babel también en cuanto a la problemática, y el documento en algún momento pues nos hace la advertencia, por ejemplo, justamente lo que está pasando con los conceptos en la economía, cuando nos aparece bioeconomía, cuando nos aparece economía verde, la economía circular, y entonces uno se pregunta si esos mensajes realmente calan tanto en la población en general o a nivel político, ¿verdad? Porque más bien pueden tratar de confundir y de más bien aprovecharse de esa dispersión de conceptos, digamos, que estamos creando. Y bueno, yo represento a un grupo que trabaja en la parte de cambio climático de ciencia, y también en el tema de cambio climático, América Latina tiene que reflexionar mucho, porque hemos tenido el tema de la adaptación un poco relegada, escondida. Le estamos dando muchísimo énfasis al tema de la mitigación, con justa causa también, pero yo creo que debemos, que el documento plantea muy bien también la importancia que tiene el replantear el tema de la visión de cambio climático en la región, mirando también de cómo podemos empezar a introducir más bien nuevas formas de ver el tema del cambio climático a través de la integración de la mitigación y la adaptación bajo todas las teorías de las sinergias, ¿verdad?, que hay, y más bien cómo aprovechamos la mitigación para generar adaptación. Y esto lo menciono sumamente importante porque si algo tenemos en América Latina, como lo dice el documento, es los ecosistemas. Y ese lanzamiento que se hace globalmente de la adaptación basada en ecosistemas debe hacernos reflexionar muchísimo sobre la salud de los ecosistemas, y también reflexionar sobre la velocidad en la cual estamos transformando los ecosistemas en la región, y creo que eso el documento lo menciona. Por ejemplo, las tasas de destrucción, por ejemplo, de los manglares sobrepasan las tasas que el cambio climático, digamos, podría impactar. O sea, cuando el cambio climático está impactando a América Latina más de lo que está haciendo, ya no tendríamos manglares, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo creo que es muy importante también esa visión que plantea el documento, de que tenemos que mirar qué está pasando hoy con nuestros ecosistemas, y realmente considerar todo el tema de la gestión de tierras y ecosistemas en primera instancia, antes de ir, por ejemplo, a ciertas prácticas que lo están comprometiendo profundamente, ¿verdad? A mí la publicación realmente me ha hecho reflexionar muchísimo, empezando, como les decía, con ese concepto de tragedia, ¿verdad? Yo me hice la pregunta si realmente estábamos frente a una tragedia, y yo creo que sale en un momento de donde en América Latina tenemos que reflexionar muchísimo sobre el futuro de los ecosistemas, que al fin y al cabo son los que le dan los servicios a las sociedades nuestras, ¿verdad? Y que el documento, pues en los diferentes capítulos lo toca muy bien.
¿Listo? Muchísimas gracias.
Listo.
Comento, no puedo dejar de comentar como director de la división que lleva ese tema. Tanto Costa Rica como Colombia tienen una gran oportunidad por delante en la ratificación del Acuerdo de Escazú. Y como bien decía Nicolo, es parte de una batalla política, porque define los términos en los que se apropia la naturaleza y lo pone bajo cuestión y le da una oportunidad, como decía también Nicolo, a los que están abajo de defender los recursos naturales. It's the turn now for the Caribbean. The Caribbean is always playing a very important role in everything we do in ECLAC. So we have
Es el turno del Caribe. El Caribe siempre tiene un papel muy importante en todo lo que hacemos en CEPAL. Entonces, tiene la palabra Maureen Hyman Payne, secretaria parlamentaria, ministra de Justicia y Asuntos Jurídicos de Antigua y Barbuda. Muchas gracias. Espero que me puedan escuchar. Primero quisiera decir que es un placer reunirnos en esta ocasión para el lanzamiento de este libro, La tragedia ambiental de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Quisiera agradecer a CEPAL a través de la secretaria ejecutiva Alicia Bárcena y director de los asuntos ambientales José Luis Samaniego. Espero haber pronunciado bien. Director de la División de Desarrollo Sostenible y Asentamiento Humano. Y también a los distinguidos panelistas, a Lenín Corrales, a Manuel Rodríguez Becerra, ex ministro del Medio Ambiente de Colombia también. Y, por supuesto, y a Lenín Corrales, presidente del Consejo Científico de Cambio Climático de Costa Rica. Sí, señoras y señores, este libro es muy oportuno. Llega en un momento decisorio debido a que las tragedias ambientales que están ocurriendo están comprometiendo nuestro futuro bienestar. La verdad es que no puede llegar en mejor momento. Quisiera mostrarles mis comentarios a través de la perspectiva del Caribe. Esta no solo porque es una subregión, sino para mostrarles las acciones que hemos tomado, sobre todo en Antigua, donde tratamos de hacer la diferencia. Nuestra subregión es una de las más expuestas a los impactos del cambio climático. Todos hemos visto las muestras de ello y lo estamos experimentando, no solo en el Caribe, en otras partes del mundo donde hay incendios, etcétera, pero estamos sintiendo los efectos devastadores de estos eventos. Bueno, todos lo saben, los huracanes solían ser muy escasos, pero ahora hemos experimentado 5 o 6 huracanes en un breve periodo de tiempo. La verdad es que no deberíamos verlo. En el poco tiempo que vivo en Antigua llevo 8 o 10 y ni hablar de Haití. Vemos cuán devastador ha sido el efecto sobre Haití. Estos son los patrones de los efectos que ha tenido, que hemos visto en nuestro medio ambiente. Hemos visto el alza del nivel del mar y cuando tenemos una situación económica delicada que se agrava aún más ahora con el COVID-19, podemos ver la situación en que nos encontramos. Estamos en un momento. Las intérpretes se disculpan, pero el sonido está sumamente entrecortado. CEPAL ha visto el crecimiento en el Caribe. Este se ha visto disminuido en un porcentaje significativo y nuestras economías se han visto afectadas por la disminución del turismo y por la crisis. El turismo es tan importante para nuestras economías que pueden entender cómo nos ha afectado. Las personas no quieren venir porque al volver a sus países tienen que realizar una cuarentena de 14 días. No es grato salir para luego tener que volver y hacer cuarentena 14 días, estar en casa guardado. En la mayoría de nuestras regiones hemos visto que 1 a 4% del PIB se ha visto afectado por los efectos del coronavirus. Así que aquí estamos con una alta deuda, poco espacio fiscal y somos países de ingresos medios y eso tiene un efecto negativo desde el inicio por nuestra capacidad de endeudamiento. Y todavía se está lidiando con esto. Estamos trabajando arduamente para crear un sistema para poder apoyarlos. Pero imagínense si 95% de las existencias del país son destruidas, toma décadas poder recuperarse. Y podemos ver que lo que hace esta pandemia es que enraiza las desigualdades y socava el camino al desarrollo. A diferencia de los países ricos, no tenemos un sistema de bienestar. Si uno pierde el trabajo, si la pandemia hace que no pueda trabajar en hoteles, se vuelve extremadamente difícil porque uno no recibe nada. No tenemos suficiente dinero para entregar bonos por la crisis. Quisiera mencionar que este libro, como digo, llega en un momento muy relevante y muestra un rol fundamental para tomar acciones. Tenemos que reaccionar. Los principales requerimientos son, primero, poner el medio ambiente en la cima o como prioridad en materia de políticas públicas. Y lo segundo es aumentar la participación porque todos los sectores de la sociedad deben involucrarse para trabajar en la protección del medio ambiente. Además, la idea es generar información que permita realizar gestión ambiental y tomar medidas. Es claro que las políticas ambientales son necesarias para promover la coordinación y coherencia de estas políticas para lograr la eficacia y eficiencias. No sé si lo saben, pero el 2015 promulgamos una ley de protección ambiental, es bastante exhaustiva, pero desde entonces la hemos actualizado y hemos incorporado aún más medidas. Algo que quisiera mencionar en este momento es la sección 10. En la sección 10 de nuestra ley de protección ambiental indica que el ministro que es el ministerio responsable del medio ambiente tiene la responsabilidad de colaborar con otros ministros del gobierno para garantizar la consistencia y continuidad en la implementación de la ley y de cualquier otra ley relacionada con la gestión ambiental. Entonces verán que no vamos a tener una situación que entre en conflicto o no coincida con esta ley tan importante. En este libro que acaba de ser lanzado, las conclusiones son contundentes. Tenemos que lograr cambios estructurales, transformativos, sin dejar a nadie atrás, incluidos los ODS de la Agenda 2030. Y para sobrellevar esta situación tenemos que buscar soluciones bajas de carbono. Nosotros estamos muy preocupados porque estamos sufriendo los efectos y los impactos de esta tragedia ambiental. Pero eso será para otra reunión. En Antigua, el gobierno ha tomado un enfoque amplio con acciones innovadoras y estamos buscando realizar sustentabilidad ambiental desde el lado del medio ambiente y de la sociedad. Es fundamental que esto se haga de manera integrada en colaboración con las autoridades, organizaciones no gubernamentales. Esto permitirá evitar la degradación de la sociedad para lograr el control, mitigación, todas las formas de contaminación y así lograr entender mejor y apreciar más al medio ambiente. Esta ley además regula las relaciones sociales con el Estado y con las personas. En la sección 53, que es la parte 8 de nuestra ley, que lidia con los recursos naturales, indica que el propósito, el objetivo declarado de la ley, estoy leyendo, los recursos naturales a continuación son propiedad común del gobierno, el cual debe administrarlos para el bien de esta y futuras generaciones. Luego cita los recursos, aguas subterráneas y superficiales. Y esto, como digo, tiene la intención de proporcionar la protección del medio ambiente no solo hoy, sino para el futuro. Y, por supuesto, un mejor manejo de riego. En fin, hay una definición muy amplia. También incluye la pesca, la conservación de la flora y la fauna. Y poniendo mucho énfasis en prevenir y mitigar los efectos del cambio climático. Evitar los daños, la contaminación, las inundaciones. Esto tiene que ver con el uso sostenible del gobierno y del sector privado. Esto será ejercido por el gobierno en conjunto con todas las agencias pertenecientes. De modo que, como pueden ver, hay una mirada amplia para lograr esta protección del medio ambiente. Debe haber un esfuerzo colaborativo. Y hay otra sección que habla acerca del acceso y beneficio de estas medidas. El gobierno de Antigua ejerce los derechos soberanos sobre los recursos genéticos existentes en el país para el beneficio y protección de esta y futuras generaciones. Y es el deber del país regular estas acciones tendientes a proteger recursos biológicos y tecnología relacionada. Además, tiene el cometido de conservar las tecnologías indígenas, entre ellas como complemento de las tecnologías modernas. Básicamente, lo que dice es que el gobierno se toma muy en serio que todo se encuentra en sus manos y que ellos tienen la responsabilidad de garantizar que la actual y futuras generaciones dependen de esto. Todas las políticas, procedimientos, leyes deben estar en línea con la protección del clima. La sección 84, y quiero decirles por qué es importante, requiere que tengamos un sistema de gestión ambiental, asesor, y es necesario establecer este sistema para proteger
access to it if they want information. Section 88 provides a public access to the environmental.
I'm afraid we're getting too close to closing hour. So,
sure. Okay then, but there's so much more I could say. But secondly, I just want to say Antigua was not only the first country to sign on to the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, which is the ESCAZU Agreement. We did that on the 27th of September 2018, but we've also been one of the first to ratify it. And of course, as you know, we will be hosting the meeting on the 9th and 10th of December. And I just want to say that we are very happy to be part of the ESCAZU agreement, and we will continue to give the environment our absolute intention. And I'm going to conclude just now by inviting all the other countries in the region to join the agreement, to work collaboratively together so that we can have a just and resilient societies where the environment is concerned and our citizens can benefit, not now, but for the future. And my last words, it is our pleasure in Antigua to host next meeting of the second signatories, and we are looking forward to it. And I can assure you, we're going to do everything we can to safeguard our environment and keep the public informed. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Thank you. No doubt we have a lot to learn for the countries in terms of policy coherence. I now pass the floor to our Secretary, Executive Secretary.
Concentra en un solo sitio información sobre los sistemas nacionales de planificación de la región. Los sistemas incluyen los planes nacionales, subnacionales, como también marcos legales, actores gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, mecanismos de coordinación e implementación y su vinculación con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible.
In the 4 limits of the planet that we have already exceeded with what we are doing today. We can only feed 3.8 billion people with 2,000 calories a day. So what can we do? The document proposes not only talks about problems, but also the possibilities to restore, to change our ecosystem. As one delegate says this morning, to move to nature-based solutions. Thank you, Lenin, for reminding us, because adaptation is central for climate change, and we must move there. But we need, the development is at risk, and welfare is only in our hands if we work it with ecology and with environment. The market does not perceive it so far. Market does not comprehend the dilemma. They consider the environment as an externality. We are already in a strong dilemma at a very short-sighted horizon, but we need to move to a systemic view. Thank you very much, Jose Luis, Nicolo. I'm hugging you warmly, and to all of you, the author of this wonderful book that leaves us concerned, preoccupied, but occupied also, because we need to move towards action. Thank you very much, and Euroclima program that supported us in the publishing of this book. Thank you to all of you. Just read the book. My invitation, you have to read the book, okay? We have to move, Jose Luis.
We are pleased to be here presenting the civil society, so relevant to ECLAC work, but also for democracy and inclusive societies. As indicated by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the most urgent challenges of our time cannot be addressed by any player on their own. Civil society organizations are an indispensable partner for the UN system in achieving the SDGs, as well as also the academia, the private sector, and other relevant players in sustainable development. In this sense, paragraph 39 of the 2030 Agenda highlights the need to promote and facilitate a very intense global participation to back the achievement of all objectives and targets, bringing together the governments, the private sector, civil society, the UN system, and other instances, mobilizing all available resources. That is the path that we've decided to take in this dialogue with all civil society players and our community. It is each day more evident that the medium and long-term solutions will only come from a governance structure that is collaborative and at various levels, global, national, and local, and where the civil society organized plays an essential role to play. It is only through collaboration, integrated collaboration among all of these multiple players, that we may combat this pandemic and successfully face its social and economic effects, traveling the path of the 17 SDGs and targets. Dialogue, cooperation, coordination, exchange of best practices, and solidarity are today more necessary than ever. Citizens and civil society organizations in our region have been able to be at the height of the challenges created by COVID-19 in innumerable ways and in varied manners. Citizen initiatives have supported governments in delivering essential services, disseminating information on the virus, and protecting marginal and vulnerable groups. In addition, organizations in the region have joined their competencies and efforts to analyze the current situation, offering solutions and responses that are very valuable and relevant with which to address the crisis and achieve sustainable development goals. In this way, participation by the civil society in this 38th session of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean means that the players are talking and inviting governments to strengthen this dialogue within the framework of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, with a view to address more rigorously and with great impact the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, my dear delegates, I am pleased to introduce Mabel Bianco, representative of the facilitating group of the Mechanism for Participation of the Civil Society at the Forum of Latin America and Caribbean on Sustainable Development, and that will present the document titled Civil Society Organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean Before COVID-19, Impacts, Recommendations, and Challenges for States. Mabel, the floor is yours. Welcome. And we're so pleased that you may be here. Well, thank you, and I thank the organizers for the invitation and also your words. And above all, I bring you the greetings of the more than 300 civil society organizations and national and regional networks that are part of this mechanism since 2018. And that for us, it is a pleasure to share with you, because we would have liked to do this in March during the regional forum, which was impossible. But on that occasion, in view of the suspension of the forum, Our mechanism prepared a statement that I'm sure you received, and we call attention to the issues that we were seeing with COVID and how this was going to aggravate the situation in terms of implementing the agenda in our countries. And well, we were able to comment on this in the month of May with Alisa Bárcena and the entire team at ECLAC, in that we coincided in many of our difficulties and what we were indicating as difficulties. And then also we were able to do it in June with the resident coordinators. But we had not been able to do it with you, with the governments, which is with whom we want and must connect. We can begin the presentation. So for us, the first slide, please. I believe that you will, yes. The next one, please. For us, a relevant difficulty is the need to strengthen democracy in our countries, because COVID affected these democracies, these weak democracies, even more, and we need to strengthen them. And in this sense, we would like to congratulate the two processes, recent electoral processes in our region, in two countries of the region, and that were truly a model of how, in the midst of the very serious crisis that we're going through, it was possible to carry out such orderly and good process. This is auspicious, but it is insufficient. We must continue to deepen this and strengthen it. In this sense, for us, the issue of labor is very linked to the development model. And in passing, we would like to congratulate all countries of the region that have agreed on and adopted this document prepared by ECLAC and that we agree with to a great extent. But in relation to labor, one of the big difficulties is how can we improve and be able to get out of this very relevant presence of informal work, and especially work affects the women and young people in our region. It is a true difficulty, and that is why we need to create jobs, yes, but at the same time, say that with COVID, we have seen how vulnerable groups that did have informal work suddenly found themselves unable to generate an income, and they've had difficulties because these have not necessarily been groups recognized and supported by governments. And so we believe that at this time, and in view of the crisis, the such great crisis that we are experiencing, it is very important that we understand that governments, UN agencies, and us, we, the civil society, must give priority to the most vulnerable groups in society. And these most vulnerable groups are the ones that have most suffered. The groups that right now, most of them are feeling through hunger and suffering all the problems created by COVID-19 because the possibilities of income have come to standstill, and so poverty has grown. So for us, and we would like to bring you the words of a group that is not often seen, of people who live with HIV and are affected by HIV. They have and are going through very difficult times. And so that is why we believe that this is a group that attention must be paid to, because this is another disorder that unfortunately affects and greatly, and especially women and also children. However, COVID has been a setback for them in terms of priority, and they're suffering difficulties in accessing medication and so on. And so, in this field, for us, one of the things that is most important is respect for human rights. Today, we've heard of it, we've seen it repeatedly mentioned over the last 2 days, but we need far more, and above all, respect for all people who defend human rights, and they are women. We too are at the forefront, but also we're also some of the most harshly punished. And so that is why this is a group that we need to not continue to be punished, and it must be understood that defending territory and the land is a priority. However, in this field, we also want to highlight it's a group of women who are entrepreneurs and rurals. I mean, the rural group of women is very diverse, but any one of them, small entrepreneurs or indigenous, Afro-descending, all of them are going through a very big crisis. And that is why we've had this very important testimony of the entrepreneurial women of Trinidad and Tobago. And there, if we need to have disaggregated statistics, not only by race, not only by gender, but also by race. And if we don't have them, we are prevented to measure the status of marginal place of Afro-descending women. And here, women, girls, and children are the most affected and impacted groups. But if we continue in this, one of the important factors is that pandemic cannot be an excuse for not respecting human rights. That has been said by the executive director of the Council of Human Rights of the United Nations, Michelle Bachelet. And that's why we ask and we require and we ask that the rights be respected. And we've seen countries like the one shown here in the case of Brazil and many others where there has been backwardness, and we've seen the rapporteurs of human rights of the United Nations are pointing out the problems that are being experienced, and this needs to be redressed. This is key, and therefore in this road we are treading, we find a population group which is boys, girls, adolescents, and youth, and presumably during the pandemic have not had major problems because they do have less risk, health risk. However, we need to understand that this group is experiencing the problems of deterioration of public health and education. And in virtual education or remote education, they have lost access to education because they don't have the necessary technology for that. And now older persons. Yes, I'm in that group. Yes, we've been taken care of, that is, but we have not been considered as subjects of rights. Please consider us as players, as subject of rights. We do have, and this is something that's very important in some countries especially, we have our rights. When we consider the situation of migrants, this is another major problem that is experienced in our region to a different extent, yes, but especially in Central America and Mexico. And there, very difficult times are being lived where you have migrant groups, women, girls. They are having problems. They are being subject to discrimination, and they are being left in the hands of human traffickers. Really, and finally, I wanted to say that for us, and that is why I'm so happy of what I've heard before this morning, it is very important that some of the agreements that we have signed, that they be ratified. But the Escazú agreement is key. It's fundamental. Please focus on it. It is fundamental. And we ask this on behalf of one of the first victims of criminalization, as was Marta Cáceres. No, we don't want any further suffering. Suffering felt by many, many groups, especially women, in all the world, but especially in our region. We need Escazú now. And finally, I wanted to say that we trust that this meeting will be a landmark so that when we meet, we will continue, of course, to work because we are asking for dialogue with governments, with agencies since March last, when we were unable to hold our forum. We don't want to live again what happened in 2018. We are very happy with what you signed to recognize that civil society, we are a key player nationally, regionally, and therefore we don't ever want to say again that two monologues do not make up a dialogue. We want a dialogue, not a monologue. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we thank the presentation of Mrs. Mabel Blanco on behalf of the facilitating group of the mechanisms of civil society. Yes, of course, these 3 days of work in this session, it has been a truly open dialogue among the different delegations with the secretariat experts. But today we are so happy to be together with civil society. And now I will give the floor to Clara Lopez Obregón and Marco Romero Silva, who, on behalf of the Social Initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean, will present the document Voices and Proposals of Latin America and the Caribbean, Transformations to Leave Crisis Behind. These documents include a strategic plan of economic reconstruction of Latin America and the Caribbean after COVID-19, and will be presented by them. So I will give the floor now to Mrs. Clara Lopez Obregón and then Marco Romero Silva. I think Mr. Romero Silva will begin the presentation. Please, you have the floor. Mr. Vice Minister, thank you very much. And Social Initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean, we want to extend our appreciation to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for the long-standing contribution to the region and proposals vis-a-vis the crisis generated by COVID-19. We greet Costa Rica. Congratulations for being the chair in this region. We thank the proposal of the FACE Fund that will help to materialize many solution initiatives. We also thank the solidarian voices of representatives of different states and multilateral agencies that have attended these sessions. And we especially greet the friends of civil society and organizations with us today. The Social Initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, is a result of regional exercise that has brought together different voices of men and women with deep roots in academia, in the society, the civil society, human rights movements, and identified with a structural vision of this crisis of COVID-19. ECLAC emerges out of the awareness of a system, of a precarious health system in the region. This is what is generated by economic recession and the impact this produces on women, indigenous groups, and Afrodescending, and all the other sectors subject to dynamics of exclusion in a middle-income continent, but subject to a tremendous inequality fracture. We also know that all these social, cultural, and environmental gaps pre-exist the pandemic, but are exacerbated in the new context and generate a profound retrocession in the human rights of the region. The social initiative is also a response to the call to action in human rights formulated by 2018 Secretary General Antonio Guterres vis-a-vis the deterioration of human rights worldwide. Therefore, we have attended ECLAC, invoking his leadership to promote plural dialogue among states, different voices of civil society, and multilateral agencies, with the idea to have a strategic framework of social and economic reconstruction. This document, Voices of Latin America and the Caribbean, Transformations to Leave the Crisis Behind, is the result of a continental movement of 16 movements, platforms, and social networks, and that we met in 2020, and we heard the proposals of Mrs. Balsena of ECLAC, but at the same time, we presented the visions of each one of these social movements. There you may find the proposals of the women's organizations, the platforms working for the rights of children, LGBT movements, indigenous, Afro-descending, and peasant populations, the social labor unions and student movements, networks specialized in health, public health, Catholic and Caritas and charity networks, associations working for migrants, displaced, and refugees, and non-governmental and human rights associations. In the same way, we have formulated a joint manifesto about the fundamental criteria that should rule coming out of the crisis, and this will be presented by Minister Clara Lopez Obregón. We thank ECLAC and Alicia Balsena for facilitating the participation of civil society in plenary meetings. In these 3 days, we have deeply understood the depth of the crisis in all the region. We have identified the special challenges to be solved by the region that hasn't solved its contradiction between middle income and structural inequities. We have seen progressive agendas and to avoid anachronic models. We have seen expressions of solidarity of other countries from the world. We have been able to see a vast range of proposals and expressions in favor of multilateralism and integration of Latin America and the Caribbean. We've seen several voices demanding transition to a new development model, and with social inclusion and protection of human rights. From ISAL, we value the proposal of ECLAC in order to build regional and global pacts. And we would like to leave 3 messages to the Assembly. Firstly, we believe that it's the first understanding of a global nature must be the results, voices, and expressions of solidarity in favor of the region. We see in ECLAC leadership a great opportunity to achieve consultation of a common strategy. Secondly, we know there is a consensus about the need of strengthening the processes of social participation, solidarity, and regional integration. But also we see the voices warning us about the fractures, restrictions, and limitations of this integration exercises. The region is divided politically
and this has weakened the regional integration processes. Therefore, we believe the success of integration processes calls for a transformation in the perspective of building solid social bases, allowing for more resilience, sustainability vis-a-vis the changing policies. Latin America and the Caribbean should be founded in pluralism, inclusion, leadership of women and youth, and of all the voices of society. They must be based on peace, environmental sustainability, equity, economic productivity, and the respect for human rights.
In civil society, we take on the commitment to work for these purposes, and we express our will for plural dialogue in order to find common solutions that are lasting. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I will hand over to Clara López Obrador. Alicia Bárcena, ECLAC General Executive Secretary, the representative of the civil society to ECLAC, and attendance. I would like to say that I was selected by the ISAL collective to present a document that we prepared with many hands to introduce the forum held last October the 6th with the presence of Alicia Bárcena to exchange proposals to get out of the crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean. The collective recognizes itself as a part of a major civil society wave in the continent that have already expressed our will to work jointly to move ahead with the alternatives for development in our region. The pandemic and quarantines revealed at least three main phenomena that I would like to highlight. The first, the deep fractures and social injustices that characterize our societies. Second, the sharpening of inequality, poverty, informality, and unemployment that have an impact, as we have been repeated by many, more harshly the impoverished and vulnerable populations. And second, the pandemic and quarantines lay bare the inefficient ability to respond of governments on account of the privatization of public goods, such as food and water and production, leaving those who have greater ability to pay better off. And that led to a very difficult response in many countries in view of the quarantines. The impact has been a major social setback, as was repeated by Alicia Bárcena from ECLAC in many documents, an unseen increase in poverty, the worst of the last 10 years or more, an unsustainable rise of unemployment and informality, but with specially affectation of women, with a sharpened demands for care at home during the quarantine and the mass loss of jobs, especially in those sectors where working at a distance has been impossible and where a lot of women work. The advancing of authoritarianism in some countries and excessive use of force and repression instead of dialoguing in case of social protest. And here I would like to mention the recent statement by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights of the OAS, and that warned the international community on the September the 25th of the rise in militarization in the region and the excessive use of police and military force during social demonstrations and protests. And we would like to use this forum to call on governments to change their attitude to change the repressive attitude in the face of the obvious social discontent that we have seen on account of the deep impact of the pandemic and the quarantines. To address the crisis, we agree with Alisa Bárcena that a new social compact is required, or several social compacts, but we believe that these must be based on principles of solidarity such as defense of human life and of the planet, social inclusion, integral freedom, the primacy of what is public and collective interest, the revaluing of ethics and economy, recognition and protection of cultural diversity and ecosystemic diversity, defense of common goods, and the eradication of all forms of discrimination. And I will mention them because it seems that we have become experts in discrimination and double and treble discrimination: gender, age, sexual diversity, racial, ethnic, territorial, due to social origin, nationality, religion, or political stance. And we must say it is impossible to respect all the ways of seeing life in so many different populations that are typical of our region. We must base this new social compact on the profound democratic participation of the people, generously listen to their voice, consider the superior interests of girls, boys, and adolescents, and transgenerational future for youth, and the democratic revolution of ICTs that we have seen can work against human rights. The social compact that we propose requires the following structural transformations. I am not deepening, but simply listing. For example, the social rule of law and democracy, with the distributory characteristic that guarantees what is public and collective, and able to make social rights effective, respecting diversity. We say with great strength Latin American Caribbean integration as a region of peace, directed towards the unity of our people to have an influential voice in global order, a democratic control and inspection so that public spending may comply with its redistribution function. Social polity not subordinated to the economic policy, nor restricted to monetary subsidies, but that seeks to integrate the entire population to production, giving priority to the poor and the vulnerable, historically discriminated against and excluded. It must see public health as a universal right, and access to drinking water for everyone must recognize the value of work and unionization, recognizing care, which is essential for women, care as a public good, and that must be recognized, be distributed, and reduced in terms of time and burden to balance the excessive responsibility assigned to women with a sexual division of work. Guarantee the right of women to be represented, and this will greatly help this to ensure human rights in the face of technology, and something that requires a greater explanation, but I will just say it in a few words: redirect the economic model today focused on extraction of mineral and energy goods towards production diversification to face the climate change and crisis, and to conclude, a head-on attack of inequality. So we need a special plan that has investment in childhood, basic citizen income in times of emergency plans for crises, establishing integral systems for care for people who are displaced, refugees, and migrants, and universal access to the vaccine against COVID-19 as a public good of humanity. This must respond to criteria that leave behind orthodoxies, because it is no longer a matter of austerity. What we need is to get the productive sector going. And for this, we need a central bank should extend lines of credits to governments. Governments must think of renegotiating jointly as a region the foreign debt to obtain resources for the special plan in emergency times. And we need to follow the FACE initiative put forward by Costa Rica within the UN General Assembly. And to conclude, what Mabel Bianco said, monologues or two monologues do not make a dialogue. We need to dialogue. Our special thanks to Alicia Bárcena for having opened up this space to us and for all of you for listening to us. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Clara Lopez and Marco Romero, representatives of ESAL, for their presentations, valuable contributions. Thank you. And so, my dear friends, we conclude the presentation of the initiatives of the civil society, and we sincerely thank you for enriching our discussions. My friends, and now we will begin the final part of this 30th session of ECLAC, for which this chair is putting up for consideration by delegates the various resolutions negotiated by the permanent representatives of ECLAC member countries in New York. This process, which was led by Ambassador Rodrigo Alberto Carazo, the standing representative of Costa Rica, and documents that will be adopted according to ECLAC regulations. These negotiations of 14 resolutions were carried out during 8 technical meetings and 1 of standing representative sessions that were reviewed and adopted preliminarily the various texts by the standing representations. These texts were subject to silence until 8 p.m. last Sunday, October the 25th, when this was not interrupted. And since this process was not interrupted, the texts were duly adopted ad referendum. And in view of this, with our respect, we submit for approval by delegates the document containing the 14 draft resolutions. And so we proceed to hear if there is any comment or annotation. Very well. Since I hear no request for the floor, comment or annotation, the draft resolutions are hereby adopted. My recognition to everyone for the great job done since New York, and that shows these commitment for a general agreement accompanied by ECLAC. And now I will hand over to the delegate of Chile, Ambassador Christian Stripka, who is the Director for Multilateral Policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and who has requested the floor to provide an explanation regarding the resolutions 7 and 8. Ambassador, the floor is yours. In relation to Resolution 7 on the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, the government of Chile says as follows. The government of Chile adopts with reservations the text and preamble of paragraph 6 and paragraph 6 because Chile is updating its migration policy and that seeks to set back an appropriate management of migration so that it be safe, orderly, and regular. And Mr. Chair, I will be grateful if the Secretariat should take note of this and add it as an annex to the document that has just been adopted. In regard to Resolution 8, Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, the government of Chile would say is the following. The Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America, Caribbean, the ESCASO agreements signed in 2018 has not been subscribed on account of the reasons presented. Thank you, Chairman. If the Secretariat could please take note of this and include it as an annex to the document. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, and due note has been taken of your comments. And now we recognize the First Secretary, David Mulliken, from the delegation of Guatemala. The floor is yours.
Tenemos a la delegación de Guatemala conectada.
Delegation of Guatemala? No, no. We haven't found the persons who were going to speak. Well, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so as we have no further business, we are informed by the Secretariat that in the coming weeks, the Secretariat will prepare a report with the resolutions that have been adopted and a summary of all the debate and a list of participants. ECLAC will send this report to each country, and there will be a 30-day time limit for it to be submitted to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, ECOSOC, as it is set out in the rules of procedure. And also, I take the opportunity to tell the delegates that the Plenary Committee and the Forum of Latin American Countries and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development will be chaired by Costa Rica as president of the 38th session. We now then move on to the closing ceremony of this session, of this 38th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Dear friends, we have reached finally this an activity that we began 3 days ago, and we are concluding successfully, having overcome so many challenges. Now,
to Anima Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United States. Madam, the floor is yours.
Canciller, buenas tardes, Luis Yañez de la Secretaría. Está programada la clausura a las 6, se nos acaban de informar de Nueva York que
closing session is scheduled for 6 o'clock. So the Deputy Secretary General will connect to the closing ceremony at 6 o'clock. So if we can tell you as soon as she joins. We are a few minutes ahead of the earmarked time.
Canciller,
Foreign Minister, we can begin the closing ceremony as all the panel members have joined. Please go ahead, Mr. Minister. Thank you. Good afternoon. We begin the closing stage of this 38th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have reached this time where we started 3 days ago, and we have arrived today in a successful manner, overcoming and meeting so many challenges. Now,
to Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Madam, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Chair, Excellencies, Ministers, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this closing session of ECLAC on the Decade of Action and Financing for Development. I thank the government of Costa Rica for chairing this meeting and his kind words and commend my dear sister and friend Alicia Barcena for her incredible leadership and her commitment to Latin America and the Caribbean region. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to the IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva and OECD Secretary General Angel Gurria for their wise steer as I listened to them yesterday. I echo the praise that the Secretary General has for ECLAC's pioneering role in pushing for a more inclusive understanding of sustainable development and commend ECLAC for its role in advancing policy dialogue in the region. This session has reinforced ECLAC's strong tradition of open, inclusive and sustained dialogue with its member countries, which is more important than ever during this COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 crisis has forced us to reassess our path towards achieving the SDGs. Last month, we marked the 75th UN General Assembly jointly with member states by holding the first SDG moment of the Decade of Action. This was to generate a renewed sense of urgency, ambition, and accountability. We also convened heads of state and government to discuss an inclusive menu of options on financing for development, developed through a consultative process to tackle the crisis and to recover better. We also convened a high-level climate roundtable that underscored the connection between the COVID-19 recovery and the bold climate action to bend the curve and get to net zero emissions by 2050. Linking these three events was the sense that while the COVID-19 pandemic is a human tragedy that threatens decades of progress, we must turn it into a unique, once-in-a-generation opportunity to restructure economies, generate sustainable jobs at the speed and scale required by the climate crisis, and put the world back on track towards achieving the SDGs by 2030. The Secretary General has proposed a blueprint to align policies on COVID-19 and on climate, as the response and recovery packages to invest in green and decent jobs, don't bail out polluting industries, end fossil fuel subsidies, take climate risks into account in all financial and policy decisions, leave no one behind. The decisions we make now will determine recovery pathways that will either entrench us in a high carbon and high pollution trajectory or pave the way for the greatest opportunity of our lifetime to make a just transition. 11 countries of this region, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Bolivia, Colombia, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, and Uruguay will present their voluntary national reviews on the SDGs in 2021. And I encourage you to use these reviews as an opportunity to raise the ambition on climate and across the whole spectrum of sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, even before the pandemic, Latin America and the Caribbean faced challenges in implementing the SDGs. The pandemic is now set to produce the worst economic contraction in the history of Latin America and the Caribbean, adding to structural gaps, including stark inequalities, low productivity, high informality, weak social protection systems, and vulnerability to climate change. ECLAC estimates that GDP in this region will contract by an average of 9.1% in 2020, and that unemployment will reach 44 million people, an increase of 18 million since 2019. Poverty in Latin America may rise by nearly 7%, bringing the total number of people living in poverty to 231 million, more than 1/3 of the region's population. Extreme poverty is likely to affect nearly 100 million people. Such drastic forecasts call for drastic action. The United Nations has proposed a socioeconomic response framework to support countries with bold and innovative proposals. These include an emergency income for the most vulnerable, tax exemptions and grace periods to small and medium enterprises, and a basic digital basket composed of a laptop, smartphone, tablet, and a connectivity plan for households without access to the internet. A new political and fiscal compact would ensure universal social protection and a green transition to diversify the region's economic structure and enhance its productive and trade integration. The Debt for Swap initiative will help Caribbean countries adapt to the effects of climate change. But the ability of governments to enact these policies is constrained by their fiscal situation and the debt vulnerability. Some countries have been affected by a significant fall in tax revenues, making the debt burden even worse, especially for smaller economies and the Caribbean states. Unsustainable debt has been a long-standing challenge. The Financing for Development initiative, co-led by the Secretary General and governments of Canada and Jamaica, supported by ECLAC's work, offered a menu of options to increase liquidity and fiscal space for response and recovery. Allow me to highlight some of these. First and foremost, there must be a major redistribution in liquidity from developed to developing countries. This would alleviate the pressure of adjustment in developing countries and enhance policy space. The most efficient and least costly way to achieve this would be through massive issuance of special drawing rights and a voluntary allocation of idle SDRs towards developing regions. The Fund to Alleviate COVID-19 Economics, FACE, which was proposed by the government of Costa Rica, would provide concessional funding with long repayment periods and near zero interest rates to low and middle-income countries that cannot immediately expand their internal resources. Increased lending to developing countries should be facilitated by capitalization of multilateral, regional, and national development banks, making their lending rules more flexible, and by improving coordination between them. Multilateral development banks could mobilize up to $500 billion. The G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative does not address the vulnerability of middle-income countries, as it defines eligibility through a GDP threshold. But the pandemic has shown that even when countries reach a certain level of income, they may still require international development cooperation. In other words, middle-income countries can too be vulnerable. Furthermore, the DSSI extension of 6 months recently announced by the G20 may not avert away the defaults, but it is not related to the performance of the world because it is not related to the performance of the world economy. The SG has continued to advocate for an extension to the end of 2021. Debt relief should become a permanent policy alternative tied to fluctuations of the business cycle as well as the structural vulnerability of economies. There are many proposals that fulfill these requirements, including contingent debt instruments, hurricane bonds, diaspora bonds, SDG bonds, ECLAC's proposal for a Caribbean Resilience Fund. Climate adaptation and resilience finance also needs to be dramatically scaled up, especially by multilateral development banks. We urgently need innovative financial instruments beyond debt that can help countries adapt to climate change and become more resilient. Excellencies, the COVID-19 crisis is an opportunity to reach wide social and political consensus on ambitious reforms and a sustainable and egalitarian recovery. These reforms should include investment in social cohesion and reducing the inequalities that were driving social and political unrest in many countries, even before the pandemic. High-quality universal public services like education, health, transport, and environmental services should be a priority. This also means investing in climate-resilient infrastructure to stimulate the economy and in renewable energy and energy efficiency to generate green jobs. We cannot go back to the failed policies and frameworks that gave rise to the fragility that has been exploited by the pandemic. We urgently need to imagine a better future for our children and future generations. Minister Serrano, I congratulate Costa Rica on chairing ECLAC with commitment, leadership, vision, and the passion that you do. And I thank the ministers that have accompanied us for your support and warm welcome. I'd like to express my deep gratitude under the leadership of Alicia Barcena, the amazing ECLAC team of committed professionals. Now is time for bold choices, and you can count on the Secretary General and the United Nations system to be at your side in this noble and just cause. I thank you for your solidarity.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary General, for your speech and for being with us today. I now give the floor to Caroline Rodriguez Birkett, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations and Chair of the Group of 77 and China. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rodolfo Solana Quiros, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. And it's a pleasure to join you, Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, and Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Barcena, to speak on the Decade of Action and Financing for Development. I therefore wish to congratulate you on your assumption as Chair of ECLAC and to thank ECLAC for their kind invitation to the Chair of the Group of 77 in China, and indeed for convening this meeting. The timeliness of this session cannot be overstated. Apart from the direct health impacts of COVID-19, an economic crisis of unknown proportions is inevitable for our countries. A crisis that will go far beyond 2020, with the potential to reverse past development gains. For example, even before the crisis, Latin America saw an increase in the number of undernourished people from 39.3 million to 40.5 million. The question then becomes, how do we ensure that developing countries safeguard their development progress and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? How do we ensure that financing for development is accelerated for the entire Sustainable Development Agenda, including the commitments made in the Paris Agreement? We need an enabling international environment to do so. We have already witnessed the crisis exacerbating existing structural problems of developing countries. The rate of economic growth has fallen sharply. Debt levels have increased. FDI has declined. Remittance flows have receded, and unemployment and poverty levels have and continue to climb as the recession deepens. In these circumstances, the enormous efforts of governments to stave off a human catastrophe must be commended. It is also imperative that we analyze the main lessons from this experience and reset our path for a more inclusive, balanced, and sustainable development. In this regard, I commend you, Ms. Barcena, for the groundbreaking analyses that ECLAC continues to deliver, including the position document you presented at this session on building a new future, transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. With the increasing emphasis on implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the importance of financing for development, which is the focus of this meeting, we must center our thinking on some critical actions as we chart the way forward. Allow me to highlight in brief some of these, which I'm sure may have been mentioned before in the preceding sessions, and some have been mentioned by DSU Mohammed. First, building policy coherence and institutional capacity is key to identify the policy challenges and good practices for enhancing SDG implementation. Current institutional mechanisms will require significant updating, and best practices in policy coherence must be scaled up and replicated. This approach offers opportunities to forge stronger political commitment and leadership at all levels, systematically integrate implementation actions across sectors, make informed policy choices, analyze potential policy effects, and provide for institutional coordination, stakeholder participation, and monitoring and reporting of progress. Secondly, access to finance, as was mentioned before, is critical to global recovery and economic growth. Financial markets are often concentrated and focused almost exclusively on short-term profits rather than the long-term requirements for sustainable development. This situation poses significant challenges for sustainability, as well as for vulnerable economies, and must be addressed by the multilateral financial institutions. Thirdly, one of the lessons of the crisis is the need for the multilateral financial institutions to adopt new approaches to risks and to reduce the pro-cyclical nature of financial flows to countries in need of support. For many developing countries, financial flows from MFIs are important in dealing with short-term balance of payments and fiscal challenges. However, such short-term flows are not sufficient to deal with the deep structural and historical challenges that many countries face, particularly the small vulnerable economies. Countries with limited access to global capital markets, therefore, rely heavily on their relationship with the multilateral financial institutions and the access to financing this provides. Fifth, high levels of external debt now threaten the viability of many developing countries. For such countries, high debt levels and debt servicing obligations must be addressed within the overall structure and vulnerabilities of their economies. Fourthly, ODA is often a catalyst for investment in FDI flows for many developing countries. ODA flows can be leveraged to facilitate foreign direct investment, to complement opportunities for South-South cooperation, and to develop strong public-private partnerships that take full cognizance of economic, environmental, and social costs of partnership initiatives. Finally, trusted development partnerships must be forged, with support from the UN Development System. As a knowledge provider and capacity building institution, the UN Development System can focus on the practical value that fits local conditions, identify lessons learned, and replicate good practices across regions. As a convener, the UNDS should continue to promote dialogue and collaboration among diverse interest groups and stakeholders with the view to maximize the impact of partnership arrangements. As repeatedly stated, the 2030 Agenda provides the framework to respond effectively to these challenges. To complement national actions, regional organizations like ECLAC play an important role in applying the SDG framework to the regional context, particularly to identify and analyze new sources of growth, as well as to address social cohesion and environmental degradation. Intensified efforts are also required to guide interventions in social sectors such as education, health, and social protection. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Rodriguez-Birket, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations and Chair of the Group of 77 and China. A continuación,
And now I would like to offer the floor to Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. The floor is yours. Thank you, my dear Minister Rodolfo Solano, Amina Mohammed,
Esteemed Caroline Rodriguez-Birket, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations and Chair of the Group of 77. Distinguidos autoridades y delegados de los Estados Unidos.
Distinguished delegates and ambassadors, permanent members, to your colleagues from the United Nations and representatives of the civil society. And dear colleagues from ECLAC, friends, today we conclude, after the 3 long, fruitful and substantive days, the work of this 38th session of ECLAC, the first in our history held online. Physical distance has not prevented us from witnessing the warmth welcome and commitment and dedication of Costa Rica. Our profound thanks to President Carlos Alvarado for his leadership in this meeting, his vision and commitment for coming 2 years at the head of ECLAC. We appreciate your vision on how to respond to the emergency that Costa Rica and the region face, and your clarity regarding the challenges of the future, one that must be different with greater equality and sustainability. We're honored that Costa Rica may chair this Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Your country, a reference of peace in our region, as well as the regional commitment to sustainable development, has today shown samples of your deep vocation by proposing a fund to alleviate COVID-19 economics face, a financial mechanism timely and necessary for international solidarity before the economic recession caused by the pandemic, and an instrument to further sustainable recovery. We've had the outstanding participation by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, who, with his presence for the second consecutive time in our region, expressed his appreciation for ECLAC member states and in particular the region, Latin America and the Caribbean. This commitment was endorsed today with the presence of my dear friend, the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohamed, my sister. During the opening session, we also had President Carlos Alvarado, the distinguished participation of Miguel Díaz-Canel, President of the Republic of Cuba, Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, Angel Gurria, Secretary General of the OECD. And this is indicative that when this region comes together and speaks with a single voice, we convene and attracts the attention and support of the international community. Dear Minister Rodolfo Solano, receive especially our grateful embrace, and through you, for all the members of your work team that have accompanied us during the preparations for this meeting and the outcome of this meeting. At the risk of making a mistake, I would like to thank the Epsi Campbell, with whom today we launched this study on Afrodescendants and the inequalities and challenges for inclusion. Vice Minister Cristian Guillermet Fernandez, Deputy Minister of Foreign and Multilateral Affairs, Andrés Mesa Murillo, Minister for the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Castro, permanent representative before the UN, Rica Hernandez, Director for Cooperation, Daniel Zavarra Porras, permanent minister to the UN, our dear Diana Murillo, who has been with us, present, sitting all these days by our side, and Susi Jimenez Nunez, advisory minister as well. All of them have worked tirelessly in order and have shown, same as you, Chancellor, that the chair of Costa Rica is honored in that you are in charge, and that this will be a vigorous period of work and great challenges. Your presence, dedication, and deep shared reflections augur a fertile activity in the coming 2 years, and you have inspired us with your commitment and the great turnout achieved based on your committed work. Thank you, Costa Rica. Thank you, Minister. These have been 3 highly significant days. We appreciate the political declaration on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery that the 33 chancellors of Latin America and the Caribbean subscribed here within the framework of ECLAC. This statement constitutes for us not only a mandate and a guideline to develop our mission, but it is also a signal that it's been possible for the region to raise a common voice before the challenges of this crucial time. We thank all delegations of Latin America and the Caribbean for this important step that we're hoping will be a drive for a revitalized regional multilateralism, a statement that is an example of cooperative and integrating vocation of this region, capable of raising its voice before historical challenges such as we face today. This is unheard of in times of crisis. We've heard interventions by 37 foreign ministers and high authorities, and I highlight those messages given. First, the capacity for response of countries with policies and measures to face the COVID-19 pandemic and mitigate the socioeconomic impacts, measures to protect the income of vulnerable groups, supporting unemployment, SMEs, strengthening the public health capacity. ECLAC proposals including a digital basic basket, basic income in times of emergency, bonuses against hunger to protect small and micro enterprises, especially those headed by women. There is broad consensus the pandemic has exposed inequalities and fragilities in all countries of the region, and in this context, the international community must take into account the specific problems of middle-income countries in the region and small island states in the Caribbean. We must consider structural gaps and vulnerability exposed and magnified by COVID-19. We know that our countries face debt and fiscal space pressures. Therefore, we need international solidarity, access to concessional funds, and this, of course, requires revisiting the criteria for grading and considering multidimensional indexes for vulnerability to include middle-income countries in cooperation. We reaffirm that international financial solidarity, renewed multilateralism, and the strengthening of regional integration are urgent, and the proposals, my dear Deputy General Assembly, of the initiative led by the UN and governments of Canada and Jamaica, with you at the head on financing for development that now you've mentioned, are essential in this direction. In these days, we have shared with 43 member states and 9 ECLAC associate members, accompanied by 800 people, of which 400 are government delegates, 55 agencies, funds, and programs, 7 representatives of regional agencies, not of the UN, but yes, of our region, 300 civil society representatives, and also 24 ministers of foreign affairs, 19 deputy ministers, and also at this meeting, we have recorded more than 40,000 reproductions based on the various dissemination platforms.
Our commitment regarding the Caribbean first. Dear Caroline, thank you for being with us today, and with you, all the Caribbean countries that were in this session. Caribbean first, that means that the Caribbean comes always before anybody else in all the activities that ECLAC undertakes. We have heard from 6 honorable ministers and high-level authorities from member states of the Caribbean, and from 6 premiers and ministers from associate members, the challenges that the Caribbean countries face and the request to overcome them. Caribbean is facing complex, multidimensional challenges which need innovative and practical solutions. Borrowing is not an option for the Caribbean. Debt levels are already high, averaging 70% of GDP, and debt servicing costs 30% of the revenue in 2019. Therefore, the region really needs financial assistance on a scale to match the impact of the crisis. We know, dear DSG, that we can count on you to continue supporting these initiatives of debt alleviation and debt for climate in the Caribbean. Thank you so much. Amigas y amigos,
dear friends, we have subjected to consideration an audacious proposal with evidence and to address complex times of tremendous challenges. Maybe the most deep has been the so-called firm call to change the development model and double efforts towards a post-COVID recovery guided by the principles of inclusive development, equality, and sustainability. Our document, Building a New Future, Transformative Recovery with Equality and Sustainability, proposes a set of policies, concrete policies that respond to the seriousness of the times and aim towards overcoming the structural issues that affect the region. Low growth, low productivity, an exporting structure that is not very diversified, cross inequalities, poverty, and environmental deterioration. This is a document for action, realistic, necessary, that responds to the urgent needs in our region. It is a proposal for change in development style added to the body of proposals that we opened more than a decade ago when we said that in Latin America and the Caribbean, the time has come for equality. And we drafted evidence showing that inequality is inefficient, especially inequality between men and women. And in this document, we present evidence, economic, on the relevance of putting in motion a virtuous combination of social and environmental policies that, hand in hand with economic, technological, and industrial policies, may become the basis for a new development project. We are materializing the theses that we put together in this decade of growing to equalize and equalizing to grow. Of course, we've adopted equality as a value, and since then, we've documented equality helps sustain income, aggregate demand to foster growth with greater productivity, and more broader access to education, to health, and especially for women. And above all, to avoid the concentration of economic power that captures and distorts policies. We must replace the culture of privilege with a culture of equality. To guarantees rights, builds citizenships, and disseminates capacities. In this document, we are considering a rate of growth, a minimum one, rate of growth to reduce poverty and eradicate inequality, but it's possible by reducing disparities through social programs. We highlight the relevance of disseminating technical progress to create jobs and simultaneously resolving decarbonization of the productive matrix through an industrial policy that will allow us to move ahead in the external imbalance of the trade balance. And to this we have called policies with great drive for sustainability, and we believe that we need to raise the investment rate, direct productivity for caring for the environment, employment, and social inclusion. The idea is to have a new structure of incentives in favor of public and private investment with employment, with a slow environmental footprint, and that values the ecosystems. In line with the 2030 Agenda and the Decade for Action, we've selected 7 sectoral systems that could take us in that direction. This is a proposal that seeks to be a guideline, of course, so that each country will have to analyze which are the best activities in order to foster this transition. Sectoral systems are energy transition, digital inclusion, electric mobility, health manufacturing, circular economy, bioeconomy, and sustainable tourism. Pragmatically speaking, we've also included fiscal policies, monetary policies, financial policies to move ahead in the construction of a state of a welfare state, because the crisis is going to last longer than we'd imagined, and so therefore we will need fiscal policies. In this document, we are showing that it is possible to eradicate poverty towards the year 2030, but what's needed to grow? And distributive, decisive actions. We need to distribute income from the wealthiest 1% to the poorest 1%. And if we achieve it by 2024, we could eradicate extreme poverty. But if we continue with this trend and with a growth of 4%, we could eradicate poverty towards 2030 as a whole. And we must reiterate that overcoming the crisis will need transformative leadership, dialogue, and the construction of social and political compacts that convene both coalitions to ensure their access to universal health, for social protection and employment. We've heard here the voices of civil society. We've just heard the civil society and representatives of the private sector, authorities from the academia, the development banking. All of this was yesterday in our discussions of the document. We must consider seriously that we are before a changing era and that the region is moving towards a lost decade. And so therefore, we need the leadership that you and the Secretary General have deployed in order to mobilize from the UN a universal debate to have more international solidarity of the developed countries towards those of lower income, middle income, and small island states, and above all, the countries without a coast. And we know that you are behind in extending the initiative of debt suspension for lower income countries, and above all, that you may extend the coverage and duration, the distribution of liquidity, as you explained, with the emission of special joint rights and the eradication of fiscal evasion and illusion and illegal outflows of capital. So we believe that we are at the door of improving world governance to provide global public goods such as universal health, climate security, protecting the atmosphere of peace, protecting human rights, and financial stability. My dear friends, the reality reaffirms the unavoidable need for regional integration. We've said it and I reaffirm it. We have no alternative. Regional cooperation is the only condition for Latin America and the Caribbean to have a certain degree of incidence on new global governance. In this sense, I would like to say that we are ready to accompany national and multilateral efforts in that direction. We've heard the call by delegations to review rating criteria of middle-income countries, and we will do this with great pleasure. And this afternoon, on hearing civil society, we know that they're working to implement the 2030 agenda and to address the health, economic, and social impacts of COVID-19. Not in two monologues, but a dialogue, as we have been invited to do. We say it is essential to make visible the agendas of social movements and thematic networks. We need them to be present at the time of reconstructing, and that the governments should use the great experience that civil society has at territorial level with proposals that will contribute to enrich the process for the design and implementing policy. Mr. Chair, Minister Solano, we have paid tribute here to you, together with the countries as subsidiary bodies and on mandates that we were given 2 years back in La Habana. We have a series of requests and that you have mentioned here. Dear Vice Secretary General Amina, the region is committed to the decade of action. And so within the ECLAC system, we wish to reiterate this fruitful dialogue that we have between the capitals and the permanent representatives of our member states in New York, and to whom we deeply thank for their commitment with us. And I would like to reaffirm and end by reaffirming our profound commitment to the UN reform that you have so effectively driven. In a few weeks, we will convene together with UNDP and the Office for Regional Coordination of the PCO, the first meeting of the Platform for Regional Cooperation with all agency funds and programs and resident coordinators and country teams. Together, we will all decidedly support our member states. Allow me right now to make a short pause to thank the great team at ECLAC for their contribution in these difficult times of confinement. I must pay tribute to the great team of directors at ECLAC, and whom I traditionally ask to stand. But well, today I will say, please turn on your cameras so that everyone may see you, and also those who are here, come close to the camera so that you can be seen, everyone, because this is the job of an entire team. And so I would like to thank the two deputy executive secretaries who have supported me preparing the substantive documents, report and activities, the program of work with a dedicated team of drafters, and the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yanez, and his committed team who's organized the meeting, the head of the Public Information, Guido Gama, and his team. All of this has been possible thanks to so many collaborators, such as the conference team with Maria Eugenia Johnson, Lucia Concha, the group of interpreters. Thank you very much, and the great decision to stay with us even late into the evening, and the IT team and the Americas for all your support. The Division of Administration and Security that have made this new way of working possible. And I would like to publicly recognize the publications team for having the documents sold on a timely basis, and San Lucio Director for impeccable commitment, and the entire team. And my office, under the leadership of Roman Sivi and a team of men and women committed and that are with me day by day. Thank you all very much, my friends. Dear Chancellor Solano, this unique time has imposed physical distancing, but has doubled our common vocation for integration and brotherhood. This session, which should have been in San Jose, the pandemic has obliged us to stay in Santiago. But a long time ago, a wise man with his pen did the same. He from San Jose to Santiago. And I would like to close today recalling that trip. In his general song, Pablo Neruda, speaking of Calero, a character of Manita Yunay, the classic novel of the Costa Rican El Tico, Carlos Luis Fallas, I quote, "I do not know you. On the pages of Fallas, I read of your life, giant, it was dark, beaten, and from those pages, I hear your laughter and songs in the mud, the rain and the sweat. What life of our people, what destroyed forces by ignoble food and songs overtaken by defeat. But we will change the earth. Your shadow will not go from puddle to puddle towards naked death. We will change, joining your hand and mind. We will change life so that your lineage, ours, of Latin Americans and Caribbeans, I say, may survive and build its organized light. From that history, my dear friends, born in Costa Rica, and noted by Neruda, may it sound today again at the end of this 38th session. Their shared desire, we will change the earth, we will change things, joining your hand with mine. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Alicia, for these words. They are not closing words, they are words for a new beginning. I will now address you all in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship on behalf of the government of Costa Rica and Chair at ECLAC. Your Excellency, Amina Mohammed, Vice Secretary General of the United Nations, dear Carolyn Rodriguez Birkett, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations and Chair of the Group 77 in China. Once again, I greet Alicia Bárcena. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, representatives, and delegates of member states of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, all of you, good afternoon. Good afternoon from San Jose, Costa Rica. First and foremost, coming now to a close of this 38th session, I would like to sincerely congratulate the work, the commitment, manifest commitment expressed by all delegations of member states of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. I particularly thank the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Alicia Bárcena, all her leadership and perseverance for months preparing this meeting. Please, dear Alicia, extend all this appreciation to all the human teams of ECLAC, women and men committed with their efforts guaranteeing the success of this meeting in this new virtual reality. special appreciation and acknowledgement of documents that have served as a basis for our exchange, discussion, and that will accompany the work of ECLAC. And finally, my thanks to the national team for their commitment with the transformative pro tempore chair of permanent promotion of an all-inclusive dialogue. Dear colleagues, the session this week has taken us to landscapes that we call the need of recovering those axioms of the social pact: solidarity, cooperation, combating inequality, seeking inclusion and innovation. This path will be supplemented with decisions that have been expressed in 14 resolutions approved in this meeting, and they will also will be part of the working program for the next biennium. With special satisfaction, I underscore the fact that for the first time in the Commission adopted a political statement on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean, the same one that we have promoted with the help and support of all of you. Multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation are the only true way out to this unprecedented crisis and should become the focus, the center of our work. That was pointed out by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, with whom we share this vision. Leaving no one behind should inspire today and always the decisions that in the future will be adopted by our countries, complying with the commitments of the 2030 Agenda and development objectives. The broad participation in the ministerial dialogue, as well as the presentation of the document, transformative recovery with equality and sustainability, building a new future, are an expression of the importance of regionalism and cooperation among our countries. President Carlos Alvarado endorsed the call of ECLAC to build political pacts, social pacts for equality and sustainable development, encouraging nations of the region to consolidate one common voice within the framework of recovery. Likewise, we need to see that the new social contracts that are formulated in our region be enriched with the best that we can offer: hard work, hope, and commitment with the future. This same enthusiasm has been reflected in the event that approached and addressed the challenges of the Caribbean, where once again it was evidenced all the efforts to promote a recovery process that is centered in environmental sustainability, allowing a region that will be more equality and inclusive based, and the decrease of the negative impact of all the consequences, socioeconomic, financial, and environmental impacts of the pandemic. Of particular relevance were the proposals set forth by ECLAC in the 7 strategic sectors for the future development of the region, that of renewable and non-conventional energies, urban electromobility, digital revolution for sustainability, health manufacturing industry, pharmaceutical, medical devices and equipment manufacturing, research and development, bioeconomy, regional circular economy, and tourism sector. All these proposals that are the roadmap of our chair also were addressed specifically in the panels led by María del Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, and Andrea Mesa Murillo, Minister of the Environment and Energy in Costa Rica. Attention to specific needs of vulnerable and Afro-descending groups and older persons had a main role in parallel side events that were promoted. Participation of our Vice Presidents of the Republic, Mrs. Epsi Campbell and Mr. Marvin Rodriguez, really ensured the relevance that both groups have in our countries. Dear colleagues, we are convinced that at this time of crisis, it is an opportunity to build solutions. Our countries, our economies must rewrite the script for development based on regional cooperation, international cooperation in the framework of a solidary and an effective multilateralism. The review of the existing economic structures, the awareness of the social disparities and their consequences, and the compelled vigilance of this pressing destruction of our ecosystems and climate change should be the ink to draw and paint the new paradigm of development that we need, based on building back with equality, sustainability for a better future. During these 3 days, has been evident that these are the foundations for 4 pillars. It is indispensable to have greater coordination and regional policy cooperation. It's not possible to resume old systems of assigning responsibilities where some assume greater work than others, or where sectors of society are excluded from participating in solutions that need to be implemented. The new reality demands, as it was evidenced in the segment on South-South cooperation, a joint work at national and regional level with a true integration of political interaction, thorough analysis and identification of synergies in our financial systems and commercial trade. Exchange a special relevance of subjects of global security, a response that governments need to give to the global threats on protection and guaranteeing of the fundamental rights of persons. The functional independence of the Committee in the benefit of implementing South-South cooperation needs to recognize the fundamental role that it plays in the challenges that Latin America and the Caribbean are facing, and this is a pending task. In these efforts, we have natural partners, agencies of the United Nations will accompany our efforts for building jointly a future that is fairer, more sustainable, more inclusive, more peaceful, based on a multilateral architecture that exists for more than 7 decades. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda needs to drive us and move in favor of a decade of greater action to reach the necessary transformations in policies, budgets, institutions, and regulatory frameworks of governments, hand in hand with greater action by different sectors of society, including youth, women, Afro-descending populations, indigenous peoples, LGBTI populations, migrant populations, older persons, persons with disabilities, as well as the private sector and academia. No transformation will be possible without the component of fresh resources of the international financial institutions. But these resources cannot come under the same terms that are demanded today, but rather promote longer term periods of repayment, lower rates, and broader periods of grace. In this effort, ECLAC can accompany the countries in the building of a narrative that will really express this fiscal obligation with a transforming commitment towards a future of well-being under a common criterion. Costa Rica has understood this new dimension of work with financial institutions, and that is why it has launched initiatives like Financial Relief Fund called FACE, which has received the support of several countries in the region, and we thank that deeply. The global challenge that we face requires solidarian solutions, innovative and global solutions. Dear friends, finally, I would like to reiterate that the work of our government needs to safeguard the enforcement of international law and human rights, to place the human being as the center of our activities for a truly sustainable building back needs to be our purpose. In this process, women of our region deserve a special attention and need to be the axis of public policies that will promote empowerment, emphasizing education of girls and full participation of women in political and productive agendas. Also, along this effort, we have the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental issues known as the Escazú Agreement that we hope may come into force very soon. Dear friends, in closing this session of ECLAC, we have been able to transit and travel these 3 days in a very stimulating, fruitful exchange of articulations. It's not the end today. We begin today. There is no doubt that the work we've had these 3 days will enrich our working agenda for the next 2 years. We invite you. We motivate you. We want to really tell you how important it is that we all in the region add the efforts in building concrete benefits for our peoples, and so that our peoples will benefit from that concrete result, and that all of us reach our common goals, that our common goals become a reality. Thank you very much. Future is there. Let us endorse it and make it ours. Thank you very much from San Jose of Costa Rica.
Damos por clausurado el 38º.
With this, we close the 38th period, the 38th session of ECLAC, and this has been a great experience that invites us all to action. Thank you all. Good afternoon.